Off hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we thank you for being with us. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Everybody settling in for another day. Good Time Gang is here. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Busy show today, to say the least. We have comedian Jeff Dunham scheduled to be with us on a Zoom today. He's got his latest special on Comedy Central coming out Saturday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, and it's also 8 p.m. Pacific time as well. They're kind of timing that down with the delayed deal, but with Valentine's Day just around the corner, he's got his 11th stand-up special for Comedy Central called I'm with Cupid, premiering Saturday, February the 3rd at those times I mentioned, and so we'll talk to him about that. And a very special RBU this week, Vern Lundquist will be with us today. And some of the stories behind the broadcast that he's had in his very impressive career is just really going to be fun to listen to. He's a great storyteller, but some of the most famous shots in sports history that he was a part of the broadcast, he'll give you a behind-the-scenes view of what it was really like. And so I've heard some of those stories and look forward to talking to Uncle Vern today here on RBU. That will publish Saturday morning, so make sure that you're following Rick and Bubba University on podcast, subscribe and listen, and then make sure you're following us on social media at Rick and Bubba. We always send out audio and video links for that. All right, well, right now it's time for the Good Time Gang to join us. Over to the left is Greg Burgess. To the right, it is Michael Hint. What up, boys? What's happening?
I'm looking forward to Vern.
To Vern, yeah,
is that Uncle Vern?
It's old Uncle Vern. And his stories are pretty cool. But Greg,
he's got. You think about how long he's been in the business, you get some stories from that.
Jack State. Can we say Jack State when it's Greg Seitz, Helmsy, or do we say Jacksonville State because it's athletic? So Jack State. Yeah, the AD we had last week on RBU. He's part of that Legends and All Stars Zoom call every week that the guys talk to Greg about. And Vern is part of that, and he was showing us some behind-the-scenes stuff with some of the storytelling from some of the most famous calls, like, Jack Nicklaus, Yes Sir, and Tiger Woods, the cameraman staying on the golf ball, just dropping into the hole and stuff. It was pretty cool, and I think I'm interested to hear that one. That's going to be neat.
I am too. Vern is one of those voices that when you turn the TV on, the sporting event is serious, and it means something. It means more than just flipping it over to ESPN and be some random basketball game on. And honestly, there's not many voices like that left.
There's really not.
He's in there with the Keith Jacksons and the people like that.
Yeah.
You hear their voice.
Yes, you go, okay, this is awesome.
And the Bama fans love him. So.
Right. Well, and that's something too. We'll have to maybe ask him about. Has he heard any? What does he think of that? The rumblings of
but come to find out, I don't really think it's just him because they don't like the guys that are doing it now either.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's just
they're hard to.
I think it's announcers that they go to. Remember, we broke it down on the Sports Hours that day when they played LSU and we, the calls and we played them side by side and there was no difference on who had the ball or who didn't. They weren't pulling for anybody.
Right.
But it didn't.
We
matter.
did do that.
Fell on deaf ears. Nobody agreed with us.
Right. So anyway, hopefully y'all will tune in to that because that should be really good. And Jeff Dunham, man, that guy. I was sitting here looking. He's right now doing his the leg of the Still Not Canceled tour, but just getting prepared for his interview. Some of the the stats behind his history is really impressive. What he's been able to do.
He's got a pile of puppets.
He's got
a show to go with it.
He's got him some shows too.
Yeah.
I don't know what all's behind that.
Doing it for years.
He's a busy man.
I've never gave him anything, I guess because it's puppets, but I do wonder if he sits around the house sometimes and just messing around with them.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I wonder if he talks to them like they're real.
Does he talk to them at dinner? Does he talk to them about what's for dinner?
Mm-hmm.
Should they go to bed now? What time do they wake up?
To your point, he had to be in a room practicing.
Because as much as he interacts with them, how do you turn that off?
It'd be tough.
You can't. You can't. Now, I will say he is so good. I find myself when I see him, and I don't like find him and go, I got to see it. But there'll be times I'll run up on a little special, and I'm like, okay, let's see what's. I find myself looking at the puppet. I don't even look. He's that good.
Yeah, he is. And let me say this. Think about it. In that field, I can't think of anybody else that's even close to
no.
the success and the longevity. You know, all the Charlie McCarty guy when we were growing up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even before our time.
Yeah.
That guy was Edgar Bergen. You may not even remember it, but he moved his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. He was considered, he had the little guy with the top hat, the little Charlie McCarty or whatever his name was. But he moved his mouth the whole time. And he's considered this legend.
Yeah.
But nobody, I don't even know anybody else that does puppets. But,
I don't either.
But Dunham, I mean, he's the walking dog.
Puppet
He
to-
took it to a new level.
Puppet to human interaction. I know that's one of your pet peeves.
I'm uncomfortable with it, but
Yeah.
at least it's better than like in a movie or something.
Okay.
I mean, if I'm a it's hard to say ventriloquist, and this is what I do, I accept it a little more.
Okay. All right.
But like, and it's more bothers. Now it still bothers me. I'm going to be honest. Not bothers me, but it's just weird.
Yeah.
But when they're like in a movie and some of the people are real, but then there's puppets or cartoons interacting,
Yeah.
that's my problem.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how that goes today. We've had him on a number of times, and he'll be back on the show today. Comedian Jeff Dunham. He's got his 11th Comedy Central special coming up Saturday night. You can check your local listings, but it's 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central on Comedy Central. All right, so as we're continuing here, we got the RBU I was telling you about, and we're inching a little bit closer. I didn't print a story just out of respect to the two of you, because I know how you hate teasing and watching Super Bowl commercials, but more are out. But I didn't print it, so that's just between us three.
Y'all make that call. I can either plug my ears, close my eyes.
Well, I mean, I know we don't want to ruin it for everybody. Last year we did a pretty good job of not ruining it, and y'all even came back and said, "See, I enjoyed the Super Bowl now." Yeah,
I'm not gonna get on my soapbox again about why it bothers me. Okay. I don't understand it.
Yeah,
but I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, we've also talked about Super Bowl parties. And sometimes the obligation to go if you're invited, and when do you leave? Do you leave at halftime, but then you don't want to miss the halftime show? And is it Usher this year? Is that who it is?
Yeah, I think so.
But sometimes when you're at those get-togethers, you can't hear the commercials because everybody's talking or whatever. Some of the most enjoyable time is just me sitting on the couch.
That's what I was fixing to say. I really don't go to Super Bowl parties.
Yeah.
I can't think of one I've ever been to.
Really?
Mm-mm. Maybe at the house it wouldn't qualify as a party.
I hosted one time, but that's it.
I mean, what's the number? If it's more than this, it's considered a party. If
8.
it's less, about 8. Because you can have a few people over if it's not a party.
If you have to bring out extra chairs at the main table, it's considered a party.
Okay.
Just how quick
completely making this up as I go, but
and if you have like a special theme tablecloth that you put on one of the plastic ones for the event.
Yeah. And you said 8 real quick.
I was thinking,
in your mind.
I was thinking 4.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's on top of family members, right? Or is it?
No, that's everybody.
Everybody.
8 total.
Okay, 8 total. Yeah. We'll be right back. It's 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chilly season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for all kinds of emergencies. Protect yourself and your family for whatever's coming in 2024 with their 3-month emergency supply kit. From floods to hurricanes or any other emergency, those delicious meals last up to 25 years in storage and provide over 2,000 calories daily. Eat right when things go wrong with $200 in savings. You can get enough for each family member. Just go to preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. Over there's Greg. Over here's Helmsy, and we are off and going. Thank you for being with us today. Adler joins us. Rick Bubba join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Pro Bowl coming up this weekend. I know we're giving it 0.
You talking about the flag bowl?
Yeah. And then the Super Bowl, February the 11th, 5:30 p.m. Central Time. And we were just discussing Super Bowl parties and all that kind of good stuff. And over the last year or two, I've just sat at home and, you know, we've made food for just the family, and I've just enjoyed it.
Maybe
really.
people just didn't invite me. Is why
Maybe
I've
that's
never been
it.
to one.
Well, they know you don't like them.
Well, it ain't that.
Yeah.
It is hard to any game, college, pro, or big game, and
Right.
you have a gathering.
Right.
You can't really watch the game.
Yeah.
I want to focus on the game.
I know.
And I actually want to focus on the halftime show, and I want to focus on the commercials, and it's
Yeah.
hard to do that with 10, 12 people running around.
It
your
is.
house.
Exactly.
Have a-
Especially
Yes.
because you got couples coming. Well, a lot of the wives don't care.
Yeah.
So they're going to be back there yapping. during the game.
Right.
Bunch-
Kids
bunch-
running everywhere.
bunch of
Hush
chicks.
up.
Yeah.
I have a question for one Michael Helms. Yesterday you said that you were all in on The Hill. Did you watch The Hill?
No, I had some things come up and went in a different direction. Actually watched Miracle though.
Oh, you did.
Yeah,
You went Miracle.
I needed it. Yeah.
Hey, that middle part a little long, wasn't it?
Huh?
When they're in the snow.
Actually, because of you, I fast forwarded it.
Okay. Better movie because of it.
There was your butt.
I saw that, thought of you, and I thought, well, I know where it ends, and that's when they're out there playing football in the snow, and that's when all are tackling each other, whatever they're doing.
Get through it.
And I got through that, but yeah, I did watch it. Yeah.
But shorten the movie a little bit.
Well, Greg
I needed some Herb Brooks yesterday.
There you go.
So
did you really think he gave Jim Craig that speech? I think he did. Maybe.
about the you talking about it towards the end when he told him
be
that
the guy that wouldn't take the test.
Yes, I did. Of course. I mean, he probably didn't say it like that, but
that is possible
because he. Look,
it's not corny. Let me say, if it's made up, it's not corny.
Fired me up.
So that's fine. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I needed that yesterday. The that speech, the one where he goes into the locker room when he's got the kid that's hurt, and he's asked the doctor.
Oh, I love that one.
He's asked the doctor if would he get more hurt, more serious, would you hurt it any worse? And called him a candy, and then turned around and said, "That'll fire him up."
What about when they're doing the sprints? What about they do the sprints again?
Yes.
Again.
Oh,
and his assistant coach goes, "Come on now."
Yeah.
You crossing that
Craig,
line?
send them.
Yeah. And then he's just like, what do I do about it?
They turned the lights off. They thought they were going in. So that's the part that probably didn't happen either, but I feel like it did.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah. It was, as long as it's presented well.
Yeah. And it wasn't corny. He was just trying to get them to say their name, where they're from, and who they play for.
That's right.
And when I don't know, was it Rizzoni that
I think he started
that actually finally said USA, and he said, "That'll be all, gentlemen." Walked off the ice.
Mm-hmm. See, some of that might have happened.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like in Rudy where they all could lay their jerseys down on the table.
Exactly.
Desk. I mean,
perfect example.
I'll say this: Kirk Douglas plays a heck of a coach.
He does.
Kurt Douglas.
No, what's his
Kurt
name?
Russell.
I knew you.
Russell.
I pictured old Kurt Douglas out there.
Sorry.
What if
Kurt Russell. He plays a heck of a coach.
He does.
Like,
I like Kurt Russell.
Heck of a coach.
He's good at everything.
Yeah. That's one reason why I watch Monarch. This is Apple Plus deal going on. Helmsy, have you called 911 lately?
I have not.
Okay.
It's a new year. He's reset the clock.
Well, first quarter.
I had an opportunity a couple weeks ago, and I didn't do it.
You don't want to waste it in January.
No, I just didn't want the ridicule that comes behind it in this group.
Yeah, well, there's
probably somebody needed me, and I just didn't do it.
Unless it's a bad wreck or somebody with a gun trying to rob somebody, just let everything else go.
It was a wreck. I told y'all about it. I talked about it on the air.
Yeah. Well, there's a story out of Atlanta, WSB, where the Atlanta 911 dispatchers are saying they get so many non-emergency calls that it's tough to sometimes keep the line open. They get calls to find out game scores.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's like so non-emergency. It's like people are using 911 to sometimes just find out things.
Like it's an information line.
Yeah, and they're trying to get the word out. Hey, that's not what it.
Do you realize how just out of touch you have to be to think that's? I tell you what, I need to know the score of this ball game. I'm gonna call 911, ask them if they know.
Yeah, listen to this one. They're receiving calls like a homeowner called asking for help to move pillows from one couch to another.
Come on.
I'm just telling you what this story says. Out of the 911 dispatch center in Atlanta, WSB TV is reporting that a lot of these non-emergency calls they're receiving is tying up the phone lines and messing up some of the resources that they use to deal with real emergency calls. Made me think of you, Helmsy. You don't just call 911. You actually think it's for some reason.
I feel like every time I've called, there was one that could have been questionable, but most of the time it's an emergency. I feel like it's an emergency.
98% of the time.
And listen, probably somebody else has already called at that point, but I just feel like I'm doing my duty as a citizen.
Right. This one here, one of the it says here the director of, I guess, East Atlanta 911 Center. It says, we even received multiple calls for just regular requests, like one asked to assist him in finding his keys. Could you send somebody?
I've got a friend that's a fireman.
Yeah.
Gerald Cates. And it seems like he told me one time, and it's not quite as bizarre as that, but they did get called to a house because a cat was behind the dryer.
Oh, really?
And it wouldn't come out.
It wouldn't come out.
He said, you know what I did? I reached in there and snatched it up and took it out. Said, done.
Oh, I just don't understand people. Well, I wonder how much alcohol is involved with some of this, or just what are they thinking? So you're calling to ask, hey, could you help me move a pillow, and can you help me find my keys? Hey, and what's the score of the ball game?
Yeah. And
Did
by
the
way,
Falcons win?
Did they cover? I had
Who
a little
does
money on
that?
it. Look, there's some people that we intermingle with every day that we assume are normal.
Right.
But they're not.
Right. And Helmsy, I mean, I think you have a good. I mean, you have your mind is right. It's like, hey, I see something. They need assistance.
Like when he saw that toddler down here on 459.
Right. He said, "Wow, that thing."
You know, I did call that time about the man shirtless in middle of 65 walking around.
Right.
Because that was dangerous. That was pretty dangerous. Somebody was going to hit
Nobody
it.
wants to hit somebody.
That's a good heads up.
And it was late, and there wasn't that many people out there, and I don't even know if people passing saw him half the time.
Yeah, I'll give you. I think that.
Helmsy, I think that's if you're on the
that
interstate shirtless in the middle of the lane, that's a 911 call.
Yeah.
Hey, heads up, mile marker, whatever. We got us a guy walking around, no shirt on.
And the rest of us been wrecks. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's okay to call 911.
I assume most people already have, unless you saw the wreck happen.
Boy, we came up on one. We went to Huntsville, a wreck. And it literally 45 minutes just not moving. And we finally came up on them. And you know what happened? An EV caught on fire.
Oh, really?
Yes. And it was a big handle for the emergency.
The old lithium battery
trucks.
fire. You can't put it out.
Hey, please don't think small fire. I'm talking about engulfed like a huge bonfire, just burning. Them trying to put it out and then get everybody around. It was a mess.
I imagine sitting there watch your car burn.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this year or just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment on your journey. I know that's for me. It's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds, indispensable in 2024. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me. Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. It's no wonder their everyday earbuds have tens of thousands 5-star reviews. Now's the time to check it out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today and get 20% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 20% off. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at hellofresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at hellofresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's the Good Time Gang. We're live. I am Speedy. There's Greg Burgess, Michael Helms to my right, who's got a birthday coming up Monday, by the way. 46. Isn't that what you said? 46 years old. Hello. Adler, Rick, and Bubba all join us right after top of the hour. I will be off tomorrow, back on Monday, traveling today. Lord willing, we'll get into Daytona, Orlando later on. Good thing, too, this whole driving, flying thing. Good thing we're driving, I guess, now, because games are being moved around. And we would have been tied down with flight times and getting from the airport and all that kind of good stuff. So hopefully things will be smooth and we'll roll out here soon after the show today.
Got you a long drive ahead of you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just gotta. How do you, when y'all have long drives like Helmsy, when you went to EKU and others taking the tennis team to different places, do y'all like divide your trip up? Like, if I can just get here. Like in that trip, if I can just get to Chattanooga.
I do. I break it down. Anytime I try, I do it on my way home every day.
Right.
I do, but when you have 9 other people in a van and it's all women, they'll stop and pee.
Oh,
You
yes.
gotta do that.
So we have to, and I tell them, like, because I will get in these modes where I'll try to go, I'll even punish myself a little bit. Like, I know you got to pee right here, Helms, but you need to push through this for the next hour and a half to get to this place.
Right.
But I can't ask them to do that. And so what's funny is we went on one trip and I because of coffee left here and because of coffee, water, Spark. I'm stopping every hour.
Oh yeah.
Because of me. I'm just pulling over. I don't want to make myself miserable. I know they got to do, I figure, well, they're all going to get out and use the restroom anyway. They'll love this, so I'm going to stop. Well, then when we went to Starkville a couple of weeks ago, I don't know why, but I never had to use the restroom, so I just kept driving. and they didn't ask me to stop, and so
Everybody's
finally,
in there like this.
yes, and I finally got to a point where I needed to get gas, and so I pulled over, and one of the girls said, "So glad you stopped, Coach. I've had to pee for like an hour and a half."
Hour and a half.
And I'm like,
That's
I didn't say
Yeah.
anything at that point, but later on in the little speech before we head back, I was talking serious tennis stuff our next few days, and I said, and by the way,
Let's
I
cover
said
this.
if anyone needs to use the restroom at any time, please let me know. I will gladly stop. I do not mind if it's 30. If we've just stopped and we're only for 30 minutes, I'll get back off. It's not a big deal. Y'all don't need to sit there and wait on me to do this.
You got that many females in one vehicle. Somebody always has to.
Yes.
Always.
And she was like, "You always stop." That's what she said. She said, "You always stop." And so
wrong
when
with
you
you?
didn't, I was like, I didn't know what to do. And I'm
wait.
like, "Well, just tell me. I'll stop."
My sister accused me one time. We were going to a ball game, and of course they wanted to stop all the time. And she, after the trip, she goes, "Well, God forbid you have to go to the bathroom. Greg makes you feel like you're a horrible person." I said, "What? I didn't. I guess I couldn't hide. It was kind of get on my nerves." It
Yeah,
was.
yeah. Like, look, it's well known that really none of us, Helmsy in a different situation when he's in charge of his team, but none of us like to stop. I want to push through it. I want to go.
Yeah.
But I'll try to divide it up. For some reason, I'm thinking if I can get to Dothan today, that's good. And then from Dothan, just keep on going.
If it's an area that I'm familiar with, and I don't guess that'll be the case for you today, but I would always go. I mean, I'd punish myself. I'd say, okay, hey, listen, you just got to bear down. You got an hour before you get to this destination, and this specific spot is your goal to get to. I mean, even like Buc-ee's, you got to get to Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
You're not stopping until you get to Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
And then I celebrate when I'm there. I'm like, you did it.
You did it.
That a baby.
You look funny running to the bathroom, but
You
did
did.
it.
Yes,
When
yes.
Taylor and Kelsey lived in Georgia, especially after Ellis was born, we would go constantly.
Yeah.
But I had it broke down on, okay, we're going to stop here. We're going to pee because not only did you have to battle, is there a place to go, but then you hit an area where you don't want to pull over.
Right.
So you better take care of your business before we get
That's
in there because
right.
we don't want to stop here.
Don't want to do that.
So we had our spots, and we stopped at them every time, the
Yeah.
exact same place, and had it all planned out because if you don't,
Well, to your point, though, Helms, we're talking about we drink so much water or coffee or whatever during the show. Heck, I'll pee till 12 o'clock or 1 every day because I'm talking about we are chugging those waters.
Yeah.
And so I'll have to start pulling back a little bit in preparation of that.
mean this right?
But talking about, hey, man, this will be the last. Hey, you better if you're hungry or you got to use the bathroom, you've heard this. You better stop here because there is nothing. There either is nothing between there and where you got to go, or it's areas you don't want to stop. Yeah. So Terry and I are going over towards Georgia a couple of weekends ago, and she said that. She said, hey, we need to stop right here because if we don't stop right here, there's nothing between here and where we're going.
There's no worse feeling on that either.
Yeah. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay, well,
I know exactly where she's talking about.
Yeah.
You got to get it right just past Douglasville and all that. You better stop.
Well, that is true, but this is somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so listen. So she says that. She gives me this big speech.
Oh, no.
And you think it can't be that bad.
Right. So we pull over, and wasn't a great place, but we pull over. I'm like, wow, if this is the best place, then, man, we really need to stop. So we get back in the car, and we're traveling. It was only about 35 minutes from there to where we were going, but she needed to use the restroom and everything. Now, again, remember, she gave me this big speech about, hey, there is nothing between here and there. So we get going about 20 minutes down the road, maybe 15. All of a sudden, I see a Walmart Supercenter and a Zaxby's and an Arby's and a pretty nice gas station.
We're good.
And I looked at Terry and I was like, honey, you said there was nothing. I'm fine with where we stopped, but you gave me this big speech. There was nothing.
We're going through the Sahara Desert.
Well, I've never seen this. I'm like, you've never seen this.
Well, who would
Well, I
notice that
guess I'm
at
just so
Walmart?
concentrated on the road, I didn't see this. 5 minutes down the road. I mean, I'm talking about there's a McDonald's, okay, and
got
now
all
we got us
kinds-
another gas station.
You're like,
I mean, we got so many things, and then
thought
before
you
you
were-
know it, you blink and you're where you needed to be.
you thought you were going to be going down the Amazon.
Hey, she got to laughing because she's like, "How have I?" She just
ain't got nothing between you.
Hey, there's nothing. Told us we better stop here.
Yeah.
Stop here. There's nothing between here and where we got to be. Okay, hon. And I had never been there.
Yeah.
Well, I just didn't see that. I don't know how that happened.
You
I
made a
don't
mental
either.
note if we ever come back through here. You know.
Speaking of being places, when's the last time you've been in a Denny's? You remember all
last
Denny's?
time I
Probably
ate
as a
Denny's
kid.
was in Atlanta, not far from Six Flags.
Oh,
and I don't
I know
remember
exactly where you're talking about.
I don't remember. Of course, now like you don't want to stop there now.
No,
But
you
back
don't.
Then you did.
Not a
Well,
good
back
spot.
then,
Not a
that
good
was
spot.
I mean, if I thought we'd hit the lottery when we got to go to Denny's. Serious
Right,
business.
right.
They put a plate
Yeah.
of food out.
When we
Yeah.
would go on vacations, wherever it might be. I remember being in spring training down in South Florida with my parents and my brother, and we would go to. Dad found a way to include baseball in our vacations, and because we didn't get it enough, so we felt like we
let's
needed
go
to
ahead and
incorporate
get
it there too.
At least a couple more weeks.
But I felt like every morning we'd wake up and we'd go to Denny's, and it was like, I mean, it was the greatest.
great.
It was
Yeah.
the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember being there so hungry. just
so
eating
hungry.
like
And
a
I'm serious. I
crazy
don't
person.
know that I have been in one
I haven't seen one.
since then.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Is there one around here?
I don't know. There used to be because that's the last one I was in.
Why are you
and
bringing up Denny's?
Because Oakland, Oakland's losing everything.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a story. There was a story a few weeks ago because In-N-Out shut down their
and they were
location.
making money. It wasn't
Right.
They weren't making money.
But it was over soaring crime.
Yeah, they couldn't deal with all the crime.
Well, Denny's has closed its Oakland restaurant that's been open for 54 years.
Wow.
Because now it's so dangerous they can't stay open. Now you know it's bad. You know it's bad if it's gotten to that point.
I mean, you can't even sit down and eat some Denny's food without shooting at somebody or trying to rob them.
Yeah, it's so dangerous. Oakland is now so dangerous. Staff is given escorts to walk to the train station at Denny's because they don't want them to get mugged or beat up or killed.
Unbelievable.
It is just sad.
Yeah, California, they doing good, ain't they?
Boy, let me tell you.
What a beautiful place.
Robbery's up like 37% year on year. Burglary up 24%. Motor vehicle thefts rise about 45%. It's at an all-time record. And violent crimes have also spiked by 21% in 12 months. So I could go on and on, but they've shut the doors. And when I saw this, I thought about the last time I was in Denny's. And normally starving.
You've got 4 opportunities in the state of Alabama.
Okay,
wow,
come on with it.
Coleman, Dothan,
Maybe we stop at Dothan today.
You could.
Huntsville,
Okay.
Yeah.
and Hope Hull.
Oh, yeah. Really?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Let me think.
That's on their
I
website.
came right through there the other day. Yeah, I guess it's maybe out there. Wait, I think it may be one that's in like a truck stop.
Probably
combo.
so. I've seen some of those.
yeah.
I think. Yeah, in fact, I know exactly where it is.
Okay.
It's like one of these big, huge truck stops, and inside of it, there's a Denny's.
Man.
We went in there.
'Cause it
We
used to
actually
be
stopped there and used the bathroom on the way home from the beach about a month ago.
It used to
Okay.
be a dream come true
Yeah.
to stop at Denny's.
You
and
knew the
get
family was
some-
doing well,
Yeah,
didn't you,
I
when
did.
we stopped at Denny's?
It was always around a vacation.
Or
I know.
Shoney's.
Yeah.
Oh, I grew up on Shoney's right there at I-20 in Oxford.
Kidding
me? Hot fudge cake. What? Breakfast bar.
I'm so hungry right now.
They were the first breakfast buffet.
Uh-huh.
We tore the new one, too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Program or services not available in all states.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Maybe this will shock you, and maybe it won't, but a survey of people with health insurance shows most say they've had problems with their health coverage just in the last year. Maybe that's you too. So yeah, it's frustrating. But imagine an alternative, a solution to this that actually gets a 98% member satisfaction rating. That's MediShare. That's why it's grown so much. That's why you're hearing about it. So why the incredibly high satisfaction rating? You can save hundreds of dollars a month, and you don't have to compromise on quality or reliability to do it. For 3 decades now, members have been sharing medical expenses and saving up to 50% compared to health insurance. Another reason to love it, you don't have to sacrifice your values to get real value. Medishare is a community of hundreds of thousands of Christians who are like-minded and wanting to help people. So when you share, you save. You can feel good about it. Call now. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt! Yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure that you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt! Yeah!
And Jackson Hewitt also guarantees the accuracy of your return for life. So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
On job sites, few things are more important than a solid work boot. At Boot Barn Work, we pride ourselves on knowing that no matter your trade, when there's hard work to be done, your boot should be built for non-stop protection and mobility. Thorogood checks all the boxes. Their Wear Anywhere boots are time-tested and crafted with the highest quality materials for relentless support. For job-fitted boots, Thorogood at Boot Barn Work.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, it's 9 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour today. We thank you so much for hanging out with us, as always. All right, I'm getting information from those that live in Dothan and home of News Talk 103.9 WDBT, Rick and Bubba's home there. We got all kinds of stuff. Wow, we got good night. Look at here. We have got information on the Denny's in Dothan, guys.
Oh, you know the Denny's in Dothan, the D&D.
Yeah. And thank you. Let me just tell everybody, thank y'all very much for the heads up.
Okay. Well, you might stop by and get you a little something.
Let me just say that. That's all I'll say. Yesterday we talked about, Helmsy and I kind of brought to the table, maybe we start a feature or a bit where Greg brings to the show what he actually likes with no buts or no interruptions or no criticizing of any kind. And some listeners here, and look, I know movies is kind of what we were focusing on, or different things, but a couple of things that everybody said we know that you love. I thought this was interesting because it was a variety of different things here. Smokey and the Bandit, we talked about that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Don Day's Peanuts.
Yes.
We talked about
Had
that.
them this morning.
Now, sometimes, though, you can be a little critical of those.
No.
Yeah.
Depending on which bag he's in.
Yeah.
Well.
Your mom's lasagna.
Oh, yeah. That's
You
good
love
stuff.
that.
There's no
Perfection.
but there at all.
That's
Right,
perfection.
No. Chicken in general.
I love chicken. That's fact.
Hunt Brothers Pizza.
I like it. Nothing like pizza at a gas station.
Any music documentary.
Oh, yes. Even if it's a band I don't like. It's ridiculous.
That is true.
Even
Yeah.
if it's a
That
group
is true about you.
I'm
Yeah.
watching Culture Club, and I'm going, why do I care where Boy George was born?
Yeah.
You know?
But it's just behind the scenes stuff. I'll
I
get
love
locked
it.
into that in
I
a
do.
second.
Especially if it's the rise and fall.
Yes.
You know?
Oh, well, look, I
And
think
then
the
the
last one I've seen was it the Bee Gees? And that was so intriguing. I learned so much about them.
That was a good one.
Yes.
Long.
Golly.
Long,
what a
too.
career. Your truck.
Oh, yeah.
You love
Because
your
I'm
truck.
a Hendrick driver. I had a remote
Helmsy.
there yesterday at the
Helmsy.
new place. You ought to see it.
Helmsy,
Shining
please
like
don't-
new money.
Please look at him when he's talking.
Huh?
Calitrin.
Calitrin weight
Yeah.
loss formula.
Talladega Super Speedway.
That's right.
Ooh, NASCAR in general, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
By
they're
the way,
starting to stray a little.
have y'all seen the Netflix documentary that keeps popping up? There's a new behind the scenes on NASCAR.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
On
I
Netflix?
think it's called Full Speed, maybe.
Ooh, I got to check that
Let me
out.
look this
Yeah.
up.
Oh, and while you're doing that,
You know how
Helmsy-
they did the golf thing and the
Oh, yeah,
tennis
yeah,
thing?
yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
like that, but NASCAR.
Right.
Okay. Now, I like classic
Yeah.
NASCAR more than
Yeah.
I do current.
Right.
But I can still do it.
Full Speed's what it's called.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm watching.
Beer.
No, we joke around.
Okay.
Right.
There was one too. Somebody called about. Let me find it. I got another documentary. Just that made me think of something. I'll look it up. Mr. Buddy James.
Oh, yeah, it's my friend. He greets me every day.
They're my friends.
Saw him this morning. He ran off into the darkness. He does.
Did he
He'll
chase
come-
you down?
Yeah. When I crank, he runs up, barks at my truck.
Yeah.
And then runs off into the darkness. I don't know what he does there, but I can hear him far off barking, but I don't know what he's barking at. And then Millie now, she turns circles.
Okay.
When you try to drive, and
Yeah.
does them nearly up under your tire, so you got to watch her. But was she circling when you came home, or she just barking?
No, she's circling.
She'd run
like I
circle,
couldn't.
run circle,
Yeah.
run circle.
Yeah.
And she'd do that weird thing where she'd get in front of your tires and
yeah, what
dare
is
you
that?
to go.
What is that?
I don't know.
She,
Scary. I thought I was going to hit her.
Oh, I'm worried about the UPS and all them. They're going to
Yeah.
get her eventually.
So I did not. You like any white trash television?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Anything.
I've took that and comboed it into 1,000-Pound Sisters. There's only one more episode this year, and I'm gonna be disappointed when
Right.
it comes. I watched. Me and Lisa watched last night. Good night. That's funny, guys. It's more than just a bunch of fat people. It's funny. Y'all hear when they talk to each other.
Yeah, yeah.
Because now we got the whole family.
Right.
Not just the two main sisters. We brought in two more sisters and a brother. And they all went on vacation to Pensacola, and it didn't go well. Didn't go well at all.
So they were in Pensacola where my sister and brother-in-law live, and they didn't know it.
Yes.
That's funny.
And look, the things they say, like the one they're on the beach, and that one of them, she goes, "What? They act like they ain't never seen a bunch of fat people." And she started,
okay.
because
Is
everybody
she-
was staring
is
at
she
them.
talking out loud and everything? Okay. I love it. I saw we had a caller call about this, and I didn't give them much when they called because I thought to be honest, I thought they might have been a little mistaken or something because they brought up a new behind-the-scenes music, kind of behind-the-scenes documentary on Netflix called "The Greatest Night in Pop."
Oh yeah, We're the World.
Yes,
I'm gonna watch
and I
that.
thought it was the one we had already seen because I've seen one.
They
that's-
use parts of it.
Yeah, but this is brand
It's
new.
different.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
it's
needed
new.
that
But they
because I
do
saw
use
that
some of the
yesterday,
old
and I thought,
footage.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's been so long since I saw the old one. Oh, you think I ain't in
Yeah.
on that? You're
Yeah.
wrong.
Oh
I
yeah,
love
Lionel
that.
Richie and Michael Jackson wrote the song, and they go back and just they talk about how the voices and how they put the lines together and
Unbelievable.
everything. And it's a very detailed documentary. I watched the trailer, so I want to apologize to the caller. It's not that I dogged him; I just didn't give him much on it.
I know.
And now that I see that, I'm all in. But I know you'd like that because it's behind the
I
scenes.
will watch it.
Yeah.
And I saw the original, and like I say, it shows footage like it showed Sheila E. Did you see that part? She ain't happy. She said they invited her just because they thought Prince would come with her. And they had told her she was going to get a solo part, and she didn't get one. They really wanted it for him, and he didn't show.
Yeah. Well, I did see in the
she's
trailer.
a little bitter about it.
I did see in the trailer that they said, not everybody gets a singing part.
That's right.
And that was tough to make that decision.
Let me ask you a question, because you brought up
A lot
Brent.
of talent in that room.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I was going to. So you're riding in the car today, and all right, let's go Speedy's trip. Speedy's got a trip today.
8 hours.
Okay, you got 8 hours in the car today. You can only listen to one of the three, and you have to listen the entire time.
Oh wow.
Prince, Michael Jackson, or Elvis.
Prince.
Prince. Can I go?
I think
Jackson?
I'm going Prince too.
Can I go Jackson 5 and Michael Jackson, or is it just his solo stuff?
Michael Jackson. I'm a disappoint y'all. He's third for me.
You would go Elvis before Michael Jackson?
I think I would. When for Thanksgiving when we rode over to Johnette and Regs. I said Greg.
Well,
Johnette and Regs. Sorry, Reg. And he did say, "Hey, Greg." For Thanksgiving, Mom and Dad were in the back seat, and Terry and I started playing music, that they grew up on, and they were just loving it. We got into this Elvis run, and I just
Lisa loves
if
Elvis.
if I'm in that mood, I could listen to some Elvis now.
So if I give you Jackson 5, are you going that route?
I'm going Michael Jackson.
I'll give
if
you
you give
that.
me Jackson,
I'll
5.
give
I
you
want to
that.
hear ABC, and
All right, well, let me ask you this: if I don't give you that route, who do you go?
If you don't give me
between
that route,
Elvis and Prince.
I had to go Elvis. There's some Prince stuff I really like, but a lot of his stuff I don't like at all.
Yeah, now there is.
He had a
you
weird
get
run.
to pick your Prince music.
Well, so
you
I
don't
just
have
hang
to,
close to Purple Rain and pretty much
for the
dominate.
8 hours.
Yeah.
That'd be tough, but
Well,
yeah,
Purple
you know
Rain
what I'm
is
saying?
long though.
Prince had some stuff I really like.
You'll go 2 or 3 exits hearing that one song.
Hey, I'll say this.
You're right.
That's you're
When
all
Doves
over
Cry.
that.
Yeah.
Prince is really 3 Elvis songs. The Purple Rain.
Yeah.
I think
you're
I
right.
go Prince, and then Michael Jackson, and then
Yeah, boy.
Elvis and I
listen,
just didn't
I'm
have
sorry,
a
I hope I
good
didn't
run.
disappoint y'all.
Here I go. I appreciate the icon Elvis
I do
Elvis
too.
was
I know.
and all that. But as far as sitting down and listening to music,
I don't.
I only think maybe 2 songs. And that Lisa will be mad at me for saying that. She loves her son Elvis.
Yeah.
And then Pace Jones loves it too. She's exposed him to it, and he sings Elvis.
That's funny.
Wow. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Main show will start. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Next thing y'all can tell me is Elf's not real.
No, that's real.
Buddy, that's
Yeah.
real.
But I love Remember the Titans because
It's a good movie.
I will tell you
It's
this.
not that corny. It's got a few moments.
What about Brian's song? How close was it?
I've never really dissected
When
that
I was a
one.
kid,
Because
that
we
movie-
didn't do that back then. We just took it at face value.
that movie used to just tear you up when you was a kid.
Can we not enjoy this moment?
Well, look, what's
Well,
happening?
that didn't happen.
What's happening right now on?
And they also said
didn't
that Dan Devine was not that against him getting in the game. The way they portrayed him, all mad about it.
Let me ask you this. Both of they came up with this scene of them turning their jerseys in.
The whole team's quitting?
To illustrate that the team supported Rudy and was behind him. What about if they were like, okay, that historically happened. The team was behind him, so to illustrate
Well, if that
that,
makes
we
you
need to
feel
show
better, yeah.
them turning in jerseys.
That makes you feel
They
better.
didn't really turn in jerseys, but the team was going, "Hey, we're out of here if you don't get it."
Couldn't they just be for him?
So
I'm
you're
just
telling me the
saying,
team wasn't
that'd
going
make
to
a
play.
good movie,
So
Rick.
you're telling me the team wasn't going to play.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Do you think maybe that's what the directors were going for? That maybe the story was
There's
that,
a lot
and,
of artistic freedom.
and Rudy, the real Rudy from the movie Rudy, when he was in here, he talked about how the team
Guys, we actually talked to
just asking.
to the Irwin brothers on Woodlawn, which we have personal tie to. And they said there's characters in here that are the compilation of like 3 different people.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because they
You can only have so many. Man.
Yeah.
And
It's,
so I'm
And
thinking
a lot
that
of
maybe.
moments you have to make up. I mean, you got to make it entertaining. Not
So I'm thinking
everything
maybe the
about
team
this person's
supported him
life's
and
entertaining.
loved him, and that was their way of showing it. In the
No, I don't
movie.
even think they liked him.
So
No,
you got him hating.
That's what
him.
I heard. Right.
I'm gonna call Rudy the real Rudy.
well, if you
from the
make up
movie
people,
Rudy and find out.
if you make up a gender stadium, you'll make up anything.
I'll tell you what.
So
He was a bip to him, wasn't he? Him.
Well, I will say this, and this is another thing you ruined for
Elvis
me.
pointed that
But,
out.
well, because see,
You
I
were
didn't,
right, by
I
the way.
didn't know what a bip was till I got here, and then watching the movie the whole time, I'm thinking, well, Rudy was a bip to everybody.
Yeah, he was. Elvis
And
pointed
so
that out.
now,
I said,
now
You're
I
right.
can't watch that because of this show
No,
either.
can I tell you this? And this speaks poorly.
Rudy? Real Rudy?
This speaks poorly to
real
me.
Rudy.
This speaks poorly to me, not to Rudy.
Rudy from the real Rudy.
This is a dig on me, not a dig on Rudy. But when I played, he would have gotten on my nerves to no end.
You know, the guy's getting after it.
And
He could not call
and
himself.
think about this.
I'd have been like,
the
hey,
real
hey,
Rudy,
hero, we just practiced.
The real Rudy was here. We had the mom from.
Well, I wasn't here for Rudy. I was here for the mom.
You would have liked Rudy, the real Rudy from the movie Rudy, when he was here.
Yeah, he
Rudy.
seemed like a good.
From the real
Can I
Rudy.
tell you why you would like the real Rudy?
Let's hear it,
from the
Rick.
movie Rudy.
You know you're about to play it.
Because
Go ahead.
because he said
Already.
openly that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Right.
So he
From the
didn't.
real
Yeah,
Rudy.
yeah,
But he did say, no, I'm kidding.
You're tore up about them jerseys.
I am.
Because you got all
I'm just
teary-eyed.
asking-
He got teary-eyed when he watched it.
Okay, now you got me being teary-eyed.
You were.
Throwing cheap, too. I don't know how.
Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy from the movie Rudy, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
And I'm Rudy.
Obviously, y'all didn't write him a script.
No.
He got hung at Rudy and couldn't
Greg,
get
we
out
didn't want to write him script, just like the movie
I'm
wasn't
Rudy,
scripted.
the real Rudy from the movie Rudy. How
Was
about
he
Rudy?
slurring his R's or was it just me? Rudy.
Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy from the movie Rudy, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Just think, right now he's somewhere and he doesn't
great
have
guy.
a clue we're talking about him right now.
Greg.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six and a half minutes now past the hour. Hello and welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show underway. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go. The kickoff hour is behind us. You can grab that archive if you missed it on our daily archives today, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel, whichever works for you. Historic show today. We'll talk about that more next hour as we work our way to that big announcement today. But let's get him in here. The silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
There ain't much left to see now. Everybody. Well, I'm still holding on, and there ain't much left of me. There you go.
Gosh, that song is so true, isn't it?
Isn't that good? Isn't that a dandy?
I tell you, when they wrote the lyrics of that, somebody was walking through it, wasn't it?
Can I tell you, it may be one of my favorite songs that I've ever
mine
heard.
Too.
Yeah,
mine too.
I would
just to crank it up and roll the windows down.
It's a doozy, and like you say, it is written from the heart, no doubt about that. So we do have some things we'll discuss here. I think the most difficult thing, and I was asking Bubba about this since we have such a big announcement coming up next hour, is what do we do till then? And because it's all we can think about. And I thought, well, I did see the We Are the World documentary guy mentioned yesterday. It is Adler's little boy's
Ezra's #1 birthday.
Yeah,
it's Adler's
birthday. Yeah. And of course, we thought it would be hilarious to get to the point that we've been telling everybody, big announcement today, and the big announcement be that Ezra's won.
I know it.
Yeah, so Ezra Adler, 1 year old today.
It happened so fast.
I did have one person ask me yesterday. They said, "Is Scott Dawson running for governor again?" I said, "No, not this time.
That's
not
a good
this time."
That is a good one. We will also, because I think we should get this out of the way too. Bubba's not sick.
Bubba is fine, far as we know, more than just the regular dying that we all are doing.
Right, yeah.
I just got a clean scan. I got a clean blood test.
Right.
I'm
That's
fine.
Awesome. Right.
I'm fine for 6 months.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So
right.
we and who knows?
Right.
You never know what you're gonna run into between tests.
No. No. Well, and like I said, we all in that boat.
Yeah.
So
Anybody
also
gets behind a car every day.
Also, those of you that have been praying for our sister, for Greg and my sister, thank you. Yesterday, we're not out of the woods yet, but yesterday she seemed to make a good turn. Greg and I, Greg, when we both walked into her room, I couldn't tell whether she was glad to see us, or went, oh boy, here we go. They're going to come in here and hack on me because I got this thing in my nose.
Yeah.
And we
expected some of that
immediately.
You didn't mess with the tubes or anything.
Now, can I tell you that?
Oh, Snuffleupagus.
Can I tell you that yeah, he did. Yeah, Snuffleupagus was thrown out there. But one of the things that did happen yesterday, and it was odd. We realized how old we're getting, and you're really going to realize that today. But we had 2 doctors walk in, and Greg and I thought they were high school students or something.
That's what they
were
like.
shadowing.
And they were doctors.
And they looked so much younger. They were so much younger than us. It was kind of mind-blowing.
You know why? Because we're real old. But
anyway, it was they keep doing these scans because she had internal injuries in the intestinal area and all that, and so they're doing all these scans. Well, there was something going on apparently that they were wanting to give her an update on, which turned out to be no big deal and good news, but but it involved female things. And Greg and I were there, and she looked. She said, "Do you want your brothers to leave before we have this discussion?" And of course, our sister's on pain meds and stuff. Now she says, "No, they've heard it all." Yeah, and then she started, and I was like, "Well, I wish we weren't here. I wish we were not here." And and then it also hit us that our baby sister is 50 next month.
How about that?
When that's your baby sister?
Yeah. The young one.
Yeah. So anyway, but she's doing better. And yesterday, I hope that, from all I gathered before I went to bed last night, she continued on that more positive path. So, but she's got a few more. She's going to be in the hospital a little bit longer, but she needed to make a big step yesterday, and it looked like she might have been started to make that step. So that was good.
Did you try to get Big Lift into the parking of the hospital?
No, Greg and I made an executive decision since we were going to be dealing with parking decks downtown.
Yeah,
what a mess.
Which trying to go visit somebody at this hospital is a thrill. and so
running the gauntlet.
Yeah, so Greg and I went as far, and Bubba, you would appreciate this because I know you're in the same boat. We just decided let's do what would be the simplest thing, even if it was a little inefficient on Greg needing to get home and where we would be located.
Spot.
So we met somewhere, got in Greg's smaller truck, and of course now, anybody ridden with Greg lately?
Really?
I wasn't familiar where I was going.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Right.
Lisa is very critical.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Well, he's not going to listen to instruction.
Really?
I was like, I was like, there's the entrance right there, and then he's
but there was another one said entrance because I went to it and it was like where they unloaded stuff.
Yeah, that's where the utilities trucks go in.
Yeah,
this is the one for us to go
make
park.
Another lap.
The reason why I know this is the right one, it's got the gate where you get the ticket.
How was the turnaround?
Not good.
And let me tell you this.
Not
this
great.
is a great new thing they've done is put these little lights over that are lit red or green on whether so you can see if there's a space open. Well, they don't work.
They don't work.
Oh, there were a lot of them that said it was green. You get there and there's a car in it.
Yeah.
Great technology.
Well, how is that supposed to work? I mean, what?
It's like you can look up as you're going up there.
I know, but what's
the sensor?
triggering it?
Yeah, must be a sensor.
I don't know. Must be a sensor when you pull in and out of the thing.
I hate
parking. It's not working
decks.
though. It's not working.
Oh, they're horrible.
Decks.
They're horrible.
Oh,
and I got news for you. They need to build another one down there. They don't have enough room for everybody.
A lot of folks.
A lot of cars.
A lot of folks.
Circle that thing.
Hey, real confusing hospital. Lots of folks.
Right. Now, did you want to? Because I know sometimes in driver's ed they'll put a sticker on the car like new driver or whatever. Did you want a sticker like that for his truck?
I wanted to say new to downtown. Country Mouse is trying to get no downtown parking deck. But
yeah.
Student driver.
Country Mouse.
And then you get in there and hey, you got to wait on the elevator. A lot of people on elevators. One floor stop, every floor stop, every floor.
They're fast, they are.
And then what about this thing? Take your parking ticket with you. When there is an option to pay with your credit card on the way out, well, why am I got to take it with me? If that option's there, I'll just leave it in the truck.
Yeah, we found out you could do that since I left in the truck.
Yes, he did. No matter how many signs they had.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you How about it, Bubba?
How about it, Rick? How are you, sir?
You know what? I'm drawn back like a flip. I'm ready. As we said, when we get down here to the end, there's a little edge. We've got a lot to do today. It will be total mayhem, and we, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take the mayhem, we're going to embrace it, we're going to love it, and we're going to make it our own.
Yes. Well, that's kind of what we've done for 25 years in some form or fashion. We do want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. What a great season it is.
Right. It was interesting. I
can't focus because I have weeds in my eyes here.
Yeah. Adler's put some things here on our
garland.
The funny thing about it,
garland.
and I started laughing my head off because I love things like this.
Right.
Is that when Adler had worked hard to try to make it in here, and of course it would still work for the daily documentary today. But when I heard that today we don't have a phone number, Facebook Live is down, so nobody's going to see it.
Right.
Other than the daily documentary today. Of course, it's back now, so we're good. And then I heard Hash Brown Hero was late.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I thought to myself, well, this thing.
Look, if breakfast is canceled, I'm out of here.
Right. So let's walk through the things that. First of all, Facebook Live's okay, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. It's back.
Right.
So welcome to all of you watching on Facebook Live. The YouTube thing, we were freed from it, according to an email about 10 days ago, but nothing has happened, so we're still not there.
We're not free.
So you're not really out of jail if they haven't opened the gate, right?
Yeah, somebody said
it's kind of like being impeached, but if you don't carry the papers over to the Senate, it doesn't count.
Right.
I like that.
Well, the worst part, like you said, is like this thing with YouTube. It's like somebody comes to your cell and says you're free to go, but they won't unlock it.
Yeah.
You know, it's well, I can't get out of here if you want to unlock me. But so anyway, that
we seem to be, miscommunicating and not exactly in sync with a lot of our, telecommunication companies right now.
Can I tell you why? And I know you.
I know why.
I know you. But I'm telling you, here's what's happening. We have technology is wonderful, and we love it, and we enjoy it, and we embrace it here. We don't run from technology.
Oh yeah, we're usually on the cutting / bleeding edge of a lot of stuff.
But what happens is with all of our advancements, you know what we took away? Just being able to pick up the phone, talk to somebody.
Yeah.
So now you're constantly trying to find some way in technology.
So I can chat to somebody.
Can you explain in a few words your problem? No, I can't.
No.
I tell you who I could explain to, somebody I could get on the phone. You know, and then you go click.
Or more important, somebody we can get our hands on.
Hey, would you like to email? Would you like us to get? Would you like to video chat? Would you like to email chat?
No.
Would you like to? No, would you like the instant message? No, I'd like to talk to somebody.
I want to push a zero for a human.
So I don't know who this
preferably English speaking.
I don't know who these mysterious YouTube people are or where this the Supreme Court of YouTube is. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it is.
Good luck finding it.
And they seem to make it up as they go. But as far as what we do need to let everybody know, as of right now, and I don't see that changing during the show, the 866 We Be Big number is not going to work. And when we come back, we'll tell you why. And then we'll tell you how, because you got to get this number down because, we're going to look back over the year that was 2019, but we're also going to give away a big prize today. So, I mean, you're going to need this. And Bubba always comes up with a way to make it easier to remember, so we'll talk.
But we're not going to do that today. Because the only thing I can come up with, we can't really use.
We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba.
Big year ender, and there's a lot still to come. Kevin Derryberry will be here in a moment, and he's going to sing for us, and then we're all going to sing Christmas carols, as is tradition, with Kevin. Gary, the Bulldozer Man, we will visit with Gary, and then he'll be participating in Twas the Night Before Christmas with this year's version of the Rick and Bubba Players. That's still to come. The last gift of the 12 working days of Christmas, that is still to come. We'll sound the alarm on which bowl game, which group of college football fans have been given Beth Mowens for their bowl game, and I must tell you, this one's going to hurt. This one's a little close to home. So we've got that all coming up on the program. But, Bubba, first let's deal with the obstacle number one today, and that is that 866 We Be Big is not working. When I started getting your text, I was driving. So when you're driving, you have to be careful.
Yeah, you shouldn't be reading text while you're driving. Rick.
So I waited till I stopped.
I had to be careful because I was having cheese dip while I was texting. So I had to be careful.
When I kept looking down, you can just see fragments of it, and I must tell you, to see fragments of it, you really don't know what's going on.
You're lost.
So I waited till I stopped to read the whole thing, but. Super Tom, the engineer, is here to do a little sound for Derryberry here in a few moments, and has been engineering all of our live. We're back. Big announcement coming up next hour. I know. If you've got friends, family, and they normally don't do the live option, and I know that, by the way, that's a lot of you, try to find a way to let them know. I mean, I guess they don't have to hear it live. I guess they can hear it on the normal time. But anyway, you might want to give them a heads up. All right, so working our way back, we do not want to let this announcement today overshadow the 1-year birthday of Ezra Adler. How's Ez doing?
I thought that was the big announcement. Hey, look who's turning 1. Wow.
So how is Ezra doing?
Man, he is fantastic. It is. He's my boy.
How's that feel?
He's already so much less complicated than my daughter.
Already. I didn't take long.
Yep. No. She has wants and desires and dreams and ambitions, and she wants to be a mommy, doctor, princess.
Oh, yeah.
Mommy.
Right.
Teacher. That is what she wants to be.
Well, there's a demand for that.
And Ezra just wants to wrestle and bite me.
That's it.
And it's fantastic, man. But he's just the coolest little guy. He's He is in a biting stage, and so it's like you kind of have to let him know, like, hey, buddy, you can't just bite people.
Right.
He's interested in eyes right now, so I'm getting little tiny thumbs jabbed into my eyes all the time.
Yeah, that's nice.
And it's really hard to cut babies.
And they'll go in there pretty deep.
He's interested in eyes.
Oh, they've only got one speed.
Yes, and he's just everywhere. It's just crazy, man. But he's here. He is right here. Little man. Just
look at that.
It's a cup. He's just clacking cups.
Look, he's already a drummer.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty good time.
He's got the beat.
Wow.
Was that 3/4?
Yes, I think so, or 4/4. But he's just a champ.
Hey, buddy.
Always green stuff coming out of his nose.
Sure.
Yeah. That's why I sound like the way I sound right now.
It never stops.
It never stops.
Right.
It's that whole first year of daycare, and I've had somebody sneezing in my face or coughing in my mouth for the last 3 months or so. So that's been a tough time.
It has.
Yes.
Adler,
but
seeing
great,
him grow
man.
up
It's great.
is one thing, but we've seen you grow up too.
Oh,
and that's even stranger.
It really is.
How long have you been on the show?
I have been, I guess, Helms. I always ask Helms because it was 6 months after him that I was hired.
I think it's 14 years for me, 15 years for Greg.
Okay, so I'm at like 13 and a half years.
Yeah, I may be starting my 16th,
I think,
maybe.
and I will start my 15th in October.
Okay, so
I think
13, 14 years.
And Adler, we've seen you grow up. I mean, you came in here a long-haired guitar. Well, we've seen you mature a lot.
Right.
And I mean, over that 13 years, you've had your hair cut, what, twice?
At least.
At least. You know what's weird? And even today, I meant to tell everybody this. Oh, it's in there. I think I left it on my desk.
What you got?
But the Mount Rushmore tea glass. The second installment of the 30th anniversary collectible glasses it's out today. But when they did the drawings of Adler, they based it off the only staff picture we ever took. And Adler's hair is short.
Yeah,
isn't that weird?
I paid for that. I think I paid $100.
It was $100, Helms. You did.
Oh yeah, y'all paid me to get a haircut one time.
Yes,
Bubba and Bubba. And
I had
Helms.
$100 invested in that.
I remember it.
You invested in the future of my life, Helms.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you, man.
So look,
Future
Adler's
life.
got really short hair right there. Can you see that?
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
That makes really short.
Yeah, that hurts a little.
Well, I
bit.
got a noggin on
Yeah,
that. too.
well, you and I got some noggins.
Man.
Helmsy's widow's peak is just blazing.
I'm telling you, it's something else. isn't it?
Speedy's,
I wish I could rent that space out of it.
yeah, right. So the new one's out, and since President's Day and all the presidents this month, it's Mount Rushmore, and it's got all of us on Mount Rushmore. So if you're collecting these, number 2 is out today.
That's awesome.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
There you go. So what are y'all going to do? Because I mean, at one, I know that moms usually, of course, this is your second kid, so there's a little bit of you got a little more expertise this time. But I remember my wife making. Greg, I think we talked about it, Bubby. All these huge 1-year-old birthday things. I'm like, they're not going to even remember this.
No,
I mean,
you think
this is quite a
No,
production.
this is for the parents.
Yeah, right. This is quite a production. So it really is. It's a celebration of the family that the kids turn one.
Taylor fell asleep at his.
Right.
His first birthday. Everybody's there. Everything's decorated. And he was over in Lisa's lap.
We're gonna have a jungle themed birthday party on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
At our house, the whole family's coming over our house, and I did order the cake from Edgar's. I remembered.
Okay, good job.
Oh,
buddy.
look at you.
Good job.
Aaron did have to remind me a couple times, but I remembered.
I bet they were surprised, because usually when Speedy calls them, he wants them for free. I bet they were surprised you paid for it.
I did. I went ahead. I was like, you know what?
It's for y'all.
Y'all bring us breakfast every day for our entire lives. I should probably just, pay for a cake.
Right.
So thank you, Edgar's, very much. But it's going to be great. I'm going to have the folks over. I'm just doing pizza. I'm keeping it simple.
Keep it simple.
Everybody loves pizza.
Right.
I'll have indigestion that night. That's because I'm old now.
Sure,
but that's fine.
And then everybody who's lactose intolerant will have a runny nose, but that's fine.
Yes.
But it'll be a great celebration.
I'm just glad I remember the cake. That's
big. We go to jungle theme on the cake.
Yeah, jungle theme on the cake. And with this time around, with the first kid, you do everything to the ultimate maximum, and then you're like, all right, I'll back it down for this one. And they have these smash cakes for the kid's first birthday. You know about this?
Oh, yeah.
It's a smash cake that you're supposed to buy a whole extra cake for the kid to smash.
Right. Yep.
And I'm like, well, couldn't we just cut a piece for them? They smash a piece of the
I'm
cake.
with you. It actually probably work.
We're
going to
do a cupcake instead of a full extra cake. So you
smash
scale back for the second.
I think that's wise.
You bring up a good point. I mean, first one you're like, I'm all in. Second one you're like, I'm gonna pull back. Third one you have to just apologize to them that you've really stopped being a parent. Because you used to make a big deal out of them falling. Oh, get up. Are you okay? Now it's like, get up, man.
Yeah,
so at times you have to go, buddy, I'm so sorry.
You can literally watch our kids when they go to that place where Sherry's kept everybody's, some of their special toys and stuff. And you can watch their faces when they see the level of toys, how it clearly winds down.
Oh, yes.
And then also you get down to, the one at the end that you got, not your stuff over there.
Right.
Well, there's like two things over there.
And the first one.
Well, you have that cool truck.
Yeah, and you're playing with all their toys.
Yeah.
The first one you feel like will break.
Right,
right. And then by the last one, you're just, it's like a bag of potatoes. You're like, they're all right.
Then if you have enough of them, it gets down to literally just a book.
Yeah.
What, I had a book? Yeah, it was a nice book. You love that book.
And then everybody else's toys.
Right.
First one has a fever, you call him the doctor. Third one has a fever, he'll be all right, I think. Just take
here's
some apple, bud.
Here's an ice pack.
Now, whose birthday's today?
Right.
Ezra's going to wonder why all of his stuff is like the black spray paint is flecking off and there's pink underneath.
Oh,
he's going to be like, what? Why is everything pink underneath?
Oh,
because we bought it all for Ruby. I'm going to spray paint it black.
Sure. Jeep.
Yeah. Black Jeep, spray paint it.
Yeah.
Black bike, spray paint it.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Happy birthday, Ezra. You'll never remember us saying this to you, but maybe somebody can play it back for you.
I love you, son. I love you, son.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Christmas music that we've been providing throughout the Christmas season here. Tom, you've done a super job. Thank you for that. And then then your world turned upside down yesterday.
I got a call yesterday afternoon from CenturyLink, which is our provider for our phone lines.
CenturyLink.
CenturyLink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he says, guys, we're going to have to shut down your 866 number. And I said, whoa, stop, excuse me.
Whoa.
Hey, this is big. What are you talking about?
about?
He goes, well, we're getting reports of outages, and we traced it back to the show.
Wait a minute.
And yeah. So I kind of chuckle. I go, yeah, we're in the middle of our 12 days of Christmas, and I'm thinking I can talk this thing through.
Right. Yeah.
And he says, well, we've shut it down, and until we can resolve it, we're not going to be able to. It's not working. And immediately, when I realized this is serious, this is not going where I needed to go, we tend to threaten people time to time. I don't need to get into details about that.
Tom, did you get sideways a little bit?
I got a lot sideways,
okay.
And it just got worse.
Well, Tom, let me be clear here. You are a customer, right?
I am a customer.
Okay. Well, you were just expressing your displeasure with the service.
You're just stating the facts.
You're a pretty big customer.
Yes, and I reminded him of that.
I bet.
And how
many cities do you have circuits in now? 45, 50?
Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
Right. But
maybe I should have got with accounting to have a real number before I started threatening.
I mean, our flagship station is owned by a company that has quite a few outlets.
Yes. And just our flagship market, we have tons of services from this company.
Right.
And so I
whoa!
Yeah,
I
that's
said,
kind of
whoa.
where I was. And I said, explain to me what happened. And he commenced to telling me that, during the morning hours for the past week and a half, our network has been crashing. And we've traced it back to your 800 number. It appears that we're seeing over 900 calls per second during the peak time.
Can I just try to take that number in for a minute?
Think about
900 calls per second.
That's a lot.
Like one Mississippi, there was 900.
That's guys. Yes. I'm going to round that off to 1,000 almost. I mean, we're almost at 1,000 in a second.
No. And he said, yeah, and you knocked down 10,000 phone calls. So we dumped the network. And I'm thinking, well, it's just ours. Well, we can deal with that. He goes, no. Other businesses are suffering from this. And I tried not to
who uses
chuckle.
phones anymore?
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Who uses it? Well, and he said the network, the 800 network, is only set to take 300 calls per second.
Well, that sounds like they need to bump it up.
Well, that's exactly what I thought.
Turn it up.
Turn it up.
I mean, I can solve that problem. $1 up.
Fill it up.
Wait a minute.
Yep. And so I threatened,
let's not say threaten. You spoke the truth.
I said, here's where we are. If
you expressed your displeasure as a paying customer.
I said, guys, look, we have one more day of the 12 days of Christmas. Give me 1 hour. I'll even get you down within a 15-minute period where I'm going to crash your network. Leave it on for one more day. We got 2.5 weeks to fix the problem.
Did you explain, Tom, it was the 12 working days?
I did. And how many? Look.
And we've got through 11. I know we only had one more.
One more.
Hey, you can't even have.
Greg, if we'd just took caller 3, would have been all right.
I tried to tell you. You did, Greg.
I asked the guy. I said,
it's not our way, though.
Hey, you can't even give away gift 12.
Do you want to be the Grinch that stole the last working day of Christmas?
And it's a big prize, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's a big
Can
one.
I ask a question? Are you talking to someone that's local to the flagship market, or are you talking to someone national that's not?
That's another sore spot.
Well,
it's now a national rep.
Okay.
We used to have a guy with his rep that loved the show.
Sure.
Yeah.
But, Rick,
now we got some guy I don't know who we are.
This is what's bizarre to me, though.
Got it.
CenturyLink,
I'm right to it.
CenturyLink, which is traded on the New York Stock Exchange.
Watch out.
New York
Careful.
Stock Exchange. Okay,
Wolford.
symbol CTL.
Wow.
Headquartered in Monroe, Louisiana. And we have a lot of friends in that area.
Now we are on there. We got an affiliate there. What's
Yeah.
You can't call, but you can hear.
They have annual revenues of $23 billion.
Good grief.
Okay. That's $570 million in operating income, or better known as profit before taxes and interest. And I just find it hard to believe that our little radio show, they can't handle our calls. I find that bizarre.
Well, first of all, I want to say good for them. I mean, it looks like they're doing great.
They're like the third largest telecom company in the whole U.S.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're talking about AT&T being 1 and they're 3. That's pretty big.
It is. Their Wi-Fi down in Jimson's not too hot.
Besides that,
but the because when I first heard that, I'm like, you mean the people who got my Wi-Fi in Jimson and got in charge of our phone number? But I mean, but anyway,
Well, they've acquired a lot of companies.
No, you're right. We're back. Coming up next hour, historic announcement on the Rick and Bubba Show. Be here for that. Relief Factor, one of the many sponsors that have stood with us through most of these 30 years, and we sure do appreciate it.
We've caused a lot of people to need it.
Yes, we have.
We've caused them a pain.
Yes, we have. And you can get it all natural right now. By the way, continuing to see really good things about these natural ingredients and, omega-3s. We continue to see the great benefits of those, even with our brain health, our memory. But really, we know they also, because, if you're talking about inflammation, you can get it it's all over your body, and inflammation's bad. So we've got turmeric in this. We've got 4 botanicals that have been researched for a long time about the benefits to the body naturally. But Relief Factor, when they were studying about the aging process, they put them all together and said, let's see how they work together, and the results have been phenomenal. This may be the answer you're looking for. The Quick Start Pack has been ordered by over 1 million people. 70% of those go on to order it again because they see so much. They see such a result. I love it. I take it every day. So go to ReliefFactor.com right now. ReliefFactor.com. Get that Quick Start Pack. It's $19.95, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. Still to come on the program today, we've got Jeff Dunham. He will be with us coming up a little bit later on. He's got a new special coming to Comedy Central. He's still on his 2024 Not Canceled Yet tour. So we have that. The archive from yesterday's Bible study is now available on our YouTube and podcast channel. And we talked to Vern Lundquist on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. That'll come out this weekend. That'll be fun.
I'm looking forward to meeting Vern and getting to talk to him. And what a just a great history in sports broadcasting he's had.
And all I thought about was Alabama fans can now hate a podcast of ours.
They never liked it.
Right, so that's good. So,
he's so anti-Bama.
Yeah, well, he was always against Bama. Yeah. So anyway, that's
now the new guy.
That the whole world is very. So then we'll have that coming out this weekend. We had a caller, and I really love when callers suggest, hey, have y'all seen this? And then you have to ask what app it's on and all that. So we had a guy call the show yesterday, Look, let me protect him first. He may have told me the correct name of the documentary, and all I heard was "We Are the World."
Right.
Okay.
Right. Well, once you hear that, you
right.
kind of lock
He
into
did throw
it.
something in there, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. So I don't know how y'all's days work. You know, ours are. We're empty nesters now. So if things begin to wind down, there's always that moment after dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And Sherry cooked a really good dinner last night, where you'll say, "What do you want to do the rest of the night?" You know, and
Yeah,
and
we'll
you
do that.
and you know, and you run some options, and
Yeah.
there's some I find more intriguing than others.
Yeah.
And then, but if it comes down to let's kick around and see what's on.
Mm-hmm.
So I immediately told Sherry, I said, "Ooh," I said just like that. "Ooh," I said we had a caller. There's a new documentary, and he said it's on Netflix about We Are the World. She goes, "We Are the World." She goes. What do you not know about We Are the World?
Yeah.
And I said, well, there's things I don't know. I said,
And plus, I probably forgot.
I said, she goes, I remember when I was young seeing the documentary about it then. I said,
but do you remember?
I said, I understand that. And she goes, I'm not really interested in that. So we keep kicking around. I said, ooh, Alexander the Great. And she goes,
what was it on?
It was on Netflix, but don't watch it. So I thought it was going to be, and I didn't know that Helmsley, by the way, is very interested in Alexander the Great. A lot of people are. I thought it was going to be like actors doing the story of Alexander the Great.
Okay. Yeah.
So they come on like that's going to happen, and you're getting kind of fired up, and then they kick to some archaeologist. How you say their name?
Archaeologist.
Yeah,
they're
some dig where they found Alexander the Great's whatever, and they talk to them all the time. And then they go back to the actors, and doggone if they don't talk about Alexander the Great being gay. And I'm like, well, I'm out. He's kissing his friend. I'm out.
You can't have.
You know, they get in a sword fight, then they start making out. And I said, well, I'm out. And so let me just warn y'all.
He was a wheeler dealer. Now I don't know about that, but I think he. You know, when you conquer,
it was real bad.
When
it gave a whole new vision to sword fight.
Yeah. When you conquer the world, you get the spoils.
Yeah.
And he never checked up.
Yeah, his cull factor, like you said, Bubba, I really think you're all over it. I think it was. I think
that's what guy he died of
all kinds of
transmittable disease.
Well, I looked at that too on Wikipedia, and there's a lot of controversy about what actually killed him at 32, by the way. But anyway, some people think he got poisoned. And
I thought he got to 33. Was it 32?
I may be wrong.
I think it was 33.
Early 30s.
I thought it was 32. But
I
you
don't
know
know a
what?
lot about it.
You know how confident I am in that I got that right? Not very. So
Isn't there a movie about him with
Brad
what's his name?
Pitt.
Brad Pitt,
Really?
Yes.
What's it called?
Troy.
No, I've seen that. I've seen
that's
Troy.
Achilles.
I love
Oh,
Troy.
that's not
No,
Alexander.
it's what's the guy? I see him in my mind. He's one of them actors that has an accent, but he don't when he's in the movies. Colin
Yes.
Farrell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Didn't he play?
You're right. He did.
Oh, I've
He
never
did.
seen
Troy
it.
is an outstanding.
Troy's
I
outstanding.
mixed them up.
Troy, that's all right. Troy's fantastic.
That's a good movie.
So anyway, we immediately bail out of that. And I said, of all the things Alexander the Great did, this is what we're going to lock on right out of the gate. So we get out of that, okay?
I didn't make it that far.
And so, you're right.
You didn't even know about that
The
scene.
minute they went to the dig,
Wish I wouldn't have known it.
Did you get out as soon as they went to the dig?
Yes. I was like, because it wasn't what I expected.
Is that when you went
your
to
point.
Miracle?
That is exactly when I went. I needed Miracle at that moment.
Do you know too?
It was either that or Moneyball.
Oh yeah.
He was the third. You know, he was the third great power to conquer the world.
Yeah.
And some of the military tactics that he developed to defeat the Persian Medes, who were the walking boss when he came on the scene, are still used today in our military.
Well, and this is before we ever got to the scene when they're talking when they're talking to all the archaeology people.
Yeah.
It's so funny because this whole new world we're in where Sherry has to spend a lot of time with me. And the minute he said, Alexander the Great, the greatest military mind the world has ever known, ever. And I went, oh, step out. And Sherry goes, is this what we're going to do?
Yeah.
And I said, well, that's
debate
quite.
the
Well,
documentary.
I was like, wow, what a statement.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't we just say he was very, very good and we still use his tactics today?
Oh yeah, they said he revolutionized warfare and showed it by taking over the world.
Right, but that is a wage at 32, 33. So anyway, I say we're out of this, and she can't find anything. I said, let's try it. So then I start searching We Are the World, and that ain't the name of it. And then she thinks she's going to be free. She goes, it ain't on here. You don't even have this right. And I said, I'm telling you, our callers don't miss this kind of stuff. So then we just start looking at new releases, and we see Michael's picture.
Got it.
And it was called the Biggest Night in Pop is the name of it.
Right.
Or
Makes sense.
Something like that.
The biggest night in pop.
I think greatest
Greatest Night in Pop, something like that.
I saw that as an option as well.
Hey, it's worth it. Now, with your age,
Well, you weren't
Helmsy,
in that era.
You weren't in that era.
Yes, I was.
But there's legends. There's legends.
That's true because a lot of them guys had long careers.
Yes.
There's
most of them actually.
There's legends in this that you will know, no doubt. Sherry thought we'd already seen everything there was to know about it, but we didn't. They go really, really deep, and they go through it really, really slow. So I mean, you get the whole night, how it was planned, how they tried to get everybody there, the tactics they used to get them to come. The whole thing with Prince and Sheila E. is hilarious.
Of course, Prince had to be a handle.
He was, and everybody kept thinking he was coming, and they knew better than that. And when they interviewed Sheila E., and she goes, "Well, I knew he wasn't coming." And her only issue, she said, "The reason why I knew he wasn't coming, too many people in there. He wasn't coming for that alone." And so
got crowded.
I want to warn Speedy that watching Bob Dylan try to figure out his place is going to be hard on him.
No.
Yeah. By the way, Waylon Jennings walked out.
Oh, he did.
Did he?
Let me ask you this.
Why did he walk out?
Whoa.
He's an outlaw.
No, I will tell you why he walked out if you want to know.
Yeah.
Did you see?
Can you tell us?
I'm remembering from the first time I saw the old one. And speaking of being, it seems like Ray Charles's part was a little when he's doing this. And he's in there doing his dance.
They didn't really go
you
there.
Don't have to
They didn't
sway
show it.
back
No,
and
I mean
forth.
he was overdoing it. It was almost
he can't.
uncomfortable.
Ray actually is very funny in this because picture all of us. And I tell you what it reminded me of. Remember that time we did that Christmas special that drug on all night long?
Oh yeah, Waylon was there.
This basically was another version of that, much more important and much bigger. But they're all kind of, at some point they're kind of like, wow, this is dragging. We're here all night. And in fact, but anyway, so the point on Waylon Jennings is this. And, there's a great respect for Stevie Wonder. But Stevie, they don't have much time. Everybody's handler, every artist is given their time, but they're not coming back. This is it. We're never going to get these people assembled again. We have to record it tonight, or ends up being by the time the morning comes. Mm-hmm. And Stevie all of a sudden just takes the thing off the rails and starts suggesting that they put Swahili in it. And so, first of all,
they're thinking we don't have enough time to do just this.
Your problem too, you have a bunch of chiefs there that are used to having Indians around them, and they're all chiefs, and that's that's like some of these all-star teams. It doesn't work. You got to have the mortar people to hold the bricks together.
Pointed that out in Miracle yesterday.
Oh, it's funny. So let me go.
Great, Herb.
Let me go this. Somebody uncomfortably, and it had to be Quincy Jones, of course, because you have to. Like you said, Bubba, it has to be pecking order. Right. Someone had to uncomfortably tell Stevie that this is for the people of Ethiopia, and they don't speak Swahili.
Oh, so I get where you were trying to go.
We went way off the rails on something that really didn't even apply.
Yeah. Right.
And then at that point, Waylon Jennings had enough.
He said,
He said, I don't even know what we're saying. I don't think anybody here knows how to speak Swahili, and I'm out. And he took his hat and went. He left.
I don't blame
now you'll see him. They still kept the part when he was singing. I think in the chorus you can see him in there.
Yeah.
But they had more to do, and he left. He didn't have a solo coming or anything.
Swahili run him right out of there.
Yeah, and then there's this is where Speedy will absolutely struggle. The uncomfortable. We're all stars, but not everybody gets a line.
Well,
some of us have to be in the chorus and never get to sing.
I did see that in the trailer when the guy was like, not everybody gets the singing part. And I was like, oh, no. Mm-hmm. And because there's a lot of talent in that room. Just making the cut had to be. Yeah. But I saw where he was talking about the range of voices and how he wanted to put that together. Mm-hmm. And not everybody met what he needed.
Don't take it personal. It just didn't.
Especially if you're Sheila E. They didn't do Sheila E. right.
They thought she'd bring Prince.
Yeah.
The minute they knew Prince wasn't coming, she got replaced on solo.
She got bumped out.
Made everybody real uncomfortable.
And she's in the chorus up there with everybody else.
Right.
Did
Dan
she stay? Was
Aykroyd.
she in the big scene?
Yeah.
With the chorus?
Yeah. Nobody ever explains why Dan Aykroyd's there.
That's what I'm wondering.
We do this whole documentary. We never address that.
What do we do?
Did I doze off? Nobody ever addresses that.
And he wasn't even this Blues Brothers character.
No.
Because he did sing.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean, they just purchased one not too long ago for $6 billion.
Well, that's where I was at. I said, guys, we've had this number. We moved it over from another company to this company in 2014. We have had no problems. It's been excellent. You remember used to our system would crash?
We used to crash.
Reboot
our own. We crashed our own system for a while.
It's been working wonderfully.
We beefed it up to handle it.
And I said, They said, what did you do differently? I go, no, what have you done differently? Because we've done nothing differently. We've not added many markets. I can't see enough change in markets to cause this big issue. And it worked last year.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, so did you oversell the capacity of your network? Is that what we're seeing? And he goes, oh, no.
So what are you going to play for us today?
This is called Didn't Our Hearts Burn.
Didn't Our Hearts Burn?
It comes from the verse in the Bible where the apostles the disciples walking down the road to Emmaus.
Yeah.
And, they started talking to this stranger and ended up being the Lord. And so there's several things in your life you go through and you feel the presence of the Lord and you just, didn't our hearts burn, you know?
Yeah.
There were two disciples on the road to Emmaus, caught up in disappointment they didn't realize. The stranger in their midst, walking along beside them, talked about the scripture and it opened their eyes. Oh, didn't our hearts burn when they talked about the Savior? Didn't our hearts burn? Oh, didn't our hearts burn when they talked about my Jesus? Didn't our hearts burn? Remember that day in Thomasville, Alabama. We're talking to the prisoners, talking about the Lord, singing up praises and sharing the gospel. The invitation was given, every knee hit the floor. Oh, didn't our hearts burn when we talked about our Savior? Didn't our hearts burn? Oh, didn't our hearts burn when we talked about Jesus? Didn't our hearts burn when we sang about the Lord? Remember that time down at the Love Lady Center? People all in the balcony, people all around. I never heard nothing like it when the lady started singing. Yeah, the praises went up and the glory came down. Oh, didn't our hearts burn when we sang about our Savior? Didn't our hearts burn? Oh, didn't our hearts burn when we sang about our Jesus? Didn't our hearts burn when we sang about the Lord? Oh, didn't our hearts burn when we sang about the Lord? Well, didn't our hearts burn when we praised our Lord?
How about Kevin Derberry? And that song's not available because he's pulling a Derberry.
Come on, Kevin. That song's not available.
So as we finish celebrating 25 years,
yes,
take us back. Do you remember how Kevin Derberry and the Rick and Bubba show came together?
I do. A guy called me and said, "Hey, man, Rick and Bubba are talking about you on the radio." I'm like, I'm not familiar with Rick and Bubba, okay? And then he said, well, they're talking about you. And then you called me.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, hey, Kevin, this is Burgess. I went, Burgess, hey, what's going on?
Eight minutes to the top of the hour. Next segment, big announcements. historic day on the Rick and Bubba Show. Be here for that as we work our way back. So try to watch that. It was a good documentary. I think it's worth your watch. I will tell you that Al Jarreau gave everybody a handle, got into wine a little bit. And one of the two things that were remarkable too, Bubba, Lionel Richie hosts the American Music Awards, performed twice while hosting, and then went and did this all the way to about 8 o'clock the next morning.
Well, Lionel, he can do it all.
He can do it.
He can do it all, Rick. He was brought up in our state. He knows how to get it done.
He was very impressive, and I did not know that Michael Jackson cannot play a musical instrument. Did not know that.
This is from an emailer. They said that Dan Aykroyd said this in a magazine interview in 2009. Asked about how he got in that video.
Okay, good.
And he said totally by accident. He said, my father and I were interviewing business managers in L.A., and we walked into his office of a talent manager and realized we were in the wrong place. I was looking for a money manager, not a talent manager. I had managed myself at the time and always have. But he said, so as long as you're here, would you like to come next door and join us for We Are the World?
You got to be kidding me.
He said, I thought to myself, this is really not where I should be, but I did sell a few million records with the Blues Brothers in my other persona. So I went ahead and jumped in.
Yeah, because like Greg pointed out, he wasn't. The only thing I could even think of was the Blues Brothers thing, and I guess that's how he justified. Well, I did do something in music.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he sold a
they
couple
were
million
very,
records.
they were very popular.
I'm gonna watch it. Last night I got caught up on 1,000-Pound Sisters.
Greg,
it's got one more episode.
How can that be as good as this?
It's not, but I got caught up in it.
I'm curious what happened on 1,000-Pound
Sisters. Oh, they went on vacation in Pensacola, and it got ugly.
Really? how did it get ugly?
Took up with the sisters, got in a fight, got physical.
How do they move around?
Oh, no, a couple of them's lost. They're down to about 3-something.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good.
Yeah. See, they brought the whole family in now. You
Couple
got the
of
two
them lost. They're down to 3-something.
You got the two main ones that started the whole series, and then you got 2 more sisters and a brother.
So what's the weight?
Every one of them has had the gastro bypass surgery, so they're on their way on the trend down. But I'm not. They're all anywhere between 3 and 5.
So they are down.
Did they all?
Yeah, they're down. When they started out, the main 2 were huge.
So tell me, when they start, are they 5? At least 5 when they start. At least 5.
Oh yeah. Wow. But listen, y'all, Rick again. It's in my wheelhouse.
Of course it is.
It's
a genuine article.
It's a little red.
Is it red?
Not only am I huge and large, we cut. The way they talk to each other is so good.
So they tried to go to Pensacola and it didn't go well.
Yeah, one of them wouldn't fly. She had to drive down. And they were mad about that.
Well, how would you like to sit next to her on the plane?
Old Big Tammy got in her seat for the first time.
Did she really?
Yeah. See that giant one on the left there? She's down.
Should you refer to her as that giant?
Look at her.
I mean, she's giant.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Amy there, she'd already lost some. She was
how do they move? Why Pensacola? What did
I'm not sure because they're
not
from
that
Kentucky.
It's not a wonderful place.
There you go. Then
they're from Kentucky. I'm not sure.
Well, you can't put them down there in PC. They got to go to more of a
Rick,
beach community.
They want Tammy to get in water. She wouldn't do it.
Why not?
She said she's afraid she'd fall and wouldn't be able to get up.
Okay, that's legitimate.
Yeah.
She ought to weigh less.
That's a straight up concern.
I do think you have to.
She ought to float.
Yeah,
she thought she fell in the shallow water. She fell and got stuck in the sand.
Well,
It's possible. If it created a vacuum, they'd never got her up. Rick, that's her at the beach. That's her brother pushing her.
See, guys, secondhand does not.
So she's
I
down.
Can't watch
That's
this.
the giant one. That's
I get
one. She's
embarrassed
down.
for him.
Don't y'all think that you
got the tires on that thing?
Guys, I'm gonna tell you something. It's not about. I know it's about the weight, but the interaction with the it's just the way they talk to each other.
I can't believe you're able to watch this.
Oh, Rick, they got a little physical, got shoving each other.
Wow. Greg, did you just say that if it created a vacuum, they couldn't get her up?
There's no way.
Y'all, I'm not trying to be mean, but she has.
I think that ship is sailed.
She has Ezra's legs.
All right.
She's got baby legs.
Okay.
Baby legs.
But
no, she's way down from what she was.
There's a
Good
lot of
for her.
there's a lot of markers when you go. I got to do something about my weight. So many, and I think when you think my concern about it at the beach is the same concern a whale should have. I don't want to get beached.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I think you have to go. Okay, that's a wake up call right there.
Rick's brother with a step out went parasailing.
No, he did not.
He did.
I want to know. I want to know what outfit took him on as a clown.
He's down round 3. He's
But
down.
you can't get up there in that thing.
I cranked him out there.
Are you serious?
How about did the boat? How did the boat?
Had a little drag on it.
Oh, well, it couldn't come out of the hole good. But
Got it. Ow.
But it's just funny. There's one more episode this season left. So.
You know, I blew up a ski boat at 300.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
but they cranked him out the back, and the parachute did all the work. You know.
But I would think, honestly, I would think something like that would have weight limits. I'm not even trying to.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah.
I mean, but like I say, he's down to about 3 something.
You're still talking about a sheet holding you up in the air. You know.
Yeah, that's so. Greg, we couldn't get you over to this documentary because you were on 1,000 Pound
Yeah,
Sisters.
you know, and there's one more episode this year. That's next week.
I don't know how you watch that. I really don't.
Hey, Rick, because I get past all the weight stuff, that's not the best part. The best part is how they finally figured it out. You know, we've had all these fat shows on. They finally got them a bunch now that actually have some personality to them.
Okay.
And or handle.
Do you still prefer that over Alaska people, ice
There you
road
go.
truckers,
Right now I do.
or
That's a
little
good question,
people and
Bubba.
various things? Because I know you've been through the whole range.
Yeah, right now I'm kind of I call it redneck overweight families.
That's where you are now.
That's your favorite. That's your hot spot.
Listen, you heard one talking about everybody staring at him on the beach like they ain't ever seen any blanking fat people before.
Oh my! This is where. But Greg,
I'm
remember
mad my sister didn't know, and she couldn't go to the beach to see
Oh,
that
it'd have
because
been
she
great.
lives in Pensacola.
I know.
And she would have been able to see it from far.
Well,
I mean, you wouldn't have mistaken who it was.
over the years, we've given you
And
everybody's.
I ain't just talking about all the cameras around.
Yeah, everybody's personality. But Greg does not like for actors to play these kind of characters. That doesn't intrigue him. He said he must see the genuine artist.
That's right. I mean, the one good thing that's came from reality TV is stuff like that. The Jessica Whites and stuff like this.
Have you all watched a movie where the Southern accent is even good?
No, normally not.
Not when
Fake it. It
it's
all
not-
sounds like Foghorn Leghorn.
Yes, they're all, I can't do that. And you're like, oh, that's okay. That's not how people around me speak.
Right. Top of the hour, we'll come back. Big announcement. A historic day on the Rick and Bubba Show. And after the top of the hour, we'll come back and we'll jump right into that. Our number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our website, rickandbubba.com. Our new collectible glass, number 2 in the series of 4. Mount Rushmore, available now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, Rick Burgess. And I started going, Rick Burgess. Yeah, I remember Rick Burgess. Yeah. Rick and Bubba show. I said, oh, you're Rick and Bubba? It's like, whoa. And so y'all were in Gadsden, right? At that little bitty hole in the wall.
Yep.
And so I drove up there to be on the show, and it was I think it was Don Juan's first day.
Okay.
It was so small, I was sitting on it used to be a van seat.
That's it. That's it.
And it was taken out of a van. It was sitting there, and you couldn't get anything else in there. Speedy would have to just stick his head in. That's as close as he could get.
Yeah.
It was awesome, man. We had so much fun. It was a blessing.
That
was back when y'all needed me. You know, you remember that? I mean, I was more popular than y'all were.
Right, we still need you.
Huh?
We still need
I
you,
appreciate
Kevin.
y'all
Look at you.
helping
You're
me
here
out,
right
man.
now. You here now.
But you know, it was like, okay, I'll go help these guys out. You know what I'm saying?
Let me go throw Rick and Bubba a bone.
And I'm like, okay, something swapped here. It's all right though.
So
praise the Lord.
When you left that day, did you think? Did you think? Well, that God love them. You know, we wish them the best. I wonder what they'll do after
Hope
this.
they'll make it.
Yeah. Or did you leave there going, man, we got something going?
Actually, when I left that day, I knew there was something special going on. You know,
Yeah.
because God was doing a lot in my life
Yeah.
at that time. And I knew He had a plan and a purpose, and you guys were just so good, so delightful, so refreshing. You know, it was fun. It wasn't phony. You could just tell something was in the works, and this doesn't surprise me at all. You know, God is so good. He's so good.
Well, you've got a great testimony. What you continue to do is incredible, and you and I knew each other before Jesus, and still friends after Jesus, and we are both walking, talking examples that He does change lives.
Yeah, one of my favorite things that I've heard you say at a place we were doing an event together, you said finish strong.
Yeah.
Got to finish strong.
You got to, man.
And, you know, that so many times I recall that just to remind me, hey, this journey's not over.
No, and very few people finish strong, sadly. Very few.
Yeah. It saves me sometimes, you know what I'm saying?
It is the big year-ender. We do want you to know the toll-free number is not working today. The 12 working days of Christmas actually destroyed all sorts of.
Are we in 800 jail too?
Yeah, we are.
Yes,
We're in toll-free jail. We're in YouTube jail. We've been in jail on and off our entire career here. So, but people in radios put us in jail. Affiliates have taken us off, put us on, canceled us.
For a while, it seems like we had, there was some stability, and I guess I mistakenly thought we could have something.
Well, who was it? Who started thinking it?
Yeah.
That we could have something.
It may have been me.
Kevin Derryberry is here. Kevin, we're ready to sing a tradition. This is a tradition on the Rick and Bubba Show, singing Christmas carols. And you've got your keyboard set up. Thank you for your song. And now we move in. Do we start, as always, with Here Comes Santa Claus?
That we do.
All right, let's go. All right, go ahead. All right, everybody got your
Everybody get it going. Are you ready?
Everybody looking good.
Like it, Halsey. Throw your hands up in the air and say, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Comes Santa Claus. Here
comes Santa Claus right down Santa Claus Lane.
Y'all gotta sing.
I don't hear y'all singing. Greg's dress is a piece of corn. That's Kirk Street. That's terrible. Y'all,
Guys, we gotta
terrible.
dial it in.
Y'all are horrible.
Here's the word.
Y'all are horrible.
That was, by the way, that was terrible.
What is
how's the call business going? Let's get to that. Get that out of the way.
How's the turkey call? I mean, are you still selling some up there?
Yeah, I sell a few. I had a guy.
You sent some up there to Quebec?
No, I hadn't sent one to Quebec lately, but had a guy call me the other day. He said he'd ordered one in November and hadn't received it yet. And he sent me his phone number, so I called him. I said, I see you in Alabama. And he said, yeah, I'm down here at Loxley. And I said, well, I can't sell him more in Alabama.
Oh.
And he said, sure enough. I said, no, I'm joking. But my computer messed up and it didn't send me a notification on it.
So, because really, I was wondering if Game and Fish hadn't got with you.
Yeah,
It set a limit on it.
Yeah, I talked with Game and Fish about an hour yesterday. I met him over at your place.
You did. Thank you for that.
Yeah. We got some court dates coming up. But
right. Gary has no tolerance for poachers.
Yeah. He'll arrest them.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can't stand a poacher, can you?
No, not really.
Yeah. Why does it bother you so much? Because they try to let everybody.
I don't know. I just kind of like people to hunt like I do. Do things right.
Over on Al's place.
Yeah, over on Al's place.
But now, what you say is people work hard and pay a lot of money.
Oh,
and
yeah.
invest. And you work real hard, and then some thief comes up and says, "You've done all the work. I'll come in here and take the bounty."
Yeah, you look at all that money you pay me.
I know.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that's a good bit of money.
Did you tell Bubba about the new truck I got you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I posted it on Instagram, I think.
I'm trying to keep up with Al.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had to buy him
Well,
a new
he
truck?
bought me a tractor, last
Al
year.
did?
And then, no, Rick bought
did?
me a tractor
I
last
got to
year.
try to keep up.
Bought me a new truck.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to show my appreciation.
I know. And I appreciate it.
There's a new client kicking the tires.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
to the Rick and Bubba Show.
7 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us here today. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on what is going to be a historic day here on the program.
Historic it is. Bubba, I don't even know. I think I can get going once we begin. Beginning is going to be hard.
Yeah.
I don't know how do you say that? How do you start it? Other than just saying it straight out, which is kind of usually the way we have always gone. There's we've had a lot of discussions, a lot of things. It's been an incredible 30 years, and we have decided that this will be the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, there it is. I mean, I just said it right out.
Rick.
Just said it right out.
Come on out. Best thing to do is just to say it.
Just say it right out.
Yes. Something that we really didn't want to hear, but that's it, and that's the deal. And we will finish out this year, and we're going to go wide open and have a great year.
Yeah.
And have a lot of flashbacks and memories and talk about the last 30 years that, by the way, you folks have made possible.
Yep.
And we don't discount that in the least.
No, and you're right. We got a celebration. We're not wrapping the show up today and everybody walking away. We got a long runway. We got a whole year to spend together, reminisce, talk, and I think that we all agree that's where we need to focus on celebrating, all that has taken place. Look, in this business, 30 years of the same product and very little change in the lineup is unheard of.
It really is.
I mean,
in this industry, it's very strange. So we've been very blessed, and you folks have been the ones who have blessed us.
Yep.
And we really, really appreciate it. I mean, there's not words, there's not actions I can do to fully transfer the feelings I have. I just don't know how to say it. Yeah. But we really appreciate it. It's been incredible, and I do want to address a couple of things. I'm fine.
Yes.
I'm fine.
Yes.
As far as I know.
Yes. Right.
I just had a scan, just had a blood test. I'm fine. Had
good results.
Good results. I'm not dying any more than I normally would be.
That's right.
Okay,
right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Which we all
are.
So,
yeah, we all are doing that. We are all fine here. We're all friends. We will remain friends. Rick has honored his commitment to me and to this show, and I have honored my commitment to you in this show, and like you guys. So there's nothing bad here. This is just where we are, and it's been a wonderful long run, and it had to end sometime.
Right.
And this is the time. I hate it, and
right.
really, I wish we could go on a few more years.
Right.
It would have been a better arrangement in a lot of ways, but that's not always our. We don't always get to pick how things end.
Right.
And but I appreciate you, Rick, and you guys. It's been unbelievable.
Well, I said it to you privately, and now I'm going to say it to you publicly. Is standing in that office in Gadsden, Alabama, with the general manager at the time, and the Rick Burgess Morning Extravaganza had a reoccurring character called Bill Bubba Bussey, the engineer. Mm-hmm. And I remember standing with him at the end of 1993 and telling him that I think that we need to come back in 94 as a two-man show, Rick and Bubba. And I remember him saying, "What am I supposed to do for an engineer?" Mm-hmm. And I said, "Well, I'll tell you what."
Because clearly it was giant shoes to fill.
Right.
Okay.
And I remember saying, "Well, look, we'll cut a deal that'll give you at least enough money for a part-time engineer, not a full-time. I didn't have that kind of money. Yeah, but a part-time engineer." Yeah. And I told you this privately, and I'm going to tell you this publicly. That was one of the best investments I ever made. And you have delivered. You and I together, and through God's great grace and blessing, have afforded me a life that I could not have ever dreamed of. And I just want to thank you publicly for that.
Back at you, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. In what Rick is saying, I don't think I want to be clear so people understand. You took a pay cut, so I could come on the morning show,
right?
And it was funny because we had been kind of doing it part time for a year or two.
Yeah.
And you had mentioned that to me, and I had mentioned it to Betty, and I was going to tell you. You said you let me know by Monday because I got to decide what I'm going to do.
Yep.
And it was about middle of the week before, and Betty and I talked about it and prayed about it, and I said, I really, if I need to change in this way, because I wasn't talent, I was behind the scenes, I was, man behind the curtains. If I'm going to change this, I don't know that I have the personality to do this or whatever. I said, God, you're going to have to show me. Because I'm not that smart.
Right.
I need a burning bush out there.
Right.
Starting on that Friday, I had to tell you on Monday, and I think I'd pretty much decided not to do it. And starting on Friday, we had thunderstorms, almost nonstop.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about this.
Saturday, we had thunderstorms nonstop. Sunday, we had thunderstorms nonstop. And I bet I went to the mountain 6 times, maybe 8. And I was so tired and so give out from going up there and getting us on the air and repairing and, ordering parts and all that. When I got back Sunday night, I told Betty, I said, I asked for a burning bush.
And I think you got
it. And while we didn't see the bush, there was plenty of lightning.
Right, yeah. It was burning.
I said,
it was a flood.
I said, I am so tired of going up here. And really, they're not going to invest the money to fix this stuff like we need to.
Right.
And I'm going to have to keep patching it together. I said, I'm ready for a change. I just want to give it a chance. God, if that's your sign, so be it. Mm-hmm. And I went back and I told Rick, I said, Rick, I'd love to do it. I think we will have a lot of fun. But I only think I can be funny 2 days a week.
Right.
And you want to start out slow.
Well, and as Rick has reminded me several times, I've held true to that.
Yeah, thank you.
And
solid goal.
I mean, that's about all I had.
Solid goal.
Throw a third in there, man.
But I, the whole thing that was so funny about that is, I didn't realize till just now, till you remind me that you and Greg came to the show for the same reason.
Yeah. We really got tired of being called out.
That's a good point.
And
you're right, buddy.
I never put that together.
I remember driving back on that Sunday night, and I couldn't wait to talk to Betty. And I said, we prayed for a burning bush.
There it is.
And I'm going to tell you, we didn't physically see that, but this was not one of those things with a small voice where you think you're being led. I mean, I had lightning bolts. I had fire. I had things burned up all around me, and I thought, this is really a modern day version of that, in my life for me.
Well, those of you may not know this. One of the things, and anybody in the industry will tell you this, and we'll come back.
That's a good shot right there.
Yeah, but people can't. You can take 2 people and put them together. But you can't make them have chemistry. You can't.
Right.
You can't teach that. You can't put them in a camp for that. And so the chemistry was there, especially from a humor standpoint, and that we both knew was there. Our biggest concern, and it really was that way all the way through these 30 years. Will anybody? They'll give us a shot to show them it'll work.
Yeah.
And if anybody would just give us an opportunity, we thought the people would respond, and we'll continue talking about this. But and as Bubba said to start, all of you out there were the key, because if y'all didn't respond, this would have lasted about 30 days.
Right.
And it will be 31 years because we're going to finish out the year. But we'll come back. We'll continue to discuss. We'll get some of your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, 30 years of Rick and Bubba. In year 31, update, yesterday's Bible study archive is now available. We'll interview Vern Lundquist today. He'll be Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. And, of course, now more than ever, we remind you of the Rick and Bubba store, where if you are looking for Rick and Bubba swag, it has never been more valuable than right now. Because once everything in the store runs out, that'll be it.
Baby, she's gone.
Hey, baby, she's gone. So there's some classic items there. Of course, there's some 30th anniversary things there, too, including the collectible tea glass. Our second one is there, too. So, Bubba, we got lots of emails, lots of texts. One thing that you said to me when we were discussing that this is what's about to happen, I'm getting killed on emails and on text, and you called it. Now, this show goes out everywhere, but we all started in Alabama. It's our home base. It's where we are. And, Alabama is a huge part of our listening audience, always has been.
Everything grew from there.
But I know Alabama fans are actually all over the country, and the text and email I keep getting is Saban now this.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rick,
you were concerned.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know, but our contract was tied directly to Nick Saban.
Right.
And when he stepped down, we were in trouble, so we had to follow.
Yeah. I realize there's a panic in society right now when you think about the one close to home. So Bill Burgess goes on in, Saban retires, and now Rick and Bubba are ending the show this year.
Yep.
So for Alabama people, this is tough right now.
Yep.
But again, there's always hope. There's always, like I said, there's a lot of time left this year, and we want to celebrate. We don't want to make it a funeral or anything like that. I mean, I know as we get closer to the end, it'll probably get more and more emotional. But again, we got a lot of time to celebrate.
That and the giant countdown clock to 0.
Right.
And
and of course, middle of December, the big show ender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rick, I know this is what I hate for the listeners today and viewers. I know how I felt when shows that were a part of my life for many, many years ended.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them were TV shows, MASH, Seinfeld. I even got into Big Bang Theory after it was already off the air. And then when I ran out of shows to watch, I had that same, feeling. Oh, yeah, It was horrible.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
I didn't even think about that.
And there were radio shows that we listened to growing up that I loved and influenced me in so many ways. And Mark and Brian was one of those. And, of course, we didn't get to hear them all the time because we were on at the same time.
Right.
But there was a time many, many years ago that they were on satellite. And when we would leave every day and go to lunch, I could catch the last 15, 20 minutes of their show. So it was good to hear what they were doing, and just kind of catch up what was happening with them. And when their last show came around, I left here a little bit early and I went over to the parking lot where I eat most of the time. And I listened to, probably the last hour of their show. And I sit there and cried like a baby. And I thought, what is wrong with me?
Right, yeah.
Why am I I met these guys one time. I admire what they have done.
Sure.
They're on the other coast. They're 3 time zones away. Why am I tore up? I don't even listen to them every day.
Right.
And I felt like my dog had been run over.
Yeah.
That feeling?
Yeah.
And I know that there's going to be some of that today.
Sure.
And I hate that. I hate that for everybody because we hopefully have given you a few laughs over the years. So we apologize for that. We really do.
Well, but then there's that other side. Well, I'm glad they care.
Yes,
because
very glad.
But because
Very
if they
glad.
didn't care, you kind of feel like this didn't go well.
Right.
So it's a range of emotions, as you can imagine, and we know that you share those with us, and you have been through bent over laughing days. You've been through sobbing, weeping days with us, and we have all been through a lot together, and it has been incredible. And I think it is good. Bubba and I have talked about many times, we wanted to know when the show was over before you did, because we didn't want it to become sad. And some of us have had that happen too, where you love something and you kind of go, oh, wow, they probably should have called it quits a few years ago. And we never wanted to get to that place. We wanted to end it, when we had not become a parody of ourselves, and it was still kicking. I actually been paying attention, since we knew we were going to do that, and I will credit the whole team. I think you guys are doing great shows this year. I mean, really good, coming out wide open, and that's the way we ought to finish it. You got to honor the brand by giving the listeners what they deserve, and probably the best years of shows we've ever done.
Also, getting some questions. What will you guys do after the show, Rick?
Well, do you think is it today the day for that? Do you want to just celebrate? I mean, you know what? There's one thing that I have never been silent about to any of the guys on the show and to you, the audience. This is the call on my life from the time I was a little boy. I love it as much now as I ever have. I probably have more energy to do it now. Now I may not make it through the year. I acknowledge that.
No,
I'm just talking about the things I know, which are very limited with my finite mind. Only God knows. But I feel healthier than I have probably felt even in my 40s. I enjoy it, and I want to continue to do this in some way, shape, or form as long as I can mentally and physically do it. And so I will do something beyond this, but I certainly want to take the time now to celebrate what we have done, and there will be plenty of time to talk about what's coming.
Yeah, I don't. As far as me, I have no plans at this point. Now, I probably shouldn't say this, but in the break, I did get a text from Ricky Smiley, so I don't know. I don't know what's available.
I do think we need to take, because a lot of people think you've been tapped as Trump's VP.
Yeah,
well,
there's that out there, and that's not the case either.
That is not the case.
Not yet.
I will say this: Betty and I have we've really been looking for a way to get more involved in the ministry, and we've been looking for some doors open. And I think this is probably a good time to let everybody know we are going to start a ministry called the Women's Church. And
okay,
it's I thought maybe we could work together, Rick, get them all together in the same town. Have a single Pringle mingle or something. So
I've got I got a publisher that would be very interested.
That's good. So, no, we'll share more of that as we go. But we just want to enjoy and celebrate. We got a year to reminisce. And I will say this: I think it'll give us some freedom to tell some stories we couldn't tell before.
Absolutely, because what are they going to do to us now?
Exactly.
What
are they going to do? Fire us?
You're talking about some behind the scenes. Good night.
So we'll come back. You want to do a round of calls? And there's still so much to discuss.
We got to talk about Speedy joining us and how all that went down.
Jeff Dunham's coming later in the program. He's been on a lot over the years. He didn't know this was the day he'd be on.
Yeah, how about that? Good for him.
Yeah, Vern didn't know either. Should we even tell Vern?
No.
Yeah, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, you tell me about that.
He's big money too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Big money.
Yeah, though.
Yeah, he called me yesterday.
That's a nice truck you got.
Well, you can't hide that.
There's another one coming after that.
All right, look, he's wearing sleeves.
Your Christmas bonus is a lot better than mine.
Yeah, there it is.
Good Lord.
Well, I had to try to keep it wild.
I know.
Gracious.
All I ever
Is
hear.
Al still your favorite client, though?
Well, yeah, I got to take care of Al. He was my first one,
Yeah, I mean, and Al's got
I don't
first
think Al
love.
was first.
Bubba was first.
Well, yeah, but you and Al was pretty close, but you done throwed me by the wayside. I don't get to work for you anymore.
Well, I couldn't stay in that game.
No, Bubba couldn't take it.
I had to.
Too much
I had
heat?
to fold.
Hey,
too much
pressure. Try to keep you happy.
I know.
So what? Let's talk about.
I just folded, got up, and left.
Sometimes you got to know you got to know when to walk away.
All in.
So and you're not thrilled by the fact that Sherry's got some work going on down there that you're not.
Oh no. It's
subpar.
It's subpar. I could have done it a lot better, probably a lot less money, but
Oh my goodness.
He just scanned over all the work that was done in there yesterday. He goes, well, I mean, they did all right. I mean, I would have got these stumps up over here and probably done a lot less. I mean, he's already.
Can I tell you though, one of the most fun afternoons I had was with Gary, and I think it was Al when we went fishing on Father's Day Friday. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
And we got out there in some tiny little boat,
Mm-hmm.
and was going in, and I don't know how that thing stayed afloat
Right.
with all of us in it. And all I was thinking, can I make it to the bank swimming? I couldn't really concentrate on fishing, But we stayed out there and went around, and we had a good time.
So, Gary, what at Christmas time, have you got all your Christmas shopping done?
Well, I got some of it done. I'm just getting out of the doghouse from last year.
I know. Gwen wasn't happy, was she?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, I took, one of my late grandmother's bracelets that she wore.
Yeah.
I took it and had it cleaned up and give it to my wife to wear, and she didn't wear it. She said, I'm not wearing it with that wrote on it. And I said, why? So she ain't wearing it.
What did it have on? What was written on it?
It said, do not resuscitate.
Gary! What's her problem, Gary? I mean, it's nice.
Well, you know how them women is. They get mad.
That's A&T.
.35 minutes now, so if you're just joining us, we announced to start the hour, this will be the last year of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we're going to celebrate with you guys the rest of the year. I know a lot of people emailing, tons of people texting, impossible to reply to all of it right now, but we kind of talked about in the break, what we'll kind of do is we'll take your phone calls, then we'll talk a little Rick and Bubba history. We'll take some phone calls, and we'll just do that throughout the day, and over probably tomorrow too, but Speedy will be out tomorrow. He's going to, so don't read anything into that. He's actually just going to see his son play baseball, so he'll be back Monday. Don't worry about that. MyPillow.com/Bubba, MyPillow.com/Bubba. 200 or so unique offerings right now. Stock up for all your needs from this great American company. And boy, do they have some good ones. Valentine's Day's coming up. The MyPillow flannel sheets are $29.98. Men's and women's pajama sets in an array of styles and fabrics, $39.99. Lightweight men's or women's bathrobes, $48.98. The MyPillow hoodies, $29.99. My slippers, Bubba and I love those, $59.98. And Greg loves the down comforter. Got one for his bed at 60% off. MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off. So go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, MyPillow.com/Bubba, and continue to enjoy the great savings and the quality products from this great American company. All right, so let's do phones here. Let's go to Shane who's out of Georgia. Shane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba. I'm good. How are you guys?
We're fantastic.
We're great.
Hey, good deal. Hey, so I just got to be honest, when you guys first made this announcement this morning, my first thought was, okay, any second they're going to say, just kidding. But y'all, you didn't do that. But listen, I've got a comment and a question. My comment is this. I've been listening to you guys for about 5 years, right at the 25th year-ender. It's when I started listening to you guys. I'm a truck driver, so I listen to you every weekday morning. The full 5 hours. Have just really.
That's all we ask.
Just have been such a blessing. I came to know the Lord about 3 years ago, Rick, and a big part of that is just your testimony and your faith.
That's great.
That you're not ashamed of. But I just want to tell you guys, how much you mean to me and my wife and my daughters. We all listen to you. And, we're really going to miss you and wish you well. My question is this. Is there something that you guys are not telling us here? Because at this past year, year-ender, you commented several times on, how much you enjoyed this and that you hope you could do it for as long as you possibly could. And we're just wondering, and I know I'm not the only one, what has changed? Can you give us more insight?
Well, I think Bubba touched on it. We can only tell you the future as far as the contract that's in play. And so, we can never tell you what's going to happen beyond the next contract. And we're always evaluating, and the industry's changing. So, I told you a minute ago, Bubba said, I'm going to continue to do it. And I think I was the one that said that as well. And so, it just got to the point where we looked at what was available to us, that if we were ever going to end it, this is probably the time to do it. So there you go. Connor, welcome to Rick and Bubba out of Ashland. Connor, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Long-time listener. It's going to be Monkey Grass.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'm a lifer.
Thank you, buddy. Lifer, baby.
I love it.
21 years old. I don't remember a time without you guys. I don't remember a time without Nick Saban either. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for everything that y'all have done. When I think of my childhood, I think of riding to school with my dad and listening to Rick and Bubba. I wanted to say thank you for always being God-fearing men, because you never knew who's going to be out there listening,
Yeah, well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. And those of you that spent your entire life on the show like you, Bubba and I even talked about that. That's kind of incredible to think about.
It really is. Yeah. It really is. And when I was telling Speedy, we were talking about it, and I think we've mentioned it on the air.
Right.
My birthday comes up in March on the 27th. On the 28th of March, I will have done this show longer in my life than I have not.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It flips over at that point, and
right.
that takes up all the time you were a baby.
Oh yeah.
All the time you were, learning to walk in elementary school and high school and college and all the way up getting married and everything else. So it's been a long and very happy time.
Right.
Mike claims he's the engineer that replaced you in Gadsden.
Oh, Mike, what's that?
Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
We're good.
I gotta say, I'm greatly disappointed because I was just about to retire from AT&T and come back to the show.
Well,
so what's up, man? Did y'all hear about that and going to close it because of that?
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to say anything. Bubba still has a little ill will towards you for replacing him. No, Bubba loves you.
Glad to see you.
Bubba loves you as more as any man can.
That's right.
Yeah, so, well, Mike, thanks for stepping in and being such a important part of us being able to get started.
Yeah.
Yeah, that lasted for about a year, and then they sold the radio station to somebody else, and they said they didn't need me anymore.
Well, Mike, Bubba and I have told the story. We experienced that as well.
Yeah.
So and thought we were done after
a very short amount of time,
about a year or two.
Yeah.
Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead.
Green Acres, fellas.
Thanks for the call. Go ahead.
Paying your Social Security is now more important than ever.
Yes. Gosh, that's good.
Oh, that's great.
That's a liner.
Yeah.
Is he gone?
An awkward silence.
Well, he was at work. Boss must have walked.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Let's go to Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead.
All right, fellas. Y'all gonna make a grown man cry. So I got to meet y'all back in 1996 when Kiss came through with the reunion tour.
Yeah.
I had makeup on, brought y'all breakfast and everything. That was great. I got me an autographed picture from y'all finally. So I got that from memory. And I finally bought me a T-shirt that I wear religiously and everything. It fits good and feels good. So I just appreciate what y'all have done, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Very kind of you, sir. Thank you.
Did he just thank us for a T-shirt that has? That's great. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that very much. And I feel bad for the people out there that don't have one. Of course, they're available at rickandbubba.com under the store.
Yeah.
Now more than ever. John in Odenville. John, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to say, man, growing up, I'd always listen to y'all every now and then, when time presented itself. And, the past 4 years, I've had a job where I've worked out in the field and had a lot of window time, and I've gotten to really listen to y'all just about every morning. And I guess my question is now, what am I supposed to do? Get an office job? Like,
Well, back to the casual year. Well, look, this is the beauty of also, don't forget, all of the greatest moments in Rick and Bubba history available wherever you download content.
It's time to load up.
The best of CDs. They've never been more valuable.
Yep.
Thanks, buddy. Connie in Georgia. Connie, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, Connie.
25-year listener, Monkey Grass.
Thank you for the call.
I'm retired librarian for 30 years, and I work part-time, and I'm up this morning. I'm trying to get dressed. I'm trying to put my makeup on, and I can't because y'all have me crying. What am I going to do? What am I going to listen to?
You done took to squalling.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is for the next 11 months. I mean, you're good. You're good. You're gonna be riding with us. I mean, we're not going anywhere today.
I know, but January's coming. It's looming.
Well, you know what? We don't even know we're gonna get to January. There ain't nobody guaranteed January.
That's right. Lord may come back.
Yeah, let's enjoy today.
That's it.
Thank you, Connie. You're sweet. Tyler, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We're great.
I have listened. I also turned 29 on March 27th. I know Bubba does as well. As long as I can remember, as long as I can remember, I've listened to the Rick and Bubba show growing up, and when I got out on my own driving, it was a bonding experience for me and my father, because y'all would do something funny or somebody would say something funny, and we would call each other, "Hey, have you heard that?" And I mean, it's just been a wild ride with you guys, and one thing you could always count on was Rick and Bubba being on the radio. So I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you. Very, 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 very kind. Appreciate that very much.
Tyler, just call me on my phone now.
Yes,
I'll
right.
be there.
That's right. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba, Mississippi, checking in.
Rick and Bubba.
Yep.
Man, first Nick Saban, now Rick and Bubba. What's going on in Alabama? Roll Tide.
I know. Jason, so many are making that comment. And as Bubba pointed out, and that was going to be later in the show, our cell phones will now be posted on rickandbubba.com. So you can always call us.
We'll do a little good old boy theater for you over the phone or something.
We'll continue to take your phone calls throughout the show. Next, we'll talk about some more Rick and Bubba history, how one Speedy Wilburn became part of this thing called Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Twas the night before Christmas, and these are the Rick and Bubba players, and of course we'll sound the alarm later on which game she'll be calling, but we'll roll through the different characters. Let me find out where everybody's located, okay? See where everybody's at. I'm going to pot your mics up, guys. Just know that. So y'all will be ready to go. Beth Mowens gets us started. So Beth Mowens, hey, Bubba Booswah.
Hey, Beth, how are you?
Merry Christmas. I
Good
sent it
to
down
see
to
you.
Rocky. I heard you pulled a hammy.
Yeah, a lot of things.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Stockings were hung by the chimney with care, carrying yards, in hopes St. Nicholas soon would be there. Rudolph's coach.
From this moment forward,
Speedy will not be allowed to participate in any reindeer games while wearing that sweater. The children were nestled all snug in their beds while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. Popular from 2019, here's Frenchie.
And Mama, in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled our brain for a long winter snap. When out on the roof there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. I saw I was getting dunked on.
How about I forgot how Frenchie was. You know, wow, that was French.
Oh, he's way on out there now.
Hey, this is Car Wash Joe. Mama, happy 25 years.
Thank you, Joe.
Away to the window. I flew. Well, never really much like a flash. Tore open the shutter and threw up the sash. Who was Coach John?
That's all I could get in.
Huh?
Coach Johnson. Oh, he just answered. James Spann is available on Skype.
Okay.
We were having trouble connecting. I was gonna throw an audible there for you.
Okay. All right. Is he there?
Yeah, I think I'm getting.
There he is.
There he is.
In front of the Christmas tree.
With the main weather plan, he's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the main weatherman. He's the mighty James Spann.
Merry Christmas, James Spann.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good morning. Are you ready?
Yes,
go ahead, James.
Go, James.
Fire it up.
And don't say certain
I've been working
things.
on this for 6 months. I'm working on this.
Okay.
The moon on the breast of the new fallen.
Don't say it. Don't say it, James.
Not the S word.
No.
I have a hard time saying this word for some reason. It creates mass panic, chaos. Snow gave the luster of midday to objects below.
Don't forget, James Spann is our guest this weekend when you wake up tomorrow on Rick and Bubba University. James, we love you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you,
Merry
James.
Christmas, guys.
Helium Boy, a classic all the way back to the beginning. Bubba, we have great memories of Helium Boy, you and I both.
do.
Hi, Bubba.
Hey, Helium Boy.
Oh, who's the new red now?
That's what Speedy's going to look like in a few years.
I've kept an eye on this guy, Rick, so I was looking for replacements. I was Helium Boy in the house when, what to my wondering eyes should appear, but a miniature slow. An old tiny
Somebody get a broom and clean that up.
Oh, Bubba, look here on the phone. Looks like it's Nopey.
What?
Nopey's calling in. Nopey, how are you, buddy?
I'm so hungry and tired.
Oh, Nopey, not at Christmas.
Nopey, where are you at?
I don't know, Bubba. I don't know. I'm so lost and so lonely.
Oh, Nopey.
But with a little old driver. I had a driver and they left me at the little donkey. He's so lively and quick. I'm just lonely, and will you help me? I don't need pills, and Rick, I won't chase chickens. I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick.
No, Pete.
My Christmas wish is to be adopted.
well, I hope that.
I hope you get out of that closet soon.
I play with Mr. Bobby.
Okay, Greg, he's wanting you to come get him.
Wow.
Okay.
I let him lick me.
Okay, no, Pete.
Okay,
Merry
buddy.
Christmas, no, Pete. Thank you, no, Pete.
One line too far.
Yeah, always one line too far. The Good Old Boy Theater, Bubba, this is the moment that started the Rick and Bubba Show.
More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by...
Bubba now pausing for effect.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. As Bubba did mention earlier, we were talking about the opportunities, and of course we are. One of the things, many things we're proud of, the start of the manchurch.com back in 2020. Man, we've seen so much fruit from that. The Man Church conferences are coming February the 16th and 17th in Birmingham at the Wright Center. Starkville, Mississippi, which that affiliate, man, you guys have been so good to us there as well, just like ZZK in Birmingham. So in Starkville, it'll be on March 8th and 9th. If you want to find out the lineup and men get your tickets to those, be sure and go to themanchurch.com. They're almost sold out, but there are still some tickets available. So, Bubba, we're talking a lot of history today. We announced the show. This is our last year that we'll do the show all together. So Speedy has been with the show almost, 29 of the 30 or
29 and a half, minus about 6 months.
Yeah, about
maybe.
6 months because
Yeah.
if it feels like
he was lurking around there.
I was.
Yeah.
It's Kevin Calloway. Watch out.
So Kevin Calloway
made me change my name. I don't know why.
Yeah, and we talked about that on the show, but Bubba and I have had our opportunity to talk to the people and thank them and to tell all of you thank you. And so, Speedy, you have the floor. There you go.
Well, look, I just want to thank the two of you because I was a 25-year-old that didn't have a lot of direction. I knew kind of what I wanted to do, but I didn't have the grades to do that. No, I'm kidding. Y'all gave me an opportunity, and here we are 30 years later and raised a family, started a family, raised a family, have just live life with you guys, and I look at y'all as two older brothers. You know what I'm saying? And so for that, I'm forever thankful for the two of you for giving me the opportunity because y'all didn't have to do that, but you believed in me and let me do my thing. And it's kind of funny how it started, though, because, Rick, when you were at K98 in Oxford, and Bubba, you were the engineer at Q104 at the time, and then you had all the national championship stuff, and then Rick was coming over, and Rick, you had said to me, hey, hang on, I want to kind of bring you over. Just everything's got to settle at the time because you were program director and you couldn't believe it.
That you were. We didn't want that job. When you say that, I still can't believe it.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. And,
did that happen?
I know. And so I did, and I was just thinking, man, I knew God had a plan for me. I just didn't know what it was, and I really enjoyed radio. I love music. I loved DJing and doing all that kind of stuff. Calvin's Playhouse got me through college,
Sure.
And so sure enough, you call, and after everything had settled, and I come over and started with weekends, then went to afternoon drive, and then y'all were doing your thing, and then Bubba, you kind of came in more, and before you knew it, y'all were a thing. And whenever y'all announced, hey, we're kind of a thing now, we're going to do this for sure, y'all pulled me in, and I'll never forget going to the Hammer's office. And that's like going, if you don't know, that's like going to the principal's office. You're not too sure. Are you in trouble or not? I don't know. Have a time. And I knew because y'all were in there, I couldn't be in too much trouble. So I go in and I sit down, and that's when y'all said, hey, we're looking for maybe a third wheel here, somebody to kind of produce the show, but also kind of go out and do some things and be on the streets and call into the show and maybe be given, challenges and all that. And we're thinking about pulling you in. Or would you be interested? But you got to keep doing what you're doing.
Oh boy,
you got to still be program director, promotions director, afternoon drive. But can you come in too?
Oh my goodness!
Welcome to a promotion in radio.
Right.
We need you to do what you were doing and something else.
Yes. Of course, I was all in. Heck yeah, let's go. But man, we got to have a cool name though. We can't. You just can't be Calvin. And then and so we're all sitting around the room.
Confuses a lot of people.
Yeah, no. The Hammer's behind his desk, and y'all two are in there. And Bubba says, "What about Calvin the Van Man?" And we all look around.
Well, that was your first pitch.
What if he was Calvin the Van Man?
I'm not saying every idea I had was a keeper.
Right.
Okay?
Well, hey,
you got to work through it.
we were just throwing things up. I give you that.
What's wrong with being a van man?
Right, I know.
Well, you know what he was going to do? Drive the van.
Yeah. And then Roadrunner was thrown up.
We're getting close.
We're like, let's think about this. And I think it was Mark. Was it the Hammer?
Somebody threw Johnny Quest out there. Who threw Johnny Quest
I don't know.
Was that Hammer?
I don't think that was. I think that was back to him.
I feel like that was Hammer.
And then somebody said, "What about Speed Racer?" And I was like, "Huh, well, that might have something to it." And we all kind of looked around. And at the time, doing Calvin's Playhouse, I had a compilation CD of all the cartoons back in the day. And I would play a game like Name That Tune.
Let's clarify what Calvin's Playhouse
Calvin's
was.
Playhouse
for some of our
was your
listeners and viewers that may not be familiar with this phenomenon.
Well, you didn't.
Rated
live.
X.
That's not true.
Yep.
That would be your mobile DJ that could go from. And it would be from a wedding reception to a frat party to you name it, I was for hire.
Rick, do you remember we had the same business on the side, okay? And we did one time we were at the same venue.
I know exactly where you were.
We left ours and went to his.
It was the downtown.
Yes, it was
because I'll never forget what I saw when I went in your room. I can't get it out of my eyes. My mind.
It was a little bitty room.
That was a sorority party.
It used to be burned in my mind, but through sanctification, I think God removed it.
Right. Now back then, DJs today, you probably don't understand it. I didn't just take a laptop and things be streamed.
Oh,
no. No, you had crates of CDs.
Yes. CDs, cassettes.
And you had to have a table where you just lay them out.
Big giant speakers.
Right. Well, one of those CDs was a bunch of cartoon themes. Okay. And I said, hey, I have that theme on CD. And y'all were like, well, what if, besides, helping kind of get things organized, what if we sent you out, and when we send you out, we hit a theme and then just see what happens? And that character just took off.
Oh, yeah.
And now I could be at an office taking them biscuits, or I could be climbing a water tower. It just, you didn't know what I would be doing, and it was a lot of fun over the years.
Let's all sing it. Let's all sing it. Go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go!
And then when that would hit, y'all would sing it, and then y'all would go, all right, Speedy, where are you? And I'd be in some handle that y'all would love.
Right.
It was funny. Bubba would be concerned about my safety, and you would just love every second of it. Y'all were.
I thought the laugh was most important.
Right. Yeah. Man, the things that this show has allowed me to do. Good night alive.
And almost right out of the gate, it wasn't too far after you started, you wrecked the van right in front of the station, and you blocked the main road.
Right, that was part of the promotion that Mark wanted.
But it was, the van, the logo was so good on the side.
Yeah.
I mean, there were thousands of people backed up.
Right. Oh, so many. Yeah. And there's the FOMobile there. Guys, y'all would send me out, and there was nothing too difficult that y'all wanted me to do.
Of course not.
I was sitting there talking because, having kids grow up, because, thankful for y'all, I've been able to raise a family and have a beautiful wife, and this show's provided that opportunity to live the way we wanted to live. And but as kids, they don't really pay attention. They're just Speedy's son. But now as adults, they sit down and they're like, now tell me about this again, because now they kind of really are bringing it in, and it's all making sense now. And we started going over all the stuff y'all would send me out to do. And then over the years, I've done everything, and then B, my job requirements in studio grew to the point where I couldn't get out as much. But from being attacked by a K-9 to being buried alive to being in a Russian jet to climbing and freezing halfway up a water tower to
probably the most dangerous.
It's just so many things. And I just, on behalf of me and my family and Terry, I just thank you so much, and thank the audience. Y'all are absolutely the best. And I'm just ready to celebrate the rest of the year, because without y'all, I don't know where I'd be.
Well,
Top of the hour.
You got the toughest gig here, because it all rolls downhill towards you.
That's fine.
And you know what that is.
We'll hit some more of your phone calls and continue the celebration. I understand our website is down. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is called a Saussure in theater circles, right, Jim? Oh, boy. The drama.
25 years worth.
25 years worth of drama.
Name.
Oh, fantastic, Bubba. Uh-oh. In a road tide.
Alabama's #1 fan, Dickie Nedmeyer.
Road tide. I'd like to read off our top 2 recruiting class for you again. Nick Saban, his son Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen. Hopefully Vixen can play some defense. I hope we fire our defensive coordinator this year. He cost us another championship. To the top of the porch, where Phyllis and I are sitting, waiting on our next national championship in 2020. To the top of the wall, Now dash away, in a roll tide and dash away all. Santa wears crimson for a reason, because Santa loves the tide.
Oh, Dip and Dan right in here right after. Wow.
Before I get started, get you done with that cup? Let me have that cup.
Here, have a cup over there.
You got a napkin for Daddy? Thank you for that intro there, Rick. Nobody's keeping count, but that's 2 out of the last 3. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, you are the man of the hour, Dipping Dan.
Now Dasher, now Dancer.
No,
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I'm on the wrong line.
Well, once again, there's Auburn trying to steal some from the tide.
As dry
There's just 1 second left.
1 second can change a lot.
Well, that's what your wife said.
As
Oh, watch out! Watch out! Hey! See this Iron Bowl stuff?
I hit just bleeds everywhere.
As dry leaves that before the wild hurricanes fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky. So up to the housetop, the closest they flew with a sleigh full of toys.
There you go.
And St. Nicholas, too. Thank you very much.
Bubba, literally, you disappeared during that. And there's somebody that we all know. Oh, Governor of Alabama. Her first ever appearance. Miss Kay Ivey, Governor.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Bill, Speedy, Greg, Helmsley, and Chris. That sounds like I'm calling my own reindeer this morning.
Yes, Kay.
It does. Thank you, Miss Kay, for calling. I know you're very busy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm dressed and ready with my red pantsuit, and I'm ready to start the day.
Okay. Merry Christmas.
So, with and then in a twinkling, and let me be very clear, it's not tinkling, because at my age it's imperative I make that very clear.
Thank you, Miss Kay. Thank you.
And then in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof.
Yes.
What? I don't know who wrote this. It doesn't even rhyme. And as I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a big old bound.
Merry Christmas, Governor.
Merry Christmas to you and to the state of Alabama. Aye.
Tim Tebow.
Well, I hadn't done this in a while.
Tim Tebow.
First of all, no one's going to work harder or longer or faster to bring Christmas cheer this year. I promise you that. In Mets, I'm coming. He was dressed all in fur, his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot.
Thanks, Tim. Bucky Beaver.
Oh.
I'm glad to be here, boys. Good to see y'all again.
Hey,
We're not
Bucky!
cutting a little wood. Glad to be in here today. Love y'all.
Hey.
I thought I should have had that line with the fur, though. Who moved this around? That's Speedy at that again?
Yeah, that's right. Well, you've
I'm gonna
opened
have
these...
to get out there.
Watch it! That hurt. Well, you've opened these convenience stores now. You got too much going on.
I tell you what, Rick, we're spreading out. I guess you've seen that. We got their stores everywhere now.
Yes, you do.
Come on in and have some.
You say spreading out?
Yeah, spreading out. That's what I said. You ever tried to talk like this? A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a fiddler who just opened his pack.
Yeah! Dr. Lou, he's under the weather. Dr. Lou's under the weather. Hey, Doc.
We'll see you now.
Guys, that's the first time I've talked in about a week.
Oh, you listen to that voice.
Sound good. Like Daffy Duck.
Guys, his eyes, how they twinkled. His dimples were cuter than two tongue by low, riding around on a scooter in his floral formal wear.
Yeah.
His cheeks were like roses, similar to those of Dr. Bill Bubba Jones.
Oh, yeah. Amen.
Guys, his nose like a cherry with a hot fudge sundae that Bill Bubba Jones just shoved down his gullet at 8:45 in the morning and chased down with a 20-ounce Mountain Dew. And his droll little mouth, it was drawn up like a bow.
Yes.
And the beard on his chin was as white as Speedy's bear honey.
Coach Al- Let's all sing it together. Somebody say it. We're back. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Jeff Dunham will join us this hour. If you missed last hour, we announced this will be the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're excited. We're celebrating. We're thanking you. We're taking your phone calls. We're reviewing, but we got a whole year to do it. We'll never get it in today. No. But we'll get as much in as we can. We do know the website is struggling, but really, honestly, it just speaks to you all out there again. Same thing when we shut down a phone system doing 12 working days of Christmas. I think it's just the traffic. You know, obviously people are going to the store at overwhelming numbers to get Rick and Bubba swag and all that. People are trying to that usually listen on archives are now wanting to listen live to catch this as it's happening. So there's just a lot being put on the website right now, and it's just a lot to lift.
Yeah. And
right?
Look,
is it any more complicated than that? I don't think it is.
This is going to be a fun year. We're going
Right.
to get to do some things we've always wanted to do, tell some stories we couldn't tell.
Oh, boy.
And I think it will be a great year for listeners and for advertisers. And,
Yes.
you know, I would call your local affiliate now and say, hey, I want to be part of history.
Yeah, if you have been kind of, Bubba, that's a great point. You've been on the fence about doing a marketing campaign with this show. The audience is never going to be bigger than it is right now.
That's right.
So get on board. So we're going to take phone calls. We're phone calls, then we reflect. This time I think we'll phone calls, then talk to Jeff Dunham, won't we? Then reflect. But anyway, so we've talked, Bubba's talked, I've talked. We got a lot more to talk about this year. We've heard from Speedy. We'll hear from Greg, Helms, Adler, and we'll all continue this as the year goes on. To Nashville, Tennessee. Alan is standing by. Alan, Nashville has a lot of incredible Rick and Bubba history. When I was there for that men's conference this past weekend, you couldn't believe the people that were walking up. They remember what Speedy talked about with the water tower. Right. They remember you and I catching the punt in the Music City Miracle.
What a day that was.
Yeah, that when we did the show from the Shoney's parking lot. Do you remember that?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when Mr. Lucky was in concert right across the water there.
River, yep.
Yeah, so Alan, welcome. You got a lot of history there in Nashville. It's a shame they ran us out on a rail, but you can still get us on other platforms now.
Absolutely. I'm part of that. I picked you guys up back in late 1998 and been with you ever since. In fact, my son, we met you at the Shoney's parking lot. We came to several of the book signings when you came to Nashville. Just so much history with you guys. First of all, thank you to all of you. I appreciate the humor. I appreciate you being transparent over your whole history of the show and the sanctification process in everybody's life. I mean, I grew up in the Lord with you guys too, sanctifying in my life. And so thank you for that. Good gracious, from Rick's throat troubles to I mean, just the kids, all the kids' stories, the foolishness with Speedy, just Greg up and down in the lift on the bucket in the truck without his shirt, and Roxanne and Donnie Osmond. Good Lord, just so much history with you guys.
Yeah.
Just when you think you're going to have a lifetime of radio, you find out you can't have nothing.
I mean, you can't even have Rick and Bubba for another
You can't even have Rick and Bubba anymore. But, guys, Lord willing, we're going to try to get there for one of the final golden ticket seats. And if nothing else, I'm calling on all the YouTubers. We need to have a big tailgate party in December and celebrate you guys going out big time.
You imagine. Thank you, Alan. all that. That's just incredible. Let's go to Mark in Biloxi, Mississippi. Mark, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Guys, I don't know what I'm going to do now. Y'all have been so great to everybody, and I just want to call and tell y'all how much I appreciate everything y'all do.
Thank you.
Just y'all stories, what y'all do for the kingdom, how y'all have helped me in my walk, and just, man, I'm kind of devastated today. But with all that said, now you tell me that the website is starting to crash. Everybody's getting memorabilia.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for a Hail Mary here. What you're going to do with the wheel of meat?
Let me tell you something, Mark. We may have a Rick and Bubba sell-off right at the end of the year.
Yeah, we've got to do inventory.
Right.
We're got to do that with the accountants and all that stuff. And we may sure enough have a sell-off.
Emily and Helena. Emily, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Morning, guys. I just wanted to say thank you so much for everything you've done over the years.
Yeah.
And wanted to just make a big recommendation. Rick and Bubba, I would love for you to both recruit one of your children to step into your footsteps. That way we as listeners get the best of both worlds. We still get to check in on you all, and your kids can lead our future generations.
I don't know about you, Bubba, but what I'm going to be doing next, I actually approached a couple of my kids, and I was turned down. One cost too much, and then one just said, Dad, I don't know that that's really what I want to do.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I thought there might be an opportunity, and beyond this, that, maybe we could all work together a little bit. And I actually have been turned down. So and one of them I can't afford.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing their own thing.
You're
and, right. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, but that's kind of
they ain't had time to figure all this out.
No, they all thankfully they're all doing well at what they're doing, and I hope that continues for them. But that would be a funny idea. But with all the podcast stuff out there, look, a Rick and Bubba Kids podcast, who knows? They'll probably figure that out at some point.
They may already have one we don't know about.
They may have that.
That's true.
Let's go to Jim in Northport. Jim, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Just want to let you guys know how much my family love your show. Appreciate your witness. And sure do hate to hear that you guys are retiring, but I'm happy for you. And that's all. I just wanted to let you know how much we appreciate you, man. How much we love the show.
Well, let me be clear. Unfortunately, we're not in any position to retire. But I mean, we're so this show is at its end. But I think we both are going to be out there trying to continue to go on. And I kind of know what I'm going to do. Bubba's trying to figure out what he's going to do. But I don't think any of us are going to retire.
It'd be nice.
Yeah,
the only problem is I'll be out of money at about 70, and that ain't gonna work out.
We continue. Let's go to Bill and Jasper. Bill, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just want to tell you thanks for everything you've done. I really appreciate it and admire your stand for God. But I wanted to recommend that you call it in December the big year ender. Call this the career ender.
Well, gosh, we hope that's not it. I mean, Bill, I have no desire for my career to be ending.
Listen,
we can say the big show.
And again,
we can say the show ender. Yeah.
What's your suggestion, Dad, for the Rick and Bubba?
What are you doing, Bill? Are we all finished? That's fine.
Several. I mean, we just don't know what we're going to be doing. I mean, several local, call-in swap shop shows have expressed opinion in all of us.
Yes.
Interest in all of us.
I love a good swap shop.
Oh, what's better than a swap shop? Yeah. All right, we'll be back. Jeff Dunham joins us next. We'll let you know what's going on with Jeff. Of course, he had no idea this was going to be going on when he came home. We actually talked about not doing the interview since we knew we're doing this today, but we love Jeff so dang much, we want to be part of it.
We figured we all needed a breath.
Yeah.
We'll pick it back up.
We'll talk to Jeff Dunham when we come back. We'll continue the Rick and Bubba show right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Big year, Coach.
Wow.
Undefeated.
Go Tigers! Oh, wow! Go Joe!
Merry Christmas to you.
Go Tigers!
Go Tigers! All right. Up next, Aunt Martha.
So good to see Rick and the kids at Christmas. Gary, come over here and get Marcia some sugar. Hey, he had a broad face and a little round belly. Coach, you look like you're putting weight on. When you can get a job? And that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of... Somebody come over and give your Aunt Martha some sugar and bring me some of that jelly.
Oh. Henry the horse.
Oh, watch out.
Where is Henry the horse? Henry. Oh, Henry, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Henry. Hey, buddy.
Henry. He was clubby and drunk. All right, jolly old Al. I laughed when I saw him. Oh, yeah. In spite of myself. Merry Christmas.
Back to the stable.
There he goes.
Get out of here, Henry. Woo. Gary, the bulldozer man.
Yes,
Gary,
sir.
you're up.
I'm ready.
You're ready.
I memorized this stuff.
You memorized, not even going to read
Sir,
it.
I'm not even going to read it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, with a twist in his wink.
Hey,
and an eye on his head.
it's a wink of his eye.
That ain't what it says.
Hey, wink of his eye. He said a wink of his eye and a twist of his head.
Yeah, that's right.
You might all just read it.
I might all just read it.
Go ahead.
All right, let's see. Where we at?
A twist of his head.
A twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread.
He didn't have anything to dread down here like
you can't
Mitchell.
have nothing.
Hey, you can't even have a dread.
Yeah. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all his stockings.
He filled all his stockings.
Then he turned with a jerk.
No, he turned with a jerk, not with a jack.
Oh. Is that all this?
That's it. You done. Hey, I see.
I thought I had that memorized.
No, you did not.
It's
close,
buddy.
Bernie Sanders. Hey, Bernie.
And laying his finger aside of his nose. If he still have a nose, because I'm going to tax it. I want to tax every nose 90% per nostril, and give it a nod up the chimney. Who am I? He rose.
Wait a minute.
Confused American.
What in the H is going on in here? Is it Christmas? What's all this traffic out here? You mean to tell me if you leave out there to go around malls and shopping places, there'll be traffic? He sprang to his sleigh and gave his team a whistle. And away they flew like a dawn of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, everybody!
Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
There it is. That a way to go. Wait just a minute. There it is.
What was I at the end?
That was great.
Oh, my goodness. Bernie, that may be based on the latest poll.
My goodness. Those polls are wrong. I'm going to win this baby.
Hey, good luck in the championship and the playoff there, Coach O.
All right, go Tigers.
We'll be back 10 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
20 minutes past Rick and Bubba's show. We are aware the website is struggling. There's just a tremendous amount of activity there. Some of you that are calling after the big announcement today saying, where do I get all the Rick and Bubba CDs? very few hard copies available, but there are some at the Rick and Bubba store, but all of it is available wherever you download content on any of the streaming services. So you can find it out there in the digital domain, and that should be anywhere and pretty easy to get, unlike some of the other stuff that's happening right now. Jeff Dunham has been a big part of Rick and Bubba history. He joins us now. Jeff, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. Good to see you guys. So what, you have technical problems?
Yeah. Well, it's we announced on the show before you got on, this is the last year of the Rick and Bubba show. So that has...
After 31 years.
Yep.
No, that's not right. No. Just get some hair dye. You'll be fine.
I was, and I thought to myself, we tried to hang on till you, debuted your new characters, Rick and Bubba, not just Bubba J.
Yeah.
And it just never happened. We just gave up.
Well, they're in the box. It's a work in progress.
Hey, congratulations. We were just discussing, because we're doing a lot of history, but the many times that you have been on the show, including one time that we caused you to miss a TV interview, and because our lunch went a little long.
Yeah, and our local affiliate was not happy with you or us, but we sure had a great lunch.
Oh, it was great. I remember, it was one of those, as you get older, you worry that it's because you're getting older. None of us were old then. We just were having such a good time. We completely forgot that I had to be somewhere. Did you guys do that on purpose? You did it on purpose, didn't you?
No, we were just enjoying it too. We were having fun cutting up. We just forgot.
I will admit this. I think I was guilty of really not caring what you had to do next.
Yeah, that was great. And is that restaurant still in business? Do you remember where we went? It was barbecue or something.
I think it is. Maybe. I don't know. COVID may have taken it out. So still not canceled, which I love that. I'm surprised that we haven't all been canceled. And, of course, I guess I don't need to speak too soon. But you've got a special – you're doing that tour, and I got to see some of that actually in – a hotel in Nashville this past weekend. I saw one of your older specials, but you got a new one coming up on Comedy Central. I'm with Cupid. Jeff, when I saw the promo for that and I saw Walter as Cupid, you are a sick person. What is this?
Yeah, so for those who don't know what you're talking about, Walter is dressed up as Cupid. So he is an old man and naked in an old man body with a diaper on and some wings and a halo. What part of that is wrong?
So basically, he's still imitating our president.
Don't ruin the joke, because at some point he says the lights are too bright and I put sunglasses on him. All right, I don't want to give away the joke, but yeah, believe me, that does not get past me, and so yeah, it's one of the bigger laughs in the show, by the way.
Yeah, I hate to go too technical, but I'm just interested in what you do. So when you're doing a tour like you're on right now, and then there's a special on Comedy Central, do they just shoot part of the tour, or is this done for Comedy Central, their own presentation?
No, I'll try and make this quick. So, this is my 12th special, and since 2008. And the way I do that is every single day I write new jokes and I sprinkle them throughout the show. If the jokes work, I keep them. If they don't, I throw them away. If I do keep a few jokes, then I'll throw out a few older jokes. So after 12 months or 18 months, the whole show is completely turned over, and it's a whole brand new show. And then when it's ready, and if it's themed, great. If not, this one's themed. And then, and we go from doing the arenas. I like doing big theaters for the specials because it's more intimate.
Yeah.
And you get better camera shots and all that stuff, and the laughs are quicker, and you don't have to wait for the echo and all that stuff. So anyway, so then we tape it. So and this is Comedy Central. We've also had Netflix ones, and we also did one on NBC. So they're always different, but they're always my productions. And then we sell them back to whoever.
Okay.
Jeff, I've got to know, because we've been dealing with getting older, and you're a little bit younger than us, but do you ever just forget the line that's coming next and lock up? Because here we have somebody else to pick up the slack if you do, but there's nobody else out there but you. Have you ever had that happen?
What happens?
Kind of like right now.
I'm trying to explain this. The bigger speed bump that I've hit just a handful of times, and it happens maybe once every 50 shows, is if I have two characters at once, the wrong voice will come out of the wrong dummy. Just because it's kind of like, when you have some skill that you've developed that would be really hard to do the first time, like let's say driving a car. The first time you drove a car, you're thinking about everything. But now you don't even think about it. You'll get somewhere and you'll go, I don't even know how I got here. I don't remember any part about this. So it's the same way when I'm on stage doing the show. I'll find myself thinking about, where am I going to go for dinner? What are we going to do after this? And blah, blah, blah. And I'll be in the middle of the show. And then suddenly I'll hear the audience really quiet and I'll go, oh, oops, that dummy sounded like that one was supposed to. I messed up.
All right. So on that note, I have to know this, and I can't remember what year the special was that Comedy Central was running while promoting the new one. I don't know. I guess it probably was the one before this. It was the deal, you bring the Bubba J character out, and you do a bit that he can't get his line right, to which he then blames you because of the obvious that we all forget that you're both, and then y'all work through that line. Was that a total bit?
So almost all those bits that are not just straight jokes. No, I'm going to say this. Every single bit that's not just set up punchline is something that happened on stage at some point, and I turned it into a bit. Okay. So to answer your question, I don't remember exactly what you're talking about there because, like I said, too many specials.
It was about Walmart. It was about why he liked Walmart, because you can go in there and get all these things in the one place. I remember that was a line about Walmart,
yeah. So that really did happen on stage once, and then it was so good that I walked off and I go, "That's got to be a bit." And the guys on the road with me go, "Yeah, it's got to be a bit." So what you saw in the special, very rarely in the specials, is something organic that just happened to happen right then and there. But I pride myself in being a good actor to make it look like, oh, this is the first time this has ever happened.
It was really well done. I figured as much, but I like hearing that it really did happen. You just kept it.
Jeff, I've got to know too, because you do such a good job. I mean, those characters are not really alive, right? I mean, I saw a horror movie about that one time.
I have 8-year-old twin. I have 8-year-old twin boys right now, and they're past it now. But at that age of 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, kids are at that magical age where fantasy and reality can mix, and that's their world, and it's okay. And so my kids and my daughters are now grown, but they were the same way. When they were those ages, they knew that Peanut was really alive. He could talk to them, and they'd make him laugh, and they'd pull his hair out, and it was just great fun. And then I'd put him in the suitcase, and that's where he lived, and he was quiet, and he wouldn't talk until Daddy came along. And that was fine. You could open the box and see dead Peanut in there, but Daddy's not holding him, so he's not alive. So no, they're not alive.
Okay. Jeff, it's been great to talk. I wish we had 10 segments. Saturday night.
I wish we had lunch to go to.
8 p.m. Eastern, the brand new special, and that is I'm with Cupid. And prepare yourself for Walter. Yeah. But the whole show's great. I'm with Cupid, Saturday night, 8 o'clock Eastern on Comedy Central. Jeff Dunham, thanks for being.
How much longer are you guys on? How much longer are you guys on?
All the way to the end of the year. All the way to the end of the year.
All right. Well, you guys, it has been just an absolute pleasure being on with you for so many years. And I appreciate the support. And it's just I always look forward to chatting with you guys. I wish you the best of luck. And hopefully I'll be on again before the end of the year.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it again. So you be part of the big celebration. You've been such a part of our past anyway. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you very much. And keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks, guys.
And I started thinking, he's kind of a dying breed. Do y'all know any up-and-coming ventriloquist?
No.
My goodness. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So it's the end of 25 years here on the show. You guys have been doing 25 years, and we're looking forward to 25 more. However, the logo has not been updated in 25 years.
That's correct.
I believe.
Yeah.
If you, the audience member, they all agree. Okay.
Yeah.
And if we can take a look here at the old logo, okay, which I have here on the screen.
Right, there it is. There's the one that everybody knows. It's been branded for 25 years, so that you never forget it.
That's right.
Well, that wasn't the first one, but we'll say that.
Yeah,
it's been pretty long running.
So we can come out of that real quick.
I don't know how many years we've had that, but a lot.
So I've got something that I want to reveal to you guys. I've created a new logo, and it's so good. It's future-proof, and it's so good, I had to bring in my own hype man, comedian, the best in the world, comedian Nick Kennedy. All right, so we can show the picture now. You can show the graphics now. All right, here we go. So here's our unveil for the Rick and Bubba logo. Here
It
is
looks
the
just like a
big
camera out of focus.
unveil. Here we go. All right, Rick, the mullet. You haven't had a mullet in 20 years. The mullet had to go.
Okay.
You looked like a fatter version of Travis Tritt, so we had to get rid of that.
That's right.
Bubba, that mustache. You haven't had the molestache in like 18 years, so we had to get rid of the molestache too.
The molestache.
That's right. That's right. So we cut the mullet. We grew a beard, which slims Rick's face in the logo and in real life. So that's good.
Yeah.
And then also, I made Bubba's hair more white in the logo, and I made Bubba's hair more white in real life too over the last.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. 10 more years. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I reveal to you the brand new, for the future, Rick and Bubba logo. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Da, da. Bubba's pedophile mustache is gone. Da, Rick's got a beard. Da, 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 da. Dun 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 dun.
Oh, that looks good.
There it is, guys.
I don't know how you even did that.
There it is.
There it is. It's updated.
Yeah, looks good.
Man, how did you do that?
So it's there it is, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, the brand new Rick and Bubba
That looks
logo
good.
for the future.
That's right. Now, is it future proof though?
It's future proof. I grayed your hair just a tiny bit, Rick.
Yeah.
And Bubba,
You went ahead and budgeted in for some future overeating.
I did, but that's on a scale. I've got that on a slider, so we can move that in and out.
Oh, if he loses, you can
Yes,
move it.
yes,
He
yes.
almost back.
So that's it. That's all we got for you guys.
Okay.
Although there is one last thing I had planned, and anybody that can be involved, that wants to be involved, can be. And I figured we could spend maybe next segment setting it up and figuring out who needs to do what. But I've got former intern Cletus here today. He's ready to play the keyboard part of Scream For You by Mr. Lucky. What? So if anybody wants to be part of a Mr. Lucky reunion that's happening right here in the studio, you're welcome to make it happen with us. It's going to be awesome.
If you're new to the show, of the 25 years, there was a time when we released the one and only CD. It's also on iTunes and available everywhere. Of the world's greatest garage band, Mr. Lucky. The CD was called Fat Chance, still is. There were 9 original songs that were a compilation of various songs that we had put together in bands throughout. Greg and I were in a lot of bands. Ryan Greenwood was in a lot of bands. And it all came together. Kevin Derryberry has played with us before. Mark Phillips has played with us before. Steve Sample, Curtis Bird. The list just goes on and on. If I'm leaving people out, I don't recall over the years. But we used to put it all together on a little something in Rick and Bubba history called Fat Fest. We actually played a Fat Chance tour when that first came out. And Adler missed all that. And Adler has been trying so hard to have a Mr. Lucky reunion.
I have.
And you and 2 or 3 other people have been just begging for it.
Yes,
and
all 3 of us.
Yes, and so you put together a surprise today as we're finishing the 25-year celebration, and you want to try to do a half of one of the Mr. Lucky songs.
Mr. Lucky reunion is happening right now.
So all right,
okay.
So we're gonna
Speedy, you're gonna produce. You're gonna help mix it. So if the mix is bad, if it sounds bad, we'll just blame Speedy like we always do.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, his mixing. You've got one button you push up and down.
You know, Bubba, I'm kind of helpless over here, buddy.
The show that has survived on mainly people going, not as bad as I thought. We're announced today the final year of the Rick and Bubba show as we wander down and we'll have a great year celebrating, and great sponsors, and all you out there have been the fuel that has kept this job going. It's been a good gig. Fieldofgreens.com. I'm so glad we did it long enough that they finally came around, because they're relatively new to the show. I'm glad that we made it long enough to use this product. Absolutely love it, love it, love it. And I know some of you are tired of me talking about it. But still, why don't you go right now to fieldofgreens.com. It has been a game changer for me. And now I finally, Sherry has come around. Now she's taking it every day. And she's like, wow, you were right. I don't know why I put this off. It's really not that complicated. Our body needs the right fruits and vegetables and the right servings to get the fuel that it desperately needs and our vital organs need. And they scientifically pick those vegetables and they pick those fruits. And when you take your Field of Greens twice a day, then you have met what is suggested by those that have studied nutrition and the health of our bodies. And I can definitely see a difference in a clean energy. Also, my immune system has been fantastic, and I just love it as part of the overall doing a little better plan. So go to fieldofgreens.com, fieldofgreens.com. Use our promo code Bubba. Get 15% off. Thank you for all the emails, how it's working for you. If you have any questions, certainly we'll help you with that too. There's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we announced today, we wind her down this year. We talked to callers. We're getting loads of emails.
Yeah, thank you so much for the emails.
Yeah,
we'll print those out and keep them forever.
Yeah, the Rick and Bubba store, they say, look, they're doing all they can. Their website's doing all it can. And we knew that would be part of it, and we gave everybody as much of a heads up as we could. We at one point thought about trying to get to Monday, but people who needed to be told were being told, and we knew that it was getting out. We were trying to get out ahead of it, so we went ahead and went today. So I know that's caused some people some duress that needed a little more heads up, but we apologize for that. So we've been walking through all that has been going on with the show. We've talked, Bubba and I have talked, and we'll continue. We've talked to Speedy, gave him the floor. Greg, you came to the show, and I will tell you, and I've said this to you before, and I know that you go, well, you're saying that because it's your brother, but I base this on what I get from the audience. The show throughout its history, there's been things that we couldn't orchestrate any of this. We thank God for that. But the timing and how it happened with you to join the show, and this is not any kind of derogatory statement about those that did decide they were going to go on to something else. But I believe that when you came to the show needed it at that time. I think it was a great punch that we needed, a little injection that made the show better. And we certainly have loved you being here.
Well, it's a strange, like I said the other day when we were talking, it's a bizarre situation anyway. It was funny, I'd forgotten when y'all were talking about the Playhouse when me and Rick had a little DJ business. And then all of a sudden when y'all got on the show together, you pay a little extra, you got Bubba too. You remember that? Right. You had the package.
Until the popcorn incident.
He took his equipment. And then one time me and Bubba had it just us at Plainview High School.
Yes,
Home
we
the
did.
Dancing Bear.
Yes.
Anyway, so I had ties, played on the softball team.
I think the song "I Swear" was pretty big.
Oh, it was big. They wanted to hear it a lot. Yeah. I played on the softball team, and then the XFL. Y'all made me up. Bottom line, y'all just made up a job for me to go so we could fly all over the country and have fun.
Right.
I would go to XFL game in San Francisco and be back to work at the power company that following Monday.
Right.
That's crazy, wasn't it?
But like I said, the celebration of this show, you three built it. Me taking any credit to be like, if you got drafted by the Patriots after those first three Super Bowls, right, and they won the fourth one, you thought it had anything to do with you.
You had to have everybody there.
They won the fourth one, you go, well, yeah, it's because of me. So the opportunity, it just felt right. It didn't make any sense. And you and I, Rick, we grew up.
Yeah.
Like you said, we shared a room till we were 18.
Right.
And we played in bands together. We always wanted to do something together. And we were joking really when the job came open. Almost, I don't even think you were serious. And then we got to talking. We're like, and I don't know why. It's probably dumb on my part, to be honest. But
You had a pretty good
I just
retirement
walked
thing
away
going there.
and joined the circus, and I ain't looked back ever since. I thought it would be about 5 years, and I said, "Oh, they'll let me back in at the power company by then." Now it's been about 16. I don't believe they're gonna let me back.
What was
your life as a carny?
Yeah. What was Mother's response and Lisa's response when you went to tell them, and Dad's response?
Yeah.
Lisa, at the time of the job I had, they've changed it now. And there was an area we covered. There were only two of us that covered the whole thing. So if you weren't first call, you were second call. So you worked a lot, gone a lot. You were worn out, and she knew I was worn out. And plus, and Mom just told me not for me and you not to get in a fight.
Right.
I said, Mom, we're in our early 40s.
We've been pretty good with that.
We're in our 40s. We're fine.
Nah, I told you all that too.
Yeah, Bubba did too, because he witnessed one.
I said, just go outside.
Right.
Don't tear the equipment up.
But they were Lisa was very supportive of it. She really was, and like I say, that was a plunge out of some a comfortable situation. Unless I did something stupid, I could probably stay there till I was 70.
Yep.
And but decided not to. But I like I said, I appreciate you guys giving me a chance to do this. Because, like I said, it made no sense. I mean, y'all had an opening. Why would you hire? It made no sense.
Well, but hey, if I could just say this, Greg, you were always showing up at the staff or family get-togethers, and you had us rolling, and we'd always just be around just cackling at something you would say, and so to us it was an awesome.
Well, even Rick said it, because I said, "Well, now what all I got to do?" He goes, "We'll train you. Just show up, and we'll find some things you can do."
Right. Well, that's our whole show. Our whole deal's been. You want to do that?
Yeah, but you wasn't on the air, but. You were part of the show.
Yeah.
You just wasn't on the air.
Exactly.
And,
you were a character.
And your legend of what, your love of puppet and humans.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for staying out of the Jeff
military
Dunham.
bands and all that. And all that.
Yeah, thanks for not chiming in on Jeff Dunham.
Yeah.
But again, I'm trying not to get mushy because I don't want to be that guy that
when have you ever, let me ask you this. When have you ever been
just so you know, I'm not even going to discuss anything today because I will turn into that.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
So don't even come to me next.
Okay.
I need like 2 weeks.
You need 2 weeks. Okay. Adler, you're next.
But thank y'all, honestly, for giving me a shot to do this. Yeah. And like, see, my kids were at high school age when we came here. So a lot of them with my old job, I'd miss a lot of stuff if I was working. Well, I got to go to everything. Because I remember saying I wished I had these hours when my kids were little.
Yeah, right. That's one great thing about this.
So it was a blessing to our family. And like I said, me and you, we've always wanted to do something in the entertainment business together. And to be honest, and I used to joke about it, and we had interns, and they all come to you wanting advice how to get into the business. I said, you need to go talk to Speedy, because my advice is you get a sibling who works real hard in radio and builds this huge show, and then you ask him to hire you. That's the only advice I could give them.
Yeah, well, Greg, I will say. Let me say this, because you have been a great addition, and you were there behind the scenes, even when you wasn't. Because a lot of the stories we would tell were about you, even though you wasn't on the air with us.
Mm-hmm.
But you've meant a lot to us, and Lisa, and I've mentioned this on the show before. But when we had kids, because I'm an only child, I don't have brothers, so y'all are my brothers. And you and Lisa had very graciously agreed to be our kids' godparents and guardians. So if God forbid
honored.
Something had happened to me and Betty,
that was a huge honor.
Before they were 18, you were going to raise my kids.
That's right, and the fact that you did that meant so much to us. And
I didn't come with any pay.
I remember when y'all were going to Hawaii. I said, at least hang on, that's a long flight.
I know. And a lot of water out there.
We have to bring a couple more kids in.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad
but
you.
No, honestly,
but I saw the way
that was an honor.
I saw the way that Greg had raised puppies, and I thought,
well, I tell you one thing: you see the way Greg raised kids, and he's raised two incredible adults.
I think they're in spite of me.
Right.
We say.
Well, you have a good wife, and we all do that, and they get a lot of credit. But I think I'm glad you're touching on this. This thing of Greg coming out of the blue collar world, and it really is funny, and all of it's true. But what he's telling you, Greg and I both had a love of the entertainment business, and when we were playing in bands together, we really almost did that full time. Yeah. So Greg's love of the entertainment business has been there too. I pursued it more than he did, except for the time we were in the band together. So it really was a dream come true. And one of the things that you can get concerned about, sometimes people can be funnier when someone else is talking about what you did. Yeah. And then, radio's a different thing as opposed to sitting around the grill And so, I was like, can you make that transition? And you certainly have
From backyard to broadcast.
And like I tell Bubba from the very beginning. I know
That's your book.
Yeah, that's it. By the way, that's it. But we've told
Or from the poll.
Yeah, if it was available now, nobody could order it. But what I was saying is when you.
I love little statements like that.
But anyway, what I'm saying is when you came in here, one thing that I told Bubba, I said, I don't know if he can do the radio thing. One thing I know, though, will never struggle with work ethic.
That's it.
Yeah, and that part I know will be right.
Yeah, I learned that, Dad. Once I failed out of college and the pressure was on me to actually make something out of myself, Dad was going, well, there's always the Army. As an officer. Ended up with a power company, so it was good enough.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. We were raised to learn to work, and this is, again, and from my family, from Lisa, all of us, y'all giving me this opportunity is just, it was life-changing. It really was, and I mean that for the good.
Yeah, Greg, I appreciate you being my co-host during Snowmageddon.
Don't forget about that. You talking about two voices in the dark. Ricky, you talking about two voices in the dark.
Voices in the dark.
Hey, 3.
Yeah,
Were
it was
you
3.
I was sleeping there too.
He was there.
I'm sorry, Adler.
Oh, we're
Forgot
sorry, but you
buddy.
got overlooked.
Me and Bubba went live for what?
Morning and afternoon and part of the night.
I know it.
Snowmageddon, voices in the dark.
We were stuck on the road.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Ham's had the worst.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can tell you're up to something. You're up to something with that. I don't know what you're gonna do. Oh my gosh! All right, hold on, everybody, hold on, Bub.
Thank you, Kevin.
Hey, Rick, can I get a check here?
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
Okay.
Check and go.
You need more volume?
Yep. Everybody good on the guitar. Everybody good. Sound Greg, let me hear the drums. We can't hear those.
Yeah.
Wait till that guitar.
I'm all the way down.
You're killing everybody, Adler.
Everybody hear everybody.
Rick,
One last thing.
Y'all ready for a little rock and roll?
Rick, I'd like for you to welcome everybody to the studio like we're here to see like a little gig.
Hey guys, good to have y'all out tonight. Hey, thank you. I mean, remember the Fat Chance Stewart say, hey! Hey! We're here tonight, so go back and do one y'all might remember a little song called Stream for You. Y'all get your hands together and go to He never believed in anything called destiny. Everyone seemed to remember him for what he used to be. He's singing songs that nobody ever heard. But he knew exactly what he trying to say. You know, he wrote him a word. Here we go. He's in the pouring rain. He's feeling all alone. He's been through so much pain. I want to scream for you. And oh, I wish you scream for me. Oh, I want to scream for you. And oh, I wish you scream for me. Somebody say rock and roll. I want to scream for you. Mr. Lucky, good night.
Let's go. 8 minutes to the top. Announcing today the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show. We celebrate all year long. Thanks to each and every one of you. And I know a lot of you have want to have an opportunity to talk. Look, we'll get as much of it as we can today in, but we got all year. Ashley in Starkville, 96.1, the Man Church Conference coming there March 8th and 9th. So, Ashley, what's on your mind?
Hey, guys. How are y'all doing?
We're great. We're good.
Thank y'all for all that y'all have done for us over the years. I've been listening to y'all since high school. I'm now 44 years old, so that's been a long time.
Wow, thanks.
I don't. You don't have to answer today, but the question looms: what was Willie and Wanda's real name?
Ooh, Bubba, what do you think? You said we'd say things we were never able to say.
We ain't saying that.
Find them.
We ain't saying
Greg,
that.
no. Oh, what? Release the Kraken, Greg?
Absolutely.
No.
Rick. Absolutely. You talk about a ratings monster.
Hey, he loves a genuine article.
You talk about a ratings monster.
You're right.
Yeah.
Listen.
First names only, Bubs.
Greg, Greg, us opening up a mummy's tomb would also be a great ratings monster.
Yeah, Greg is that guy that's like, go ahead, drink out of the skull. Nothing will hurt you.
Nothing will hurt you. Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, right then a bullet hit you.
Let's go to Keith.
Y'all know Nostradamus.
Keith in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Keith, go ahead.
Curses.
Hey guys, a quick comment and then a quick story. I'm 30 years old. I cannot remember a time growing up before 10 o'clock in the morning that we didn't have you guys on.
There you go.
Wow.
Love it. Good.
Bonding experience with my dad, memories with dad. When I got to working, like a earlier caller said, Dad would text me, "Hey, did you hear this on Rick and Bubba? Just love you guys. Really appreciate y'all."
You're very kind.
So, quick story. I worked for a missile manufacturing facility where you were not allowed to have a phone, not allowed to have a radio.
Probably a good idea.
Figured out a way to stream you guys through the internet and called on the desk phone to do the Wheel of Meat one time.
That's
and the
funny.
comment, I had to be super, super quiet talking to y'all because I was not supposed to do that. And I can say it because I'm not there anymore. But the comment that Rick made after I got off was, "Man, that guy must have been at work. He was really talking really under the breath." Anyway.
So
Just
what
thought
were
it
you?
was
Were you on a
funny.
SIP phone or how did you call?
Just a desk phone. I had you guys streaming off of actually zzk.com and just using earbuds, but it was kind of funny.
That's
probably not
great.
something I should have been
Right in the
doing.
middle of the missile manufacturing.
I know we got a lot to try to get in, so I won't try to, talk about every call. But I will say, and I think I'll speak for the whole team, and nobody wants to take the squall in here, but one of the things that people talk about of having memories with their dad, memories, with their parents, listening to the show, and parents, that have gone on in. to me, every time I hear that, that's one of the most moving things.
Yes.
Because I knew things that were they're special to us and our dads and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Just really
that's
cool.
true.
We continue. Let's go to Mark in Georgia. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So sad to hear the news this morning. I was a little story here. I'm 55 years old. I've been listening to you guys since I was in high school.
How odd.
And yeah. Well, I got up this morning. I got to working, and I heard the news, and I said, and all of a sudden, I just said, "Wait a minute! How did that happen?"
Yeah. Mark, and I know we went to school for a long time, but you've been in high school at 25.
Wow. That's something else. Good night.
There's no way
I think I played against you in junior high basketball.
Right. There's no way you were legal in sports.
Right.
Did you get hold back a few times?
If you were listening in high school, you would have been 25.
The numbers run together.
Right.
We understand.
I
We're
got
talking
it.
in general
Got
terms.
it, dude.
General.
Got it.
I was young. Leave it at that.
Stephen in Alabama. Stephen, go ahead.
Gentlemen, how are y'all this morning?
We're great. We're great.
Good, man. I've been part of the Rick and Bubba Army since '94, and y'all have become part of my daily routine. So y'all will be missed when you're no longer on air.
Thank you.
Whoever steps up to fill the void better have some big feet, because that's some big shoes to fill.
Oh yeah, look around.
Speaking of that, is there anybody on maybe the Good Time Gang or anything like that that's going to step up and try to fill that void, or is everybody going to retire out, or how's that going to work?
Yeah, I can speak for. I'm not going to retire. I will continue to do a show in 2025, and I'm certainly going to talk to some of the guys about joining me in that endeavor.
Okay, all right. So it's not just going to be gone, period.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you calling.
Yeah, man.
And thanks for all the support. To Charlie in Snellville, Georgia. Charlie, go ahead.
Oh, Snellville. Where's you live?
Hey, guys. I'm not crying. I think I got something in my eye.
Sure. Dusty and
Allergies are bad
Dusty.
right now. Yeah, really bad.
These allergies are bad here in Georgia. But anyways, listen, guys, I'm going to be all over the board because, I get emotional about things like this.
Okay.
But, I'm in pest control. I'm in and out of my truck all day long, and I give y'all bits and pieces all 5 hours.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I did the same thing with Rush Limbaugh, and when Catherine came on, I knew right away. And, when y'all said you had a big announcement, I knew right away. And it's just so sad. But, I just want y'all to know that I love y'all and the show.
Thank you.
And just like Rush Limbaugh was the GOAT, y'all are the GOAT too.
Oh, yeah, well,
very kind.
That's very kind.
To even be mentioned in the same statement with Rush.
And really, if you look at not regrets, because we tried. Bubba and I, one of those things we never got was to meet Rush Limbaugh.
I know. We got close.
You can't
met his brother.
Can't even meet Rush.
Have met several of his friends. Met his manager.
Spoke into his microphone. I was there for that.
Wanted to meet him so bad. And I understand why there's no way for him to know why he should have met us.
Well,
I wish somebody could have communicated that to him.
Rick, he probably, if he ever listened, he thought, well, there's a bunch of good ones, and just moved on. But
but of course, he did have a comedy side. I was about to say, if you want to be taken serious as a commentator, you don't get near us. But he was very.
Yeah, my favorite part was the funny side. Of
I agree.
What he did. Yeah.
Because he used humor. He used humor to just point and illuminate the absurdity of some of the things the left believes, and now people are starting to get on board. But Rush was way ahead of this. He was showing you how bizarre it was long before a lot of people have come around. Like Joe Rogan and that bunch the other day. Rush has been talking about that forever.
I know it.
If you leave us, don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel today.
But why leave?
If you have more, Helmsy says he needs 2 weeks. He's too emotional. But we'll talk to Adler. We'll talk to Adler when we come back, and we'll continue your phone calls if you stay with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey. What's up, gang? Thank y'all so much for watching on YouTube. Appreciate y'all so very much. We are now moving from 2019 to 2020. I said this earlier. I've gotten a lot of emails, people worried about, because we're about to hit COVID during these flashbacks, during the breaks. I'm not going to sit and drag us through long speculation of things like that. I will put us through some of the COVID stuff because it's important to remember what happened, how it happened, and not let a lot of that stuff happen again, just in case if y'all are wondering what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. So thank y'all so much for watching. I know today has been a crazy day. It's been crazy for me as well. It's been crazy for everybody. We appreciate y'all so very much. Thank you for watching. And, continue to watch. We appreciate you guys. This whole next year is going to be a blast. And just like Rick just talked about, there is going to be a future plan. Rick has a future plan for what he wants to do. So, again, thank y'all so much for watching. We love y'all. Appreciate you guys.
Bubba, back in town.
Glad to be back. Welcome, sir. Good to see you again. Hadn't seen you in a couple of weeks.
Well, you almost didn't see me today.
Well, you tried to get all you could out of vacation.
Well, the difficult thing when you're away, when you get your routine, I can pretty much function. I'm very routine sensitive, and so what I try not to let happen, but it does, and I know you're the opposite. When I go on vacation for this length of time, myself will try. It's like the biggest battle we have every day is with ourselves.
Yes.
And so,
absolutely.
And so myself starts saying, Rick, you've done away with this getting up before the sun. So I'm going back to who I really am, and this is me talking to me. Mm-hmm. And I say to myself, no, we can't do that because then we go back. It'll be difficult to get accustomed again. And before I know it, my body will drift back to going to bed anywhere from 11:30 p.m. to midnight and sleeping to 8 to 8:30.
Yeah, Rick, it was a mess. I was sleeping in, and Betty was amazed 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning.
Wow, that's something else.
And, I stayed up one night, I know, to about 9:15.
What, crazy?
Yeah. So I knew you were on the edge.
I think that was New Year's Eve.
You animal.
New Year's Eve. Yeah. So I tried to, you and my mother and dad, who are both, 78, both sent me the same Happy New Year at 9 p.m. But anyway, so I
want to get it in.
I was, so yesterday I said, okay, today's the Lord's Day, so this will help because we get up earlier on Sunday. Hey, we're going to get up. I'm going to get up early on Sunday, and that way by the time I get to Sunday night, I'll be sleepy and everything will be fine. So we got up, but the only thing is that's part of my routine. I always get up early on Sunday. Yep. Well, not as early as this, but like 6, something like that, 6:30. So I get ready for bed, and I think to myself, hey, I dozed off a little bit there, watching a little TV. This looks good. I mean, I'm in good shape. I was dozing a little bit there. Now I feel like, it's a normal. Yep. And I got in that bed, and I got big eyes so bad. I mean, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't get comfortable. I couldn't lay down. I was amped, I guess, about getting back to work and thinking about things that you said 2 weeks ago. I'll worry about that when I get back.
Yeah, and you think, hey, what did I forget on that list?
It was the most awful big eye, and I couldn't get happy with my temperature. I couldn't, and then to make things worse, I literally, I have, I got a Bose clock radio because Paul Harvey said to get one. Right. And so I have one of those. It has alarm 1 and alarm 2. I got one of the later models after I replaced the original model. So you have alarm 1, which is me, and alarm 2, which is Sherry, if she needs an alarm. Well, for some goofy reason, because I'm just a doggone good one, I set alarm 1 for my normal wake-up time, which is 4:30, but then engaged alarm 2.
Yeah.
And didn't turn on alarm 1. So I set up in my bed, if y'all want to be amazed by the time I walked in here, I set up in my bed at 5:26.
That is something.
Yeah, I couldn't get it done.
And walked to here, 10 till?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Maybe 8 till.
Good stuff right there.
That may be.
Did you speed through the shower, or did you speed driving?
A shower. I jumped in the shower and wet my head and beard, and that was it. Brushed my teeth. Wait a minute, I got to text Sherry in the break. Did not deal with the dog this morning. Didn't have time for all that.
Uh-oh.
So that's out. So it's this was a test again. This break, having the boys home. I was really watching on how much everybody loves a dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was making that call. Everybody better. And
how'd they do?
One not so good. The other okay. One, as a matter of fact, has now joined my team.
And that'd be Brody.
Yes.
I knew it.
Dad, I'm good with his exit if you are. And I'm saying, okay, all right, I'm down to one. And of course, Big Love was saying he would take him back to Starkville, but I said, if you do that, it will teach you a valuable lesson, and I should let you do that. I really should, if I want, because what you'll start saying is when your roommates and your friends say things like, let's go to the concert, or let's go to this, let's go over to the hump and watch the basketball team, and then you're going to say, well, what about the dog?
Yeah.
Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go do this. Let's go do this for the weekend. What about the dog? Hey, what do you think about this? You want to go over there? Hey, let's go down. What about the dog? And I should have taught that lesson, but
it'll just be a handle for you.
Right? Yeah.
Well, it'll end up being a handle for you because Tyler's asked to take one of our dogs back, and I'm like, well, now it's just an hour and a half away handle.
That's correct.
Because now we'll lose the deposit for your apartment.
That's right. Yeah.
All this kind of stuff because it'll tear it up.
Yeah.
Something will happen.
Yep.
It's not.
Yeah. It's one of those things that young people don't know. It all looks good, but then you have to implement it.
Yeah.
It looks good on paper.
Sure. There's all kinds of things. I got all kinds of things I can do when I never have to do them.
Yeah.
16 minutes past. We'll get back. We got a lot to unpack from the last 2 weeks. I don't even know what's going on in the world. We'll try to figure that out. Are we at war with Iran? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you from sweet home Alabama to the rest of the world. And we thank you for being here with us today. So, we announced earlier the final year of the Rick and Bubba Show will be 2024. Now, we will celebrate all through the year. We've been taking a lot of phone calls from you, and we'll continue to do that probably throughout the year. So, and we're reminiscing, and we'll continue to reminisce throughout the year. If you're looking for Rick and Bubba swag, a lot of these are questions that they're saying you're calling the office, you're calling the store. As far as Rick and Bubba best of stuff, some hard copies of CDs are still available. Some of the titles, not many, but they all can be found on all your download options that are out there. Your Apple Music, there's Spotify, and there's even a YouTube channel that plays them and all these kind of things. So you can find those if you want them for yourself. You want to go to the stores and down Google their store, all that. They're all out there. I did hear though from the gang at the store, Bubba, they said the problem with our website is on our end. It's not really affecting orders coming in. That they're getting all the orders.
Good.
So that's good news if they're there. So just those are some things people are asking and trying to figure out today. Like I said, we got a whole year. We don't have to get all this in today, so we'll work through it. And so the gang is all here today. We talked to Speedy. We've talked to Greg. Bubba and I have talked. We'll continue. Helmsley has asked for a few more days to gather his emotions. And
2 weeks, Rick.
2 weeks.
I need 2 weeks.
All right, he needs 2 weeks.
I got to squalling with a couple of customers, audience members in the phone screen.
You squalling in there?
I can't take this.
Right, I mean, you coming off the big win, now this.
I know.
Life's full of such highs and such lows. But we're celebrating. But Helmsley, we're celebrating.
I know. But when you hear the emotion in everybody's voice,
I know it. It's what Bubba and I were trying to prepare ourselves for.
Listen.
Everybody takes the squalling.
When I talked to my daughters last night, I was not expecting their response. They got upset.
Oh yeah.
And I think that hit me hard. Maddie and I spent a little time at the dermatologist yesterday, and so she had some things removed from her hand and some warts or something, and I was there with her, and she got to squall in there because of that. It was painful.
Sure.
So I'm in an emotional state already because my daughter's crying.
Right.
And then I had to tell all them last night because I knew they would be bombarded at school today, and so I gave them a heads up. Of course, Braden's like, Bubba's sick. And I'm like, no, Braden, but he's not. Bubba's
not
fine.
Not any more than normal.
Bubba is fine, Braden. He's like, okay. And I was like, okay, he handled it completely different than
Nice
Caroline.
talk, son.
Caroline and Maddie.
Oh, yeah.
They really were upset by it. And so anyway, it's just been an emotional couple weeks. And
Oh, yeah.
and then when you finally hear from this wonderful audience that we have and that have supported us so long, it's man, it's tough.
Yeah,
All right, I'm hushing. I'm gonna get to crying.
Well, let me bail you out on that and say this. I've often said that applause is the greatest drug mankind has ever known, because when you're on stage and people are playing, it's just, I don't know, you just want to keep doing it and you want to make them happy. And the same with this. You know, we run into people and they're laughing about something that was done, and I'm so glad we can make people laugh. I'm addicted to that. I like to see people laugh.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I knew today we were going to make people sad, and
it's not really our thing.
It's a terrible feeling, and but it eventually, that day was coming. It just came with the package, and. So I last night was tough thinking about what we were going to unfortunately unleash on a lot of people. But I'm gonna tell you that it makes me feel good that they care so much. It really does, and because we care too. And I hope you realize that completely.
Yeah.
Gary just texted, said he went over to the Bubba Rosa, sitting over crying his eyes out.
It's old Yellow Gate, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, I just went over to Bubba Rosa, Pine Valley, just remembering when I worked for Bubba.
I did check with the website company, and they said that it is the traffic. They said this is their line. The traffic on the site is insane this morning.
Wow.
They beefed up some things 10 minutes ago, so it should be loading faster now.
Okay, good.
Good deal.
Adler, hey.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, gang?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man.
By the way, happy birthday to your son again.
Yeah, I thought
Ezra, big number one.
I thought that was gonna be the big announcement of the day.
So
how about every birthday he has, you'll get to remember this day.
I will, always.
That's a great point.
February 1st, a day that will live
in infamy.
So, Adler, you came here via the Rick and Bubba intern program.
I did. I interned for you guys while I was still in college, and always kept y'all on my radar, and always applied for a job when y'all had the opening. And right out of college, I didn't get the job with you guys. I ended up getting a job as a hot rockin' DJ.
Yeah, baby.
On FM radio. And I think about that time so much in my life because, as a hot rockin' DJ, you are doing a lot of promoting of local bar scene, local club scene, and things like that. So I was in the clubs, in the bars a lot, and this job got me out of that. And I'm not joking at all. Like, when you wake up at 4 a.m, you can't stay out until midnight.
Right.
You'll die.
Well, don't go back to them.
I won't, Greg. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. And I've got this picture of my family here, and it is just unbelievable how far I've come. I can point to so many times in my life where it is obvious that God has placed me where he wants me to be, and that is with you guys. And I told y'all this before. I'll tell you again. Y'all have been an unbelievable blessing to my life, time and time and time again. So I cannot thank y'all enough for that. I lost a lot of friends when I made that move from Hot Rockin' DJ to the Rick and Bubba, the conservative Rick and Bubba show. I really did. I found out who my real friends were. And
I held it against you.
And yes, totally. A lot of people did. A lot of the friends, and I'm making air quotes, that I made in that scene immediately cut me off.
Yeah.
And that hurt. That was a hard adjustment. And y'all became my friends for real. Like
by default.
By default. And with friends like y'all, who needs enemies?
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We looked right at Greg, didn't he?
No,
He did.
It really has been a blessing. There was a little bit of an adjustment period for me for sure. And I think as I've gotten older, I've gotten just a lot more in common with you guys, and I can see things in the same way that you guys as I can. And as I've gotten older, this job has actually gotten cooler and cooler and cooler to say that I have and to say that I've been a part of. No joke. Skydiving.
Bull riding,
Rocky Mountain,
filming y'all riding bulls and stuff. But I don't think if I hadn't gotten this job, I don't think I would have married Aaron the teacher. It might have been like Nikki the dancer.
That's it.
Unfortunately,
I think you're right, buddy.
Yeah, I do too.
Wouldn't have been Peggy.
It might have been. So I cannot thank y'all enough.
We saw a few of them come through in the early days. We were worried about.
Oh yeah,
helping set the course of my life.
And yeah, I just want to say, yesterday Lisa brought it up. She was at home watching, and the Redneck Rap came on. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Let me just say this: the daily documentaries that Adler did, that was just awesome.
Yeah.
And first of all, the effort to do it was incredible.
It almost killed
and to
him.
be creative that much for that long strength of time. That was very impressive, by the way. I don't know if I ever told you that.
Thank you, buddy.
What? Was that a compliment?
Whoa.
What just
Whoa,
happened?
whoa,
What just happened?
Greg, we've still got a year. Take it easy.
Of course,
Come
go
out-
get a damn
Helms is tearing
haircut. But
up.
yeah.
Come out here, see if Greg will hug you. Yeah, Greg, don't be like that.
The throwdown in Mismatch Town when Rick and I fought is one of the funniest things that ever happened ever because Rick forgot that it was a bit
I'm
and
sorry.
he just started fighting me,
I'm
throwing
so
me
sorry.
across the room
I'm
and stuff.
so
I'm like,
sorry.
I'm actually going to get hurt doing this.
I'm sorry.
The
That was instinct.
The right-handed punch. It was a little
It was
much.
instinct.
It was great, and for real, it was. You guys had to do a lot with the. I know I get a lot of credit for those daily documentaries, but I had a camera in your face a bunch, and from all of those days in a row, and then I did the second round of them as we wrapped up the 25th year. You know, so. Who knows what'll happen as we wrap up this 30th year? Here.
Watch it.
Wait a minute.
I just said who knows.
Watch it.
You got two little kids now.
Wait
a minute.
Watch it.
Can't be here till dinner time.
No,
Wait a minute.
No. But again, it's such a blessing, such a pleasure, and such an honor to have been part of this historical show. And I look forward to what the future holds for everyone here in this room.
Yeah,
God
man.
has a plan, no matter what happens. And I love you, audience. Thank y'all so much. And I love you, Rick and Bubba. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I've got, of course, if I'm going to be gone and spend time with family, there's going to be stories, and we'll cover some of those and others that y'all may have. But I am trying to get clarified because, you know, part of the job that we do is to be somewhat informed. We don't have to be majorly informed, somewhat informed on what's going on in the world, and I don't have any idea. I haven't watched news. I haven't listened to news. I don't know much of anything. The only football games I saw were the college playoffs. I saw those games. I haven't seen any of the NFL playoffs. I haven't seen any other bowl games. I saw a little bit of one of the exhibition games, little bits and pieces. So I'm not informed at all. And when I started trying to figure out this Iraq, Iran, Trump, are we at war? Embassy attacked? What's going on?
Well,
can anybody
Rick,
unpack this for me?
You talking about,
I
talking about
Yeah.
needing a scorecard. Well, let's just walk through it, okay? And
Okay.
I'm gonna try to paint a general picture of what I understand happened. I may be totally wrong. I'll just admit that.
You know what
I think happened.
Wait a minute. Can I look at you just a minute? Love you. Okay, and I'm glad we're back together
Yeah,
for another
yeah,
year.
yeah.
I didn't know we'd still be alive.
Right,
Okay,
right.
Yeah.
Lord willing.
And,
Yeah.
But you've been to the same place I've been. What do you know? I mean, do you know this any better than I do?
I have a slightly more informed knowledge of it than you. Slightly.
Okay.
Just slightly.
Do you know just enough right now to be dangerous?
Well, I know enough that I can at least start a conversation that we can hammer it out as we go.
Because I looked
Okay.
around in here, I don't think any of these three know.
So here's the thing about the time I had knee surgery. The U.S.
Oh, that's
carried
right.
out.
You could have been sitting in front of a TV, like really getting updated.
Well, but you're like,
and also you have to remember because that was back after Christmas,
right? So we had an airstrike against a camp that we said terrorists were in. Okay, just like we do all the time. I mean, they happen day to day. Nobody ever.
I don't mean to interrupt, but was that in response to the attack on the embassy?
This is kind of where we're starting.
Okay, I got you. All right.
So about a week later, on the 31st of December, New Year's Eve,
got it.
The embassy in Iraq was attacked by supporters of this militia, they call it, in response to the airstrikes that we had.
We had airstrikes on a militia that we thought were bad dudes.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
And then when we did that, then a certain group got upset, and they were behind the embassy in Iraq being attacked.
They had a big rally. They scaled the walls. They busted out some windows.
Saw some of that.
No one was killed. But here's the point: an embassy is U.S. soil in a foreign country, just like theirs are here. The embassy that we have in Iraq is our largest embassy. It encompasses, Rick, 104 acres.
Wow.
Okay, so it's a big boy. And I don't know how you think they would have walls. They couldn't go over. I don't know, but anyway, they did. They got in, tore everything up. And in response to that, it appears it's in response to that, Donald Trump ordered the taking out of an Iranian general that would be similar in level to what we call the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Okay, the head of the military, but there's probably a guy over him.
I'm going to stay with you. So we went after a militia group in Iran.
In Iraq.
In Iraq.
Right.
All right, and then our embassy was attacked in Iraq, but we think Iran was behind the attack, so we took out Iran's chief of staff.
We think Iran was behind the rebel rousing of the crowd to do that. In response, we took out this general. Now,
in these two places, their names are
I know.
and I know there's a history reason why. It's already confusing enough in the Middle East, but when you're having to decipher the difference between what Iran and Iraq's doing, it's very difficult.
Yeah,
those words are. I mean, we're just got a letter here we're messing with.
Yeah, it's a little close. So the intel that we had, this guy is basically in charge of the military. All the stuff they've been doing, you know, when they shoot at boats in the straits over there, all the terrorist stuff they're doing, he's behind it all. And they had intel not only for what he had done with the embassy situation, but some other things that was going on. Donald Trump was given options. They apparently knew where he was. Donald Trump chose the option to disable him to do any more bad deeds. Took him out. I don't know what weapon they used. I saw the car. It looked like the axles were still in place. May have been the old Ginzu. I don't know.
Boy, we had a great show on the Ginzu that day.
Boy,
It was from a drone.
It was?
Yeah.
From a
So
drone.
we had.
Now, wait, Greg, you
How
know a
about
little bit
this?
about it.
Greg,
We
I
had
think it
great.
may have been the old.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go. 22 minutes past the Rick and Bubba show. We are excited about this year, and certainly we're pensive, reflective. 30 years of the Rick and Bubba show, and then, Lord willing, we get to the end of this year, we'll complete 31 years together. Your phone calls are coming in. We're talking amongst the staff as well and reminiscing, but we got the whole year to do that. If you're going to rickandbubba.com, we just heard from the company that hosts it, and they're saying, look, it's a lot of traffic. They've boosted it. They think now it should be loading, like Helmsley said. The store's running fine. If you're trying to get Rick and Bubba swag, we do have the 30-year stuff there, but all of it now becomes the final year. So it's all there at rickandbubba.com, and it sounds like the store, they're going to be a little overwhelmed, but they are getting your orders, so that's good. And then I told you all the best of bits. They're out there in all the different places you can get them. I mean, how many titles do you think we still have hard copies of? Maybe not many.
I don't know. I haven't
that
really
bad
looked at-
Walmart deal we made, that
Yeah,
one, we should
yeah.
still have plenty of those. But
Right.
was that Radio Gold? Was that the one that happened to?
It's been so long, and we've moved them so many times.
Remember, at one point we were just giving them to people
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I'll never forget, and that's when I first started working here. All of a sudden they go, "Hey, there's a delivery truck outside," and they had pallets. And they just dropped them outside the door, and it's just cases of CDs. And I was like, what are we going to do with these?
Yeah, that was the old Walmart deal. They were such big dogs. They would make sure they didn't run out, so they would over order, and then anything they didn't sell when the heat went down and people weren't buying them, this money.
Yeah.
And we thought, well, that's not a good deal.
That don't really work out.
Mandy in Margaret, Alabama. Mandy, welcome to Rick and
Mandy.
Bubba. How are you today?
Gentlemen, thank you so much for being salt and light, all six of you, and everything that you've done for us. And, memories of Don Juan and Casio Kid are just flooding back. I'm a lifer. I'll be 43 this upcoming October. I've been listening to you since I was 12 years old.
Oh, great.
And I've been holding on to a T-shirt that I've been promising. I sent you guys an email that I promised my son we would wear and try to get golden ticket seats. But one memory that I have is I went on vacation and came back, and it's when you swap stations to ZZK.
Oh.
And I swapped to where you were, and it was dead silent, and I had a crisis of faith.
Yeah, look, all of our vacations got turned upside down on that one.
Yeah, that was
We didn't know. We thought we had. We thought we were going to come back and stay with the company we were leaving for at least a little bit longer. And of course, as our business will do, they informed us that was not the case. And Speedy, as I've said, and I talked to Tom, the engineer, a minute ago, I'm standing in line at Space Mountain. And I saw the phone ringing, then it rung again, then it rung again. I'm like, thanks, Speedy needs me.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Rick, any chance you could come home earlier? And, of course, I was in Disney World with small kids, so I said, yes, absolutely.
Be there this afternoon.
Love to.
That was a tough dial for me.
Well, let me tell you, you should have been me in line.
Yeah.
Spencer, Arab, Alabama. And Tom said you should have been him trying to get us on the air. Spencer, go ahead.
Hey, buddy. I appreciate everything you guys have done. I grew up in Montgomery, Alabama. My dad drove a little Geo Tracker, and I can remember I'm 29 years old, and I can remember being just a little tiny thing. Both my parents always listened to you guys growing up. Every morning on the way to school, I remember listening to you. And now I live in Arab, Alabama, and I've got a little boy will be 5 this month, and then a little girl that's just turned 2, and we listen to you guys every morning on the way to the school and to the daycare.
Well, thank you
man, that's
very
great.
much.
Thank you very much. Brian in Huntsville. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Brian?
Howdy, folks.
Hey, bud.
Yes, I'm here, and God bless all of you for the next year and beyond.
Thank you.
And I have enjoyed you, so I'll say monkey grass.
All right, thanks for the call. Finally got in, did you? Okay, go ahead.
No, I was kidding.
A misuse of monkey grass. That's okay. That's fine.
That's correct. But anyway, 6 trips up a mountain in lightning was what got one of you into the situation and start things. Now, Bubba, I am wondering if a tornado on your lake house and your boat was what was an omen to get you out.
Well, you certainly have to do some introspecting on that about what the message was.
Right.
Not in a Job way, but in the wisdom of Job way.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The only other question was, who gets big boy when everything goes down, or does he get a slot on the wheel of meat?
It was one of those things. Solomon said he'd be willing for Bubba and I to stand here. He'll cut it in half and give Bubba one half of it, give me the other. Big boy, I don't know about old big. I think big boy is one of those things. Even if you wanted it, do you want to take on having to deal with it?
Yeah. Getting it in was tough. Getting it out will be worse.
Yeah. I think big boy probably stays here for whatever happens next in this room. I don't know. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Gail in Athens, Alabama. Gail, go ahead.
Hey there, Rick and Bubba. How are y'all today?
We're great.
Good.
I hope you're okay.
We're great.
Oh, I'm having the best day ever. My friend Justin, who I'm sure is listening, called me this morning from his work phone, and I was like, I don't have a lawn service. I'm not talking to these people, so I didn't answer.
Wow.
So he called right back, and I answered, and I'm like, he's like, Gail, this is important. You have to listen. And I'm like, what? He said, they're quitting. And I'm like, no, they're not. They're lying. You're lying. This is not true. And then I said, okay, I'll listen. And you're quitting after this year. I am so shocked. This is, everybody talks about their connection with their dad and their moms. This is how Justin and I connected by Rick and Bubba.
Well, how cool is that? See,
for
there
11 years now.
We've served our purpose.
Great. That's great.
Yeah, Gail, thank you.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, all this stuff is just
it's great.
Yeah, and we knew today would be tough, but it's also kind of encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
We continue. Lori in Alabama. Lori, go ahead. Did we lose Lori right when we were about to have her on? Let's go to Madison. Madison, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Biggins, how you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you doing?
I'm good. I just got a question about like the podcast archives and stuff. Is that still going to be around? And are y'all doing stuff to bring like all the older shows, like pre-podcast, pre-YouTube, and putting them somewhere?
Well, I don't know. That's all very difficult technical stuff that'll have to be worked through the year. I know the old shows, I'd have to say probably not. I don't know how that would work, really.
Yeah, a lot of it, there's just no way to record all of it because of the sheer volume.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, you're talking 30 years worth of,
it's a lot
and
of
different
stuff.
ways to record over time and archive. So that part a little bit tough. That's where those best of bits really become golden. You want to phone the rest?
Yeah.
All right. More phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, the old Ginzu with the Hellfire missile guy.
That thing looks pretty effective.
Yeah. Yeah, and the beauty of it is it doesn't have any exploding munitions. It just goes in there with the blades, and then whatever it hits, it tears them up, and the car usually catches on fire.
I think it was 2 vehicles they took out.
Okay.
And nothing else around it. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
So now, and when I heard that, I thought, well, we're going to see all this protesting in the street and all this good stuff. And I see people in Iran in the street.
Now we're back over in Iran.
And I think they're probably screaming death to America. And I turn it up, and they're chanting USA. They didn't like the guy either. They're glad he's gone, okay? Then you go back to Iraq, and they're mad that we took this guy out because apparently I don't understand.
So
I thought
Iraq's
they were
mad,
enemies.
not Iran?
Yeah, I thought they were enemies. And Iraq's parliament, or whatever they have now, voted last night to remove all the U.S. troops from their soil. And Donald Trump has said, if you do that, we will put sanctions on you and absolutely cripple you because we're propping you up now.
Okay, so I'm going to try to walk through this.
Now, I know that sounds strange,
right.
what I have explained, but I believe that's what we're looking at.
Just for me,
I don't know who's with who anymore.
This is for me and for those that are just like me out there, okay? We had our embassy attacked in Iraq, okay? After we took out a militia group in Iran.
In Iraq.
Yeah.
Militia group in Iraq was taken out. Embassy was attacked, but wait a minute. The embassy wasn't attacked by really.
It was attacked by Iraqis, but we think Iranians were behind it.
So in response to that, the Iraqis who we think were supported by Iranians, we took out a major player in Iran that the Iranian people celebrated, but the Iraqi people are mad about.
I know that sounds a little
Do
odd.
I have that right?
I've been on pain medicine, but that's what I've got out of all this.
And again, not knowing, but just hearing reports like you guys, this General Soleimani or whatever his name is.
Easy now.
That's it. Soleimani.
He apparently, according to the military experts, is behind a lot of these terrorist attacks, not just in Iraq but worldwide.
Yeah,
as they fund a lot of
Iraq
these.
or Iran?
The general from Iran that we killed, okay, not only is behind what they believe was going on in Iraq, but also it goes much deeper than that.
Okay.
Because they fund a lot of the terrorism worldwide, and he is some of the orchestrating factors behind those, according to the military people.
Yeah.
And they're saying so taking him out was huge.
This was bigger than Osama bin Laden. Some are saying that.
But now
because of what he was involved
Iran,
with.
their government is not happy, obviously, and they're threatening a massive retaliation against the U.S., and Trump has said, when you feel big enough, bring it on.
15
and I think
minutes.
he said it on Twitter.
Yeah, 15 minutes to the top.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Billy in Louisiana is a history teacher, and he says he thinks he can help us a little bit with the ever-changing, ever-confusing Middle East. And then, of course, the two stars of the Middle East that sometimes can be the most confusing, Iran and Iraq. And Billy is joining us out of the great state of Louisiana. Billy, how you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. Headed to school. I'm a morning duty teacher, so I got to make it quick.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. You got to remember something. Well, a lot of this comes back to the Iran-Iraq thing is there was a split in the Islamic faith thousands of years ago between the Sunni and the Shia. When you look at the nation of Iraq, which we basically, I say we, the Western world, created at the Treaty of Versailles, this goes all the way back to World War I, we just invented countries.
Right.
And we didn't really
So it's really kind of like the Methodists today.
kind of, sort of, or the Southern Baptist.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you saw the Methodist split while we were away, but anyway, it's.
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
yeah. But anyway, go ahead.
I've had 2 weeks off, guys. All I do is watch football games and play on the computer. But anyway,
okay.
60% of the population of Iraq are Shias. Okay, the ruling theocracy in Iran is a Shia theocracy.
So if you're under that, you are a Shiite.
Yes. Okay. The remainder, the other 40% of Iraq are Sunni Muslims, which don't like the Shia, and the Shia don't like the Sunni. And you've also got a population of Chaldean Christians and some other religious groups.
Not the
living in Iraq.
Chaldeans.
Well, they show up in the Bible a lot when God was mad. Mm-hmm.
Yes, they do.
Yep.
All right. Say what you will about Saddam Hussein. He kept the Shias quiet because they were afraid of him.
Right.
When we took him out and we didn't replace him with a strong government, Iran started started sending agents across the border, stirring up a small but very active and vocal segment of the Shia or Shiite community.
"35 minutes past the hour." Phone calls pouring in, as you can imagine. That's good. But if you don't get in today, it's all right. We got a whole year to celebrate 30 years of Rick and Bubba and complete the 31st year, Lord willing. Now, for some of you, this year still has some bad news hanging over you, much more important than this, and that is a tax issue. That's why we want to point you to Tax Nation USA. Won't be long. Tax day is going to be here. And I'm sure many of you are hearing, you're listening right now. You never expected to have a tax problem. You didn't, but it happened. Stop feeling like a criminal. We know you're not. Probably a victim of the system that can lead to feeling stuck and not being sure about what you should do or how to fix the problem. The one thing I can say with certainty is we all know the problem isn't only going to get bigger and it's not going away. Tax problems just don't, sadly. The IRS is currently mailing millions of pay-up letters. You may have one. They've added nearly 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you, and they are going to target you, not the multimillionaire. You know why? Well, the millionaires have tax lawyers, and they know that you're more likely to pay up and when you're going to have some interest and some penalties. So you need Tax Network USA. Find them at tnusa.com/Bubba. You need them now. They have proven war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like the preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. And something that they've asked us to make sure you are aware of is they've learned of a special limited-time IRS offer to get you out of your tax problem. In short, the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Get this problem behind you. Go to tnusa.com/Bubba, or you can call them at 1-800-245-6000. RickandBubba.com has the link under sponsors. And the site should be loading okay now. To the phones we go. Hannah in Cleveland, Alabama. Hannah, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm great. Green Acres and Monkey Grass.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Where it is. Where's Green Acres?
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
I have been listening to y'all my entire life. I remember riding around with my mother on her mail route listening to y'all before I was even in school.
Wow. How about that?
It's been a minute.
I wanted to ask you guys, y'all mesh so well and have the same, for the most part, views and values, but is there anything that you guys stand on complete opposite sides of the fence about?
You mean an issue, or
I can think of certain foods.
Just like anything that, you know.
Well, really, that's all I can think of.
One of you has one opinion and the other has a completely opposite opinion.
I can't think of anything that matters. I mean, as far as in our views of politics, our views spiritually, those are the.
I'm a little more fond of pets than Rick.
Right. Yeah. Well, there you go. That it may be that.
That's probably it. I
Yeah.
mean, me and Greg are the big pet lovers.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
Softies.
Yeah, they can handle, animals in their house. For me, that's a no.
Yeah, I can't really. I'll be honest with you. We've never really had a tiff, except one time, and it was very early in the show when I forgot the checkbook on
the
payday.
payroll. Oh my gosh!
And I had to go home and get the checkbook because you had to make a deposit.
Oh gosh!
And that was the only time I ever remember you getting mad, and that was.
Yeah.
If this is 31 years, it was probably 30 years ago.
Oh, no question. Yeah, yeah. And that was,
it was my bad. I should have had it. I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, were there certain foods we're a little different on? Animals in the house. I can't think of really much of anything that has of any weight.
And anything that I think that would be a big, I mean, really probably for doing the show, we thought too much alike.
Right.
It probably would have been better if we could have had some debate about things, but we're pretty much on the same line with everything. I can't really think of anything major.
To the phones we go, which is probably the reason why we're still sitting here on year 31.
Yeah, guys, I mean, that people sometimes, some people get married and stay married longer than 30 years as a couple.
Of course.
But when it comes to business, you just don't see relationships go this long. And especially in our business. I mean, there's been, the people who are in the Hall of Fame, some of them couldn't make it 20 years.
No.
And so I think that's a testament to you and hopefully me and being able to get along that time.
Well, I think, it is a testament to you. There's no doubt about that. I think the way we handled this, I don't know that we really sat down and said, let's be sure we show wisdom, but I think it did have wisdom, the way we operated completely, because a lot of times shows even stay on the air. You've seen the documentaries, and then the people don't even speak to each other. And they come in, do the show, leave, and don't speak to each other.
Oh, yeah. We've known morning show hosts that hated each other's guts.
Yeah.
I mean, they would not speak when the mic was off.
And I think we've talked about that. We always had we spent time together at work. We spent a little bit away from work, not a lot. Both people had their own interests that they could go out and enjoy, hobbies, even projects. If somebody said, hey, I sure would like to have this day off because I want to go do that, we were always like, sure, fine, whatever. We're always here to do whatever. We had a real freedom, and neither one really made any overbearing demands on each other.
Right.
And I think that really served us well. I never felt, like I never felt like there was I don't want to do that.
We both were raised with very strong families and strong dads that had, tremendous work ethic.
Yes.
And we knew what to do, and hopefully we reflected that. I probably goof off a little more than Rick does, but I knew what to do.
Right. Well, I get bored real easy, and so I can only sit around for so long, and I do like to sit around, but I always like to feel like that it's an earned sit around, I can't do it too long, and I think Sherry's learning that since the kids are gone. She's going, you'll find you something to do, and so and it's been good, and because our job affords us too. Once my kids were grown, this stuff we're doing with the manchurch.com and all that, I'm able to kind of do both of those. If the show was, the hours were different and all that, you really couldn't do that.
Right.
So it's afforded us a lot of freedom, and I think that kept it fresh.
Mm-hmm.
And now look, could some people say y'all probably took more freedom than you should have on show prep? But we
guilty as charged.
But we tried show prep. It didn't really work.
Yeah, I think the way we did it was the only way we could do it, and I enjoyed goofing off in Spanish class. I mean, that,
of course.
And at the college radio station and
Right.
around campus and all that. So I don't really feel like a lot of that has changed over 30 years, believe it or not.
No.
We've tried to do a little better, and we know some of the jokes probably need to curb a little bit.
But I think we just kept. I think it kept it fresh.
Yeah.
That we had our work life, which we enjoy, so it wasn't burdensome. I mean, sometimes you come in here and go, I don't know how I'm going to get on there and do this show today because of life, but not the work itself being burdensome. And I think we kept that fresh. I know some people, and our dad taught us this, Greg, and you may have been raised the same way, Bubba. Our dad, without saying it as directly as he did, but it was what he was teaching, don't let what you do for a living be your identity.
Yeah.
Be sure that you have interest outside of your work that are as fulfilling as what you do working, and because your work at some point will end. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of like people who make their children the center of the universe in their house.
Yeah, then when they're gone.
And they stop dating each other, and they don't have each other in the right place, and then the kids leave.
Yeah, what do you do then?
Right. And I think you see a lot of men that don't know what to do because they made work their identity when their identity should have been in something bigger. And if the show honestly didn't have the eternal stuff that it has, I think I probably would have tired of it sooner. I don't think I would have just kept coming back if I didn't see something like that going on. Because that really,
I'm very appreciative of the change that you have been through
my
in your
goodness,
life.
yeah,
And I've seen all that firsthand.
Yeah.
So, the early days, I didn't know if I was going to be able to hang.
No. Well, I thought about me.
Alabama's Last Outlaw was
well, I told you the text I got the other day when they showed Jason Kelsey. And my friends start texting me going, this is what it was like. if you were, and
that's true.
Well, you talked about that. The only time I got mad, I thought about, that was that was when I was brand new to the faith too. So there was a lot of Hurricane Rick still around.
Oh yeah,
you know. So that sanctification is a process. I met a guy in Nashville that says I've been listening to you talking to me since before Bubba and even back to K98. And I said, so I guess you do believe God's real. And he goes, absolutely.
Yeah.
He goes, if I just watched your life alone, I would understand that God can radically change people, and He certainly can.
Yeah,
and still change them.
I listened to you on K98. I listened to you on AM 1390.
Oh, I remember that midday show
when we used to do the EBS test. So that was funny. We'll talk more about that later.
Yeah, that's good.
He used to rig the concert ticket giveaway.
Oh,
No, I don't know anything about that. I've never done that, Greg, since it's against federal law. I have no idea.
I don't know
what you're talking about.
Yeah, Greg, what do you
Take
speak
that
of?
up with your brother.
What do you
Saying.
speak of?
Just saying.
Yeah. Well, you know, you were never out concert tickets, were you, buddy?
No, I had good seats too.
We'll be back. Of course, those days are over.
Yeah.
15 minutes to the tacos. That's how everybody makes a living now. We'll continue your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You follow me? They started setting up these militias. When you got to think about Iraq, you got to realize you got all these different political parties, and every political party also has a militia group.
Yeah.
Okay? So you got all these infighting.
Right, and those are the ones that ride around the Toyota trucks, right?
Right. Apparently an endless number of white ones.
Right.
Yes, with weapons always attached to the back. I always wonder how they hook them into the bed.
I had too. Yeah, you probably got over
The
it, Billy.
recoil would seem to push them over, but stay on focus.
I got you.
All right. In the fight against ISIS, who were Sunnis, we let some of these Shia militias kind of step forward and take the brunt of the fighting.
Got it. Yeah.
Go kick the door open and see if Muhammad has a machine gun. We'll hang back.
I got you.
This emboldened them. They rocketed a Sunni town in northern Iraq that had some American contractors working there. That's where it actually all got started. They shot some rockets. We did an airstrike at the base the rockets came from.
Got it.
That was our airstrike. Oh, blood in the streets. We've got to attack the evil Americans. And you got to remember also, they have rent-a-mobs over there.
Right.
Whenever you want to have a protest, you go along the street, you pass out money to the beggars and push them to the front with the women and the children. So when the Americans shoot back, the Americans have killed women, children, and the poor.
Well, we have rent-a-mobs here too, so that's nothing.
I used to be in politics while I was a coach. I know.
Yeah, we've adopted that now.
Yeah. Yes. They got over one of the outer walls at our embassy. Our embassy has got, think of it kind of more like a castle with concentric circles of walls around it.
Right.
They got over one of the outer ones. All of a sudden, Trump, being the great president that he is, drops in a Marine reactionary force of 100 guys coming out of the sky in Ospreys and helicopter gunships, and the Shiite rent-a-mob disappears.
Right,
which we should, because it is U.S. soil in that country.
Yes, matter of fact,
we have a right to defend it.
There's people who died in Benghazi that would have liked to have seen the same reaction when they were in trouble.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Right. Yeah. So this escalates. All right, they disappear. What happened was this Soleimani, I probably may be saying his name wrong, he's been a target of opportunity for years. And he is, Iran is not stupid enough to attack us openly. If you remember years ago, they screwed up and made Reagan mad, and we sank a third of their Navy in 15 minutes.
Right.
Operation Praying Mantis. And they would rather fight us through pawns and proxy groups like Hezbollah.
Yeah.
You remember the old Abu Nidal from the 80s and Islamic Jihad?
Oh, yeah.
These were all front groups for Iran. Well, this guy, Soleimani, was basically the chess master moving the pawns.
Right.
He's also the guy who paid the scientists to come up with the improved IED, which can penetrate the armor on the bottom of our armadillos and Stryker vehicles.
Right.
So this is not a good man. He was in the same car or the same caravan with the head of follow me on this one, the Iraqi Shiite militias, which is basically the Iranian front man in Iraq.
Right.
Okay, we have 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay.
No,
Go ahead, Bill.
No, yeah.
I'm just saying you had a minute left for the break. Is that everything? Are we updated?
Well, we had two targets of opportunity in one shot, and we killed them. Now, look, the Iraqi parliament's going to do whatever they're going to say because they've got to placate their people.
Right.
You understand? And 60% of the voting mass, which we created, in Iraq is Shiite. So it's like making 60% of the population in America mad. You're going to say whatever you have to do to stay in power. Politicians are politicians.
Right, yeah.
So, but guys, the whole Iran-Iraq thing goes all the way back, and the Sunni Shia thing goes all the way back to when the Prophet Muhammad died and did not have a male heir. They have been split and mad at each other that long.
Wow. I guess you do need to give a Shiite about it then. You know, because it's a lot to deal with. So
one of the best ways to keep Americans safe is to play "Let You and Him Fight."
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And we've done
Reagan,
that.
Reagan had that worked out good when he had them fighting each other.
Billy, thank you. I appreciate. Glad to know you're teaching history somewhere.
Yeah, Billy's very interesting. I can believe I'd stay awake in his class.
Well done, Billy. Top of the hour. We'll
he may
be back.
have to be our official history teacher here.
If we're talking Iran and Iraq, we go with Billy for sure. And maybe all history. We'll go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Yesterday's Bible study archive is out today. Vern Lundquist will be our guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend. And the Man Church conferences are coming in February and March to Birmingham, Alabama, February, and Starkville in March. Men, if you don't have your tickets yet, there are still some that remain. It likely is going to sell out. Get them now at themanchurch.com. We'd love to see you at both those conferences, or at least one of them that works for you. We've got a great lineup, and we got a lot of great things planned. Continuing phone calls, and then we'll wrap up the hour. And for a lot of you, we'll be wrapping up the show. And don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives. Some of you may be hearing for the first time today that we've announced this will be the last year of the show. So we got a whole year we'll celebrate, and we're excited about it. We've been taking your phone calls, and thank you for those. And we want to give you plenty of opportunity to do that, but we do have the whole year. We've been talking to some of the guys, and we'll be sharing memories and doing flashbacks and doing all kinds of stuff this year. It'll be a lot of fun. And thank you for what a lot of you are saying off the air, and you've sent to us. We'll try to go through all that. We'll probably spend most of the evening.
Yeah, it's overwhelming for us too. Thank you very much. Incredible.
Let's go to
in case there's anything else. I know we got a few things on our table, Rick. We've got to decide about a plug in the bathroom of the house too.
Okay. Hey, also, I want you to know this. I want you to know this too, Bubba. One guy says a Rick and Bubba museum is a must, and he's willing to help us plan it.
Okay. Well, I've listen. We stored a lot of stuff, probably to a fault. Mm-hmm. I think Helms has cleaned it out and destroyed it twice, but we still got a few things around. Right, good liar. A good museum piece.
Yeah, and we continue with Donnie. Donnie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What up, Biggins?
Buddy.
Hey.
Buddy.
It's Goat Man in Oxford.
Hey.
Oh, Goat.
Hey, Goat Man checking in.
You got a choice now.
Hometown.
Let me tell you, boys, something. I have not got a thing done this morning because I have fielded no less than about 12 to 15 calls wanting to know what's happening with Rick and Bubba. Like I'm the marketing manager or something.
Yeah, look.
Did you book them to paint
Did you
for
paint
them, or
for
what
them?
are you doing now, Donnie?
Well, they figured, Donnie, you're class of 83. You and I went to school together. We were all part of the group that hung out together. They figure you've got the inside track.
You know, Rick, I'm going to tell you what, and I think you'll vouch for me on this one. I think I've listened to this show longer than anybody because this show actually started on the benches outside the gym after lunch at Oxford High School.
Yes, it did.
When we would sit there about the 30 minutes we had break after lunch, and we would entertain each other, you, myself, Mickey Shadricks, Craig Higgins, Mike Martin. But mostly you entertained us, and I'm pretty sure that was the foundation for this show. So I've been listening for a long time, no doubt.
No doubt. I've said that. I've been doing this show all my life. Somebody just finally turned the mic on.
Yeah.
That's right.
It really never ended or began, did it?
Yeah.
I've known you and Greg since about 9 and 10 years old. We played for probably the most prolific little league team ever, Miller Funeral Home. That was a heck of a team. And Rick can elaborate more. The league officers decided to put MF on her hat for Miller Funeral Home. We were known as little MFers as we come up. There comes a little MFer. So we were quite a scene.
Yeah, whoever decided to put MF on little kids' hat, I'll tell you what.
Where teenagers would be.
Yeah, it toughened us up as little boys, though, didn't it?
You know, I was in the younger end of the class, so I had one more year in that league. The next year, they just put an M on it.
Yeah.
That's true. Everybody else had too. We just had an M on it.
Of course they did.
Absolutely. But I've known Bubba since the Gamecock days. We both spent a lot of time in Pleasant Valley out there. And Rick actually, 5 or 6 years ago, performed my wife, Brandy, our wedding. And that's our close friend. We go way back. And I tell you, Rick alluded to the fact that I am a contractor. And I can't tell you, Rick, how many times I've pulled up to look at jobs or met new customers. And they're like, "Are you Rick? Are you Donnie Adams from the Rick and Bubba Show?"
Yeah.
And other than Rick actually dropping my name during the Car Wash Joe bit, I don't know that I've ever been mentioned on that show. But that's how far and wide
popular
your name
bit,
gets
though.
spread.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's
If you ever. Well, I just want to tell you guys, you've done a lot for everybody, and it's like a death out there. People are really sad this morning. I'm honest when I say that. We appreciate what you guys have done for us.
Donnie, thank you.
Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you.
It's good to hear from you, man. And we'll catch up soon. All right, man. And thanks for the old highlights of the football games.
That's right.
I watched those the other night. Tried to get my wife interested, and she said, "I don't even know. I can't tell where do you?" I said, "I'm down there in the line."
You told her you were the quarterback.
Yeah,
right?
I finally just gave up and said, "And that's I'm number 10." So there.
My wife was not as impressed as I thought she would be either.
Well, I quit watching them because I thought I was better than I really was.
Well, let me say this: you had that glorious punt return. They called back. That was a big punt return.
Yeah,
that was.
I think 75 had a hold on that one.
You're probably right. Hey, Donnie, love you, man. Thanks for calling. See you, buddy.
Take care, buddy.
Class 83.
Oh, the goat.
Yeah, that's funny.
Rick, I played corner goat, played safety. We was right out there.
Rick, I'll tell you one of the football. Of course, several of the football things are funny, but the one I remember, and I mean I remember it like yesterday. It's when you guys came to Jacksonville, and you'd already beaten us. We were, it was bad. Oxford was a legendary team at the time. And Robbie was punting.
Oh, yeah, your cousin.
And you told him you were going to snap it over his head. Y'all were so far ahead.
Yep.
And I remember that ball going over his head.
Oh,
and I mean, Rick, it was still going up. And you snapped it toward the field house.
Yeah, I sure did.
And Robbie turned around running back. And I remember watching that in the stands thinking, gosh, they're so good to beat us, but what a terrible punt team.
Can't even snap the ball.
You think about this. You don't ever think about this. They had pulled your cousin and me off of defense, but when we punted, I'm still the long snapper. He's still the punter.
Yeah.
No matter what's going on in the game.
Yeah.
So we're up big and we're walking out there, and I remember I can still see his sweaty face in that face. When I said, "You ready to run?" And he said, "No." And I could hear him laughing as it went over his head. Of course, Dad loved it.
Oh yeah, he's a fan of stuff like that.
Boy, he loved that on the film day.
Did
on
you?
Sunday.
I mean, you had to snap that ball as hard as you possibly could. I think it went 40 yards in the air.
I think it would have been a 45-yard field goal. I launched it.
I remember standing there watching that.
Yeah. I bet you thought that's an odd thing to do in a blowout.
I go, wow, they're so good at everything else, but the punt team really sucked.
Work on the fundamentals.
I mean, what is the deal?
Hey, you know what's bad when you do something like that and you're laughing about it and you think what can they do to us now, and you forget about film day on Sunday.
Yeah.
Now see, we're up big right here. We just need to get a punt off. That's all we need to do. And boy,
yeah, you can't repeat what he said.
No, I can't. It started with Bush League.
Yes. Yeah.
Ended with
right. No, yeah. And of course, then I don't help. And Greg loves this. When Dad was at his most furious, and then I say, "I'm sorry, Dad. It just got away from me. It must have got away from me."
Funny. He knew you were exactly what went on.
Well, it didn't help that your cousin was laughing while going after it.
Yeah,
that did not help at all. And then tried some bizarre punt when he picked it up.
I think he kicked it the wrong way. He was getting tackled at the time.
Look, that's not a good thing. Hey, we finish games. Don't get sloppy.
That's right.
Don't
finish it. Like this show, we need to finish it.
Right.
Finish
not
well.
snap it over somebody's head.
That's right.
Finish well, guys.
Let's don't snap it over anybody's head. Good point.
No.
Hey, thank y'all so much today.
What a day.
For being with us. And there's more. Look, we'll be back tomorrow, Lord willing. Lord willing, we'll be back. And we'll finish out a whole nother year. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for your emails. Shop the Rick and Bubba store at rickandbubba.com. Go get all the Rick and Bubba bits out there on all the different stores. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 o'clock song, if you're Eastern time, adjust. 7 o'clock in the morning. Drink my coffee, hurry up. I got to get to work on time. Hey! There's a whistle. See a train rolling down the track. See you later. Hurry back. Out of my way. Hey, got to get to work on.
Waking on the blubber. Rick and Bubba,